Yo, what is going on, everyone? Happy almost Halloween. However, it's Halloween all year round. This is just the day you all civilians get to join the world that I spend all year in. My name is Seth Miranda. If you're watching online, it's over here. And if you're at home, go check out, you keep switching the freaking camera. This QR code to check out all the events that come out of the space. And if you're new to this channel, hit subscribe. You might think you subscribed already. This is a new channel for Adorama Events. So everything that goes live out of this space is on this channel. So can you give me camera one? You just hit enter, one enter. Fernando switched with me for the first time, and we love Fernando. Everybody clap for Fernando. All right. All right, so like I said to everybody here, you're gonna hear me talk way too seriously about stuff that is kind of frivolous, like zombies, aliens, creatures, stuff that's glued to people's face, paint on bodies, things that glisten, things that are too dry, but this all is the things you consider when whatever you shoot, you take that much more serious, because after you, it gets a little less serious to who's viewing it. After you, the energy and ambition for it gets a little less serious. You're the one that's to care the most about whatever you shoot, so that it gets the most out of the viewer, right? If you don't care first, no one's gonna really care. And I made a career out of this for about 15 years of my 25-year career shooting special effects, and it's for all sorts of applications. What I'm gonna go through really quick, this is the only demo that I do. Actually, let me kill this overhead so you guys can see the projector. This is one of the only demos I do where I actually show slides, just so you get an idea of what we're about to get into, because every makeup is completely different. Every philosophy to what it is and why we're trying to get there is completely different. You can have 10 makeup artists do 10 zombies and they're all gonna be different, from cartoony to realistic, to this one super decayed, to this one has some gimmick. Everything's gonna have a reason. You kind of gotta understand that, right? So if I can't show you that with one makeup that we're gonna shoot here tonight, and our model tonight is the actual Adorama store director, and I gotta give him super props for doing this. He's a huge Star Trek nerd, and this is like his favorite moment ever. So he's gonna come down here in a couple minutes. He's been here, just so you have an idea, it's 5 o'clock right now. He's been in that chair since noon, okay? So the first thing you're gonna learn about special effects, it doesn't happen right away. The makeup artist that you hire has to get in there before anybody so you can get to work when they're ready to go. You have to kind of understand that when you're looking at portfolios, you can't understand how long it's gonna take them. But if you look at the body of work, you can see how long they've worked, who they've worked with, you can get a sense of they can work and manage their time. So keep that in mind when you're hiring FX artists, because with beauty artists, half hour, 45 minutes, you got a face in front of you. I'm waiting for a creature of some kind to come out here. Could be anything, right? And that means any color, that means any shape prosthetic, that means it could literally have a whole bunch of issues you don't know about because they're trying to solve them right now in whatever room they're doing makeup in. Does that make sense? Okay, it's Halloween, my demo, and I built this place. No one's staying quiet. So if you've been to my demos, you know you're about to scream, right? Right, on the count of 3, everybody scream. 1, 2, 3, scream. This is New York. This is my house. 1, 2, 3, scream. See, now we break the ice. Now we can talk a little bit. I don't like raised hands. Just yell at me. We'll figure it out together, right? I'm gonna go through some images so you guys can understand what I'm talking about. First thing you gotta realize is you're not in this to edit the image. You're in this to light and get that character over the goal line as tight as you can, because client is gonna do what they want. Whether it's a poster in the subway or a makeup artist portfolio, who, by the way, should not be editing their images for a makeup artist portfolio. If I'm hiring someone, it's so I know what I'm getting, rather than here's a finished image that someone else made look better. So you kind of have to keep, if you're doing artist portfolios, you gotta keep that in mind. So light's gotta get tight. The first image I have up is this one right here. This is a really grimy Voldemort makeup that is not done too well. This was shot a very long time ago, but I did it to show you guys that this guy didn't move, nothing changed. I didn't edit anything. I swapped out the light. All right? And it's very easy to say, just light from underneath and make it look creepy. Just throw shadows everywhere, make it look creepy. You know how many fashion guys that I took jobs from in this industry because they were like, it looks scary, right? No, there's a science and a feel to every type of emotion we're trying to shoot, including creepy, scary, spooky, off-putting. Just as much goes into beauty as goes into grime. It's just a matter of how serious you take it and people will recognize that. You guys are sitting here because you've seen something I shot, I'm guessing. And you can kind of see how refined that is. And you're gonna see it here tonight. I have never streamed this demo. If you can see on the left, it's lit completely underneath and you get that wrinkle on the forehead. This is what we call edges. Edges of prosthetic. It is your makeup artist's job to make that clean. The problem is that, one, prosthetics are almost never gonna fit perfectly unless they're perfectly sculpted for that model, and that's when you're doing higher end stuff. $1,000, a few $1,000s of a makeup could take 2 weeks of sculpting of the prosthetic for that face before you even get to set. This is off the shelf. It was sculpted on a mannequin. Different shaped forehead, different everything. It might not line up. A great makeup artist can get it over a goal line, but the problem is that they might not be doing the makeup in the lighting you're gonna shoot it in, and that's when the flaws show up. When you shoot enough of this stuff, you're gonna see those flaws walking to set as you're getting there. People are gonna talk to you, you're gonna completely mute them out, and you're gonna be like, that's not gonna work, this isn't gonna work, I gotta swap that, let me get this, hold on and go. Because a lot of times with this stuff, they wanna do it in volume and you've gotta work fast. And when you're shooting a Voldemort, the next one might be a beauty makeup with a smoky and a red lip, then an old age, then an injury, then an alien, then another alien, but that alien's not civilized, it's more savage, and then they're gonna go back into a burn victim. It's not all the same light. But you've gotta get yourself into a zone of, here's a starting point, here's a vibe I can start through. And it also snowballs. Don't forget, if every makeup that you shoot takes 10 minutes for you to shoot, if there's a 5-minute problem for every makeup, now they're 15 minutes a shot. You have 10 makeup artists in that day, you just lost an hour fixing things for a few minutes here and there. And then when that rental set goes over time and they're wondering why you're so much money, good luck getting called back, right? So it's all stuff that you have to kind of get yourself ready for. I'm just gonna float through these. So here is another example of fixing it with light. I usually like to do a really nice cold rim light. You can see on the right temple, there's an edge of that prosthetic. Get rid of it. Cool, it's a cool aesthetic, but I don't want to see the problem in the makeup. It's still a good shot. It just doesn't need all the gimmicky stuff that I'm throwing at it. This is the very first ever, 15 years ago, aquatic creature I shot for special effects. This makeup took too long and they weren't able to give me anything past the chin. So how do you shoot aquatic makeup and make it look like it's an aquatic makeup when all you're gonna have is a floating head? I shoved it into a catering tray, bent it, used a long lens, only lit the fish so that the only light in the space that can even reflect in the water is off of the fish face. And then I just, long-armed it to make the water trickle and we got a shot. Is that a studio shot? Does it add to the makeup? Do you understand what that creature is? Once you start getting that extra step in there, it's not just, hey, a yearbook full of zombies or a DMV photo of a fish creature, right? No one's gonna gravitate to that. And then you fast forward probably 12 years or something, and this is the fish I end up shooting. Rain shot. He just stepped onto that dock. He's underneath that rain looking right at you. That lightning flashed. That going to black shows you just the size and mass, that deep void, a little unsettling. That hard rim light, which if I showed this to some guy that shoots super pretty, be like, that's overexposed on the right. No, it's not. It's a scene, you mook. Right? It's a lightning bolt, right? It's something happened. Or it's that swinging light on the side of the dock because he just attacked someone else and they fell onto the side, but they didn't knock the light completely off and it's swinging. It's only getting on the side of his face, not in front of him. See how we're building in our head? Let your viewer build that. Let your viewer get to a place where they want to build that scene in their head. Does that make sense to you guys? Everything makes sense so far? Are you staying quiet in my class? Everything makes sense so far?
Yes, sir.
Jeez, man. This on the shot list said fire and ice. What is that? What is that? I don't know, but I got to get ready for it. So I knew I wanted to show cold. I knew I wanted to show warm. I had no idea it was going to be from bottom to top. I had no idea it was going to be a half and half. No clue, because this is what an art director throws on a shot list and you go, I guess I read minds. This is what I came up with. Warm light on the background to get into that burn victim on the shoulders, bleeding into a neutral point going into the frost. See what I'm saying? Where the light can pull the story over that goal line. If this was on a gray background with a, 45-degree light and a hair light like you guys do every day, if this was shot like a school photo, would it have worked that well? Would you have seen the detail in the burn as well? Burns have to look shiny, right? All that lymph and grime and that pus that comes out of our skin to protect ourselves versus the really dry feeling of a frostbite. but we got to light it to get both off the line here for people. This one, I really lucked out. The hair was massive, so I used the hair as my diffuser. I mean, this hair was massive to a point where I was like, this is like a comical furry. I didn't know what to make of it. But the makeup itself at the core was so tight. You can't even tell where that prosthetic meets to the eye socket. And the eye socket is going to be one of the biggest things you focus on, because even if we focus on them in beauty, where we want to make sure it's sharp or whatever, catch lights, if you're one of those types of people, I like dead eyes, I'm not going to judge you. But those eye sockets are 2, 3 inches, sometimes 5 inches deep. So does that mean I'm shooting shallow? Probably not. So am I relying on the look of a lens to look dreamy? No. You've got to be tight. Shooting at f8, f11, it gets there because you've got to have the depth of field. The other flip side to this is you got to worry about your lens, because remember, all special effects is built on top of a face. So what happens? Proportions get out of whack. People start looking like bobbleheads if you're not careful. They're bigger than they're supposed to be. Their neck gets shorter because there's stuff hanging. And a lot of times you're going to deal with, it looks great straightforward. You know why that is? Because a makeup artist did it straightforward, and then they turn right and their cheekbone's out to here for some reason. They don't take this stuff into consideration. But we have to. So what do? We play angle games. We play games with the type of focal lengths we're shooting with. I shoot a lot with a 24-120 f4 because I'm moving so fast and I don't care about shallow apertures or anything like that, that I'm worried more about perspective and aspect. And that's why I'm using, not strobes, zoom lenses so much. I am tired and I apologize. We're gonna fumble a little bit, but that's what we do. We get through this together.
That's fine, right?
That's fine.
All right.
This one's super special because this was a makeup artist that didn't even know I was coming to town in LA. She found out I was. She asked me if she could come shoot really quick. She had no money for prosthetics, had nothing ready. So she went to a CVS on the way and got mud masks. And she created this out of pure mud masks. I had nothing on me. So this is one speed light. But if you do the speed light right, you get all that texture, you get all that depth, you do your exposure proper, you get that deep lip. She painted the lip, that's why it's so red. But that's a makeup artist that knows that this would be impactful next to all those cool tones, right? It's not about, I don't have it. It's about, what can I do right here? You guys have seen me use bodega bags and balloons as soft boxes. You've seen me use Brooklyn reflectors with pizza boxes. It's about what we're trying to get across. The most important thing with any of this, even if you shoot beauty, is what you're trying to do, not what you're doing it with. We can always upgrade the firmware in our hands, right? That's why you guys are sitting here, I hope. I don't know. If you learned something, congratulations, I don't know. This is the one that was on the thumbnail. White makeups are a nightmare, pure nightmare. You know why? Because white shows every flaw you'll ever see. You ever see a white wall and you notice the quickest nick in it? Or stucco really shows every bit of texture? Same thing here. So what do you think an edge of a prosthetic is? It's a texture. White's gonna explode it, metallics are gonna explode it, pearlescence, pastels, yeah, and white makeup, absolute nightmare. When I see a makeup artist give me a book and they show me a prosthetic makeup that was done in white and it's clean, I am hiring them right there. I can get the concept somewhere, but technique, amazing. This was a new 52 Joker, by the way, if you guys know that whole storyline. Sometimes you're not gonna be able to shoot anywhere but inside of a corner of a trade show, because that's where the thing is that costs $20,000 to make and they're not moving it, so you better get over there. This is everything I could carry on a plane in a backpack, and it's all speed lights tethered into a laptop in the middle of, what is this? I forgot where it is. It's Son of Monsterpalooza, wherever they do that in Burbank. But you can see how I'm trying to sculpt the light the way we need it, because there is no second chances here, right? I was asked to do this. I took the paycheck and ran. So then you got body paints. Body paints are a whole nother story. A lot of times we try to flatten them out. In fact, we shot this in Paris for Makeup Forever. It is on Adorama TV. Everybody missed that video. I know you did, and you, but it's okay, because you can watch on Adorama TV. If you check it, if you just type in Adorama Paris, it'll pop up. In fact, that's the thumbnail for it. But you see the difference? We're trying to flatten out instead of sculpt. We're trying to make it meld and be part of, rather than blatantly be there. And then when you have that shot, you're all good, you switch it up, right? And these are RGB Westcott lights behind the paper that actually were able to match Pantone color by number to it, which was super convenient. And you guys can do that now with RGB lights. Years ago, this was like a what? It was cool. I promise it was cool, bro. Don't be afraid of what you got around you. These are just 6-foot strips with grids on them. Now they're air vents in a laboratory. I don't know. You make it up. I'll tell you right now, that's antifreeze in those tubes, and it's got everywhere. But it looks cool. The only thing I didn't like about this makeup was the eyeball was like too crystal clean. It needed something to be like a little more like, it's like, bing! I'm like not into it. However, the eye sockets, look how deep those are. So you're not only worried about focus points, you're worried about shadows. How many times have you guys had to deal with a brim on a hat? Now imagine micro brims on eyeballs. I don't want to hear any of you complain. I don't want to hear you complain or you, Pete, all day. All day Pete does like, Take them out of the equation, it's a completely different shot, right? It's not about the environment. It's about sculpting that whole makeup out and really trying to get that eye lit, right? But not overly lit. I don't want to see you guys throw lights underneath and go, yay, right? We all call that monster lighting. It is, it's true. Or was it universal lighting or something? Monster lighting, yeah. Horror lighting, whatever. No, there's a reason it's considered that because first of all, we're not used to it psychologically looking for light from underneath all day long. Everybody's pretty from overcast skies overhead. Underneath, it's a little like, what? So the problem that you're gonna run into if you just did an underneath light, all the textures show up. And what did I just say was a texture? Edge is a prosthetic. Boy, you guys are awesome. Now, it is, right? Any edge of a prosthetic will be a texture. If we're using a lighting pattern that exaggerates texture, we've got to find a way to refine that. So you're going to actually see me use a lot of beauty techniques tonight when we pull our makeup up. Man, I haven't done this in a while. When we pull them on here, you're going to see a lot of beauty techniques, but then we're going to just kick it through a grimy door. Because who needs more pretty stuff in this world? I don't. Really quick way to change out the feel of a makeup. Yeah, we got that eye lit. Yeah, you get the shape of the face. Bang. Now it's vampiric. It's by that nightclub. It's by that neon sign, right? It's got somewhere to be. You can see that it's got a sheen to it. It's got an ooze to the skin. It's not dry. These are all tells and tales of what that character is, where it comes from, why it lives there, why it lives the way it lives. Another one. This is actually by the makeup artist that just did the makeup tonight. This is just an underneath light. It works here, but nice and clean, right? Sculpted. We can see the cheek prosthetic here. Do you see a cheek prosthetic so well? You don't notice it until I tell you about it, right? I know. You're welcome. Now, boom, clean. But for her book, she can show that she did a bald cap super, super clean on this one. Here, we can see that there's a bit more of a reaction to it. So social media, portfolio. Makes sense? You got to give them everything. Everything. Shutter drag. You guys know I like shutter drag. We might even do shutter drag tonight if you guys are good. If Pete's all right. If Pete's not, I'm just saying it's all depending on Pete. Shutter drag is nice to show something happened, something's going on. I could have shot this boxer makeup just as, hey, cross your arms, yay. Shutter drag is going to give you that much more. First of all, how many times are you flying through Instagram or something and you don't even stop on an image? If you saw this, arms folded, shot like a high school yearbook, would you stop here? Would it give you more of a second? Especially as photographers, you're gonna be like, how'd they do that? And then Pete's gonna go, oh, it's AI, bro. And I'm gonna tell you, no, it's in camera, homie. So there's that. Another fish makeup. And then they'll throw this at you. You go from this amazing fish, which by the way, paint can make or break those concepts, right? You can have amazing applied prosthetics. If there's nothing to that skin, there's nothing to bite into. You have a good foundation, but a horrible paint job. It's just like a car. Amazing paint, amazing car, horrible paint. No one's gonna buy that on Craigslist, come on. Then you get thrown something like this and you gotta be ready for it. How do you accent this? This was an extremely hard shot. I'm actually really proud of it, but you get that weightless floating feeling. This is using techniques we're gonna use tonight, just in a different context. So that's why I threw it in here, and then I had to get creepy with it, because why not, right? Yeah, I mean, how could you not? Shutter drag again, but not just shutter drag, something that makes sense to go with the image, not just a gimmick, right? We're not just going, yay, I made blurry stuff happen for the sake of making blurry stuff happen. It's not about gimmicks. People are already looking at this stuff as gimmicks enough. And again, notice how deep those eye sockets are. Also, look how far that mouth is from those eyes. Do you think that mouth lines up with their mouth? No. So you got to keep that into account. The difference between a mask and a special effects makeup, you can emote in special effects. It's glued to their face. Sometimes it's really heavy silicone, and that character isn't a key character. That's a background character. It's true. And they'll actually save money on sets by buying really amazing masks, and those are background characters. Just like you watch Star Wars or something, half those mouths do not move, you know? Like Power Ranger style, they're just like standing there. This one I really like showing because a single light can give you a lot, right? And then you can really freak it out. And we're gonna go in there, I'm gonna talk about this a little deeper tonight. It has like a black light effect. Yeah, we didn't use a black light.
That's a single light?
No, that's not single light. That's what I'm saying. Single light will give you a lot, but then there's reasons we add. Yeah, what's up?
Was that a strobe or continuous?
All strobe.
All strobe.
All strobe. And then it's not just about getting the shot look clean. Give it something worth looking at. If they're just standing there, what are they in 5 hours of makeup for? Get something. What is this thing? Why? When we pull this character down here, it's the first thing we're going to figure out is what this character is so we can set a baseline for what's going forward. Just like, what is this portrait? Who is this portrait? Why am I shooting? Is it a CEO or a receptionist? Going to shoot them a little different, don't you think? Same thing here. Injury makeup on the thigh. How do I not just shoot a thigh? How do I not just shoot a thigh? I do this. All right? All right, good. And this, you can see how the orange peel in the skin right here on the nasal labial, right by on top of the cheek, under the eye? Cool. Underneath light will, and again, that's a pastel makeup. See how we're seeing all the texture? Okay, cool. Cleaned up. Right? So while this isn't a bad texture, it's noticeably there. Beautiful paint. Make it a little cleaner. And look at how deep that blue is that she gave me. Like that's a makeup artist, yo. Giant horns. How do you make them not compete for the face, right? A lot of this is going to be distracting. You guys at Comic-Con, how many giant props? How many things take away from the person so much, right? You have to find a way to put them there, but not make them the center stage so that they get the idea of it. Those horns are ridiculously big. You're talking about almost 2 feet off this girl's head. So now a horn's here, face here, how do you get that and make it successful enough so that they notice the makeup? Y'all feel me? Y'all feel me? Yeah. You guys, oh, thank you. And I'm not ignoring the chat. You guys just aren't important. I'm just kidding. All right. Sometimes those eye sockets aren't just deep, they're on angles. Straight forward, you can't see the eyes on this makeup. Look at it, right? And a good trick for this is if you ask your model, are you looking at the prosthetic right now? Because if they are, you're blocking, their eye is blocked, right? So you try to get them in a pose, rotate that eye till they don't see the prosthetic, and that's where you're gonna start getting that shot from. This is a very clean makeup, but I can only get so many angles on it. And where's that flaw? Is it the makeup artist? Is it the prosthetic that got designed? Maybe it just wasn't the right prosthetic for someone of this small of a skull size. Does that make sense? What's up?
There's no Photoshop on that?
There's no Photoshop. Yeah, I don't got time for Photoshop, sir. Excuse me.
Ever.
All right, ever. Sometimes the proportions are insane, and sometimes you want to lean into them. This is from Dragon Ball Z, right?
Oh, right.
Yeah. So there's actually an LED in the forehead, which was so low in power, it was hard to get it to come out in exposure. So this is a really slow shutter, just very controlled, man. It's very controlled, but because the head was so massive, remember I said it could turn into a bobblehead? Eliminate the body. Get wide angle, step into it, lean into how ridiculous those proportions are and make those ridiculous proportions work as the shot. Feel me? What's up? So the question online, when you get a shoot, do you know what the character is ahead of time as a description? So that's the thing, is like, I kind of do and I kind of don't. You get a shot list, like I said, Fire and Ice, cool. Had Ghost of Titanic, great. What? You know, and I didn't put that one in here, but that is in my Shutter Drag demo, which I'll do later on this year, this year, whatever, we'll find out. I kind of get an idea. You gotta realize makeup artists give you a title because they have a dream in their head. And then you go, welcome back to reality, this doesn't look anything like that. Here's what's gonna work for this. And you kind of have to consult a little bit. It depends on who the client is. If your makeup artist is the client, like you're doing their book for them, you gotta kind of listen to them because they're trying to put out work that they wanna get hired for, right? If you're talking to an art director, if you're talking to a production that's going, hey, we need to screen test these characters so that we can go get funding for a few million to make this movie, those guys need to see what they're trying to sell, right? But if it's me, if it's for my shot, I'm hiring the artist that I think can do what I'm trying to do, right? So you have to kind of lean into who the client is and who that shot's for, because if you're happy with it, congratulations. Let me throw you a parade. They hate it and they're never going to see you again, right? So you got to kind of pick and choose your battles. Oh, sometimes they can be super funny. Sometimes they're not grimy. This is an 18-year-old girl. It's supposed to look like a handbag from Florida, you know? Too much sun, over-injected lips, and but what's the technique we're going to use here? We're going to get that texture. We're going to pull that texture out, right? Because the makeup is the texture. So here we're not hiding it so much, but I did want to give like a little bit of a glamour routine because, you know, she's fabulous. Look at this, you know? And I think, oh no, I did, okay. Sometimes you got to really pay attention to the paint. It's just as important. There's not a lot of prosthetic here, but look at the collarbone area, right? What time are we at? Oh, get me a makeup art. Get me that kid down here now. We're gonna start shooting. We're already half an hour deep. Cal, can you go pull him? All right, sorry guys. This is probably my most famous shot I've done for makeup artists. It went viral. Exaggerate the proportions, but also understand the character. You get them in a pose that people recognize, then they start putting the pieces together. You know, I swear to God, we're gonna shoot, guys, I promise. I just get a little crazy. Completely different looks here, same makeup. I shot this for the D850 release right here with just speed lights for Adorama TV. My first video on Adorama TV was this. Look at how different the looks are. This is our own Marissa. Red hair, blue-eyed, amazing Marissa. Bing. Look how different the paint looks just by changing the light. Massive.
You were using 2 lights?
I was using on here 1, 2, 3 lights on this and 4 lights on that. 4 lights on that, yeah. See how you can actually notice that there's a bulge in the forehead as part of the prosthetic? You light to get that hit, right? We got to get shooting here. All right, blah, blah, blah. Shot to the power, shutter drag. Fetus. How do you shoot a fetus? Well, I shoot a Vaseline plastic over the lens and we get ourselves inside there, right? Great. I thought that'd be a good way to start over. All right, so we're going to get going shooting here. Any questions before I get going into this? Nothing.
How long have you been shooting?
I've been shooting for about 25 years. Special effects has been about 15 of it. And I started in BMX and skateboarding, ended up in the studio somehow. I don't know what happened. Come to me. Oh boy, okay. Are you okay, sir? Do you know where you are? Everybody, Keith, the store manager here at Adorama. Give me camera one. Yeah, you feeling all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, check on them. They've been sitting for a while. They've been having chemicals around their face. They're groggy. You get 2 kinds of people out of an FX chair. They're either super groggy or overly amped and you got to calm them down. He's half dead. So, but to be real, the first thing you got to realize is, okay, what's this creature? We know some things just by looking at him. Yes, it's humanoid, but it's what type of humanoid? Reptilian, lizard-like, right? But he's wearing a nice jacket. So is he savage? Does he have no well-being? He has a mental prowess about him, right? So are we gonna go into poses that are caveman and savage and beast-like, or are we gonna get nobility out of him? He's got a head in him, right? He knew to zip this jacket. What is this? Come on. Oh, Bobby.
Is it green?
Is it green? So I knew what the prosthetic was. I wasn't so sure what the paint was. I knew we were gonna go into this cool tone greener palette. Didn't know how bright, but look how amazing. Come over here. Come here, Bubby. Right there. See that? Right there. So give me a good smile. Put teeth in there. So we have details to work with. The first thing we're going to look at is how much off the face have they built up. Not too bad, you know. If we turn them a little bit, you can see an ear through our bald cap. Do we care about that? With a lizard creature, not so much. It can be bony and it can we can sell it. But we just got to watch our lights coming from the back. The other thing we're going to do is look at me. Is I right away I'm looking for things they missed because they've been looking at this makeup for so long. They sometimes miss things like eyeliner. And all of a sudden there's a pink fleshy waterline. You're like, what? So what I like to do is pull out my phone and just get the job done on my cell phone and just forget it. Pete's like, I know. Okay. What I do is this is a hard light. So what I'm doing is I'm just scanning around it to see any edges pop up from hard light. We can always make, lights always start off hard with nothing on them. We can soften them up, right? So I'm just trying to see from the points. You're always gonna watch here. You're always gonna watch here. Chins are a nightmare. Almost nobody's chin is the same. So if a prosthetic, oh man, she killed, look at you. All right, Katrina. Is there glitter on this, Katrina? Where is she? Yeah, come right here. Katrina, come up here, I got something for you. First of all, this is my makeup artist, Katrina, who did this makeup. Everybody, get over here. A long time ago, I shot a makeup for Katrina and I actually got a print made for her from, get over here. Stop being that weird makeup artist. And I shot this for her on stage at Adorama's Inspire years ago on a metal print. Give me camera one. So, super metallic. Oh, it's another cool tone creature. This is for you, kid. And let me just tell you something. I shot for 15 years, right? Shot that, probably easily 100 makeups a month, right? First one I call is Katrina when I want to do a makeup. So thank you, Katrina, for doing this, everybody. Good, put this in me. Did you put glitter on here?
It's just iridescent.
Did you put glitter on my makeup?
It's iridescence.
It's glitter. Was he going to a club? All right. So we got a fancy alien, right? All right. Every makeup artist sneaks in some weird habit they have, okay? She tends to give me this alien race that has a single ponytail like 40 times. That's like her thing. But it's kind of the thing, right? Like our style, their style. So when you're hiring a makeup artist, you got to kind of lean on what, like some of them are more towards orcish and earthbound type things. Some are really into injury and can really give you that realistic look. So, I'll just say in the nicest way, I've spent a lot of times in morgues. So how can I put this without sounding weird?
You already messed up on that.
It's a longer story.
It's a longer story. It's a longer story, but I learned what really does look like what it's supposed to be when I get the makeup. And so you kind of have to hope that they do as well. If you do something that's injury, death related, zombie, or you're doing CSI crime scene stuff, which is a lot of the stuff I had to shoot was for crime scene type stuff. It's not just FX. All right, let's get going here. How you feeling? You all right?
Good, yeah.
Turn straight to me. First of all, you've been sitting a while. You've been sitting a while. First thing you want to check is, did the makeup make it onto the wardrobe? Because it's either skin or it's paint, right? Why Photoshop it if you don't have to? And this is a great jacket. My man is super into Star Trek, and this is from the new season. Yeah. Let me see the back of it. Oh, spin for me, girl. Look at that. Nice. So we have a sleek look to this, so we're kind of going to go for that. First thing we're going to do for any demo we ever shoot, what's the first shot we're going to do, guys?
Black screen.
Black screen. And why is that? Ambient light. We want to know that we're only recording the light we're creating, right? Oh, dude. Lift up your chair. I swear we're pros. Okay. I'm going to shoot with a Nikon Z9 tonight. I know I'm slumming it. It's a 24 to 120 full f4, right? Like I said, I want to have all that focal range and I want to watch my distance because wider angle stepping in, warping out. Stepping back, longer lens, we're kind of crushing things a little bit. And we're going to have that ability. And we have so much to work with here. She did a great job on the horns. I don't really see Katrina. I'm going to have to ask you to mess something up at some point so I can fix it. Okay, we got, it's all lighting. It's going to be awesome. Watch. All right, let's get a black frame. I'm going to shoot starting at f8. F8, not just because of ambient, because I need to get into these eye sockets. Look, if you look straight, see his eyes? Turn towards me with just your face. You see how the eye is completely either covered or there? It's in there. Their prosthetics always do this like diagonal curve because it's always built on top, right? Always on top. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, do it. Do my job for me, guys. Just keep shooting. Thank you. Look at this. Unbelievable. All right, let's get a shot. I'm going to, first of all, any questions before I get, we are going to get into this. So you guys got any questions? Anybody online? Seth is already regretting doing this. Nah, Brad, I'm all right.
Got his name badge on under the jacket. No.
That's great because he's got to scan to get into the ship, son. I'm telling you.
All premeditated.
One thing I do notice about this, the glitter aside, there's no like wet look to it, right? We don't have sebaceous glands going on here. So we're going to see what actually comes out of this. A lot of times you want deeper colors. You're going to want to throw that sheen on there, just like a gloss print that has deeper blacks. Oh, let's just shoot the black frame. I'm sorry. Let's do this. I'm like talking too much. All right, Keith, turn to me. Look at you, darling. All right. We're going to do the black frame and raw. ISO 100, 200th of a second, f8. Let's see what we get. The eye detection works on this, which I just kind of love, you know? So we've got a black frame here. We are void of ambient light, so we're good to go. I just want to get going because we've been talking for too much, all right? So first thing we're going to do is we're going to set up a key light. What I tend to do is start symmetrically and work from there because you can always rotate depending on where they're going to be standing. When you shoot high volume, you've got to get a formula down. The shots you're going to get in the front, Turn them one way once. Turn them the other way once and get them offset because you got 20 other things to shoot. That's really what it is. So start, don't go, no, start getting what you can out of that pose, and then that pose is over, okay? And I'm not gonna treat it like that because I'm gonna be nice to you tonight, just tonight, all right? I'm gonna shoot with ProPhoto B10Xs tonight, 250 watt lights. And the reason I'm doing that is because I need a little bit more power than the speed lights and A2s and stuff you guys have seen me shoot with. Why? Why? Come on. You got all these cameras pointing at me. Nobody's a photographer. What's going on? What's up? Why do I need more power here? I'm closing down. If I'm closing down, I'm not going to want to be at full power all night and wait for this thing to recycle. We want to have enough power to play with, all right? Power to play with. The power is yours. We're going to be shooting on black tonight, and we're doing that because black can be literally anything. Could be night, could be a void. Let your viewer fill it in. If it's a gray background, it's automatically DMV shots. Automatically a yearbook, right? But if it's black, did you notice that all those shots you just saw were on black? Did you care that it was on black? But you bought it and made that fish look like it was night in the lightning, right? Except Pete was like, I knew that was black. All right. Pete, always Pete. All right, let's do this. You guys all right? Yeah. Oh, I hate quiet crowds, man. This is the 1.3 by 1.3 box. It is my favorite softbox of all time. And I mean that, not just because Cliff Hauser's staring at me like he's gonna kill me. This is, what this does is allows me to get a small light source. What is a small light source gonna give me? Harder light, not harsh light, harder light, which means definitive shadows. Look at all this texture we're playing games with, right? I want that detail. What gives me detail? The shadow, contrast. Now it's up to us to refine the density of that shadow so it doesn't look like a bunch of mooks shot this, right? So this lets me get in there, but because it's double diffused, it scatters the light while keeping it harder. The scattering gets me out of jail with highlights. So if it is a shiny makeup, we don't see all that crazy burn. Let's shoot. I'm talking like forever here. All right. I'm gonna hang it over and we're gonna do it symmetrical to start and we're gonna see what we're looking at because who knows? I haven't shot. Oh, you wearing contacts? Oh, those are your eyes? Wow. No, they're green as hell. Look at that. I guess, all right, yeah. And also, if you guys are shooting with contacts, do not do it haphazardly. You're dealing with something that can cause a lot of health issues. And I don't mean to make this seem like it's too much to get into, but get a lens tech, someone that's qualified to handle something that's touching someone's eyes, okay? All right, let's get this up in the air. You feeling all right?
Yeah.
You been sitting a while?
Yeah.
Did you get water?
No.
Do you want water?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right. If you hit the ground, you're staying there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. If you hit the ground. It's a dead alien. It's an alien autopsy. All right, turn straight to me. Distance of this is gonna matter. The farther we pull it, the more we're gonna drag those shadows. It's like sundials. And I use that to my advantage all the time. Sometimes I boost it all the way up in the sky because I want that drag, and then we use other lights to refine it. Let's get a shot off because I'm still talking too much. I don't actually shoot, guys. I hope you guys know that. We're just gonna keep joshing forever. All right, let's turn this on. Let me turn off every other light that's in here. Any questions before I get rolling here? So I'm gonna start with TTL so that I get a base metering. If you guys end up shooting on a black background and your TTL freaks out, it's because it's trying to light the black sometimes. If that happens, switch to spot metering. It's gonna prioritize the place you're metering, which is your focus point. So just a quick tip. You're welcome. Calm down, Pete. Jeez. All right, let's put on TTL. I love that the eye, can I get this to show up actually? Does this show up? No, it doesn't. That's all right. Let's come to me here and a little step closer. Right there, yeah. So also notice how it's in front of him, not on him. We're cascading that light, right? Oh, am I on? I am on tether, okay. Sorry guys at home, I'm making you dizzy. Let's take a look. And we're done. You're welcome. Single light and you're out. No, we can make this cooler, believe it or not. What aren't we getting out of this? An ambiance, an atmosphere. We're not getting like something that's really ripping into our eyeballs and makes us want to stay there, right? But check it out. It's sharp, man. And we're in there. So we're doing good as far as not blocking out the prosthetic. We're also looking for what? What is the one thing I'm really looking for all the time that we always have to correct for? I said it like 16 times. Edges. Guys, you are amazing. All right, so right here, this would be an edge of a prosthetic. Looks pretty good. The paint's a little shallow here. Katrina, no, it's fine. But there's nothing up here, right? That just burns right, that just blends right into the skull, right? We're into that. And we're checking the mouth because that's always an edge, right? It's always an edge. These have to breathe, have to eat, you know? Your teeth are filthy though, sir. So now let's do another single light, but from underneath and see what we get there, okay? Any questions yet? No? Awesome, let's go. This is where I usually change up the modifier to a larger one. The reason that is, it's usually at an angle and usually at a pattern that's already too harsh. Oh, I'm sorry. It's already gonna give you that craziness. We don't need it to be harder because we're mostly gonna use it to ease into the subject with the light. Underneath light's already off-putting. It's already weird. It's already too much. Make it a little easier. So I usually use a 2x3 softbox. I'm gonna use this OCF from, what is this company? Profoto? What is this? Profoto sounds like a fake name. You know what? This stand is too high. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna switch to a travel stand, which I conveniently have right here. So convenient. Who knew that would be in here? We want to make sure that we can get this as low as we can until we need it up, right? We want to get it to a point where it's either right underneath our lens or as far down as we can get it. So this is a Manfrotto Nano stand. There's a lot of stands. This one's just super light and small, and I'm not doing anything crazy because the Profoto is super light, you know? It's a light, and I'm good to go. See, now what we can do is drop this to the floor. Look how much, look, right? Bada bing, right? We don't care about his shoes, right? I'm good. Yay, awesome. Rest in peace, shorty stand. I was really looking forward to using a shorty tonight, but is what it is. All right, let's get this in here. What's a friend in this situation? Modeling lights, because you can actually see the pattern as you're going through it. I'm gonna shut off A. I'm gonna go into B, which is this light, and I'm gonna put on that modeling light, and look at me. All right. We're doing the same straight up. What you're end up gonna, one of the ways I refine the light just that much is I make sure this, sometimes, it sucks because this is gonna be so specific to whatever you're shooting, but a good trick to refine is have this reflect off your key light to be that fill light. This can be a subtle reflector. So what ends up happening is you get more of a blend with the contrast. Does that make sense to you guys? You start seeing those midtones not be in such shock. Does that make sense? A little crazy? I know, it's all right. So I'm gonna take 2 shots. One with him where we're cascading it, which, nah, and then we're gonna change his pose and see what changes on that. So look straight at me. Relax, what is this up in, come on, man. What is this? What is this? Get loose, man. You're a lizard, man. Look at me. Chin down a little bit. Beautiful. Let's take a look. All right. Underneath lights too much. Also, this is some hokey junk, guys. This is not how we shoot FX. Everyone on the count of 3 says, we do not shoot like this. 1, 2, 3.
We do not shoot like this.
Thank you. Now, what I'm gonna do is, with your hips hinged forward, chin down a little bit, tilt like this, and then it changes a lot when you start changing their position to that bottom light. And the reason that is because changing the position of your model is the same as changing the position of the light. Now, if I take this A light, I take this B light, I'm gonna take a stop and a half out of the B light. Why? I don't want it to shape him. I want my key light to shape him. Because my key light is what? What's a key light?
The light that defines the scene.
The light that defines the shape of our subject. All right? Everyone says it's the main light like Pete. It's not right. Don't be like Pete. All right? All right, look at me. Chin down a little bit. Turn your shoulders this way a little bit. Tilt like this. Relax, relax. Small movements, subtle movements. Come on, get loose with me. Come on. Chin down a little bit. Tilt like this. Yeah, beautiful. Look right here. Right. Oh, that was a hair trigger. Way too much light. Why? Because now we have 2 lights going on and we put in the fill to reflect off that key light, remember? So now it's combining that light. I'm not in TTL anymore. All right? If I take down that top light, chin down a little bit, beautiful. Look at you. You're gonna get all the kids. Boom, bang, All right, so yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty, sure. The one on the left is just an overhead. The one on the right is an underneath light. Sure, great, I guess. It's up to you, I don't know. However, if we take this ratio and you flip it, we have this ratio set for key light, fill light, right? Right? Right!
Yes.
If I flip it, I'll get that refined underneath light. So I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna drop it down to here, and take this, drop it to here. We're gonna, remember that stop and a half? I'm flipping it, right? Look at me. Chin down a little bit. Tilt like this. Turn this way. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah? Lean to me a little bit, chin down a little bit. And now we have that underneath look without it being child's play. Now, we go a step further. We take that overhead light and we drag those shadows again, right? How do we drag them? Remember, sundial, right? Not changing the power. The power on the light, the power that's set to that light is not your exposure. That light is trying to keep up with your exposure that you set in camera. Everyone tell me that. Power of my light is not my exposure. It's just numbers that are trying to keep up with where you're at. I'm gonna pull that light away because you see on the forehead on the right, we're getting that bit of burn, and that's cool, but what if we get the texture to come out more than a burn? And when I say burn, I mean highlight. Look at me. Beautiful. Chin down a little bit. Beautiful. Look at you. Almost a pro. So same, did I change anything in my settings? No, but 8 inches of a top light moving away changes a lot, doesn't it? And this is where precision comes in. It's a little dark, right? I'm leaving it. And you know why? Because I got 2 other lights up here. But but seriously, this is something to consider because when these lights come into play, what do you think they're going to reflect off of? The other lights. It's going to give me that third of a stop in there that you think it's a little too dark. Pete's already judged me. Look at, he's lean, look at his lean. Look at this lean. However, look at the difference in the texture of that forehead, right? What's giving you more out of this, right? These are the subtle things that no one realizes you're doing, but some reason they like the shot. We have to care about it because we're shooting it, right? We get complacent easily. Don't. Joe McNally's always told me, don't stop when you think you got it. There's always another one after that. All right? And as like Dan Norton always says, shoot till it looks bad. It's true. That's true. I'm going to shut these 2 lights off because we're going to go into the rim lights. What's a rim light? Separation. It does separate, but what's a rim light really? What is it really though? A rim light is a light that we're going to put to define a silhouette, the shape of our subject. Right. I use 1x6s for this a lot because there's a lot of times that I'm looking for the light to look larger, even if I'm not putting it in the frame. It has to feel like it's something. An atmosphere isn't a 1x2. An atmosphere light, something that's reflecting from a garage across the street when that zombie's chasing you, isn't this big. It's reflecting off of a street. So I go with 1x6s. I really like the Pro Photo ones. I don't know how to explain it. There's a spread to them. I just prefer these ones. I don't know why. I've tried some other brands that were 1x6s, and I think that there's just something to the beam angle when it leaves the strip that I'm happy with this. This is just me, and we're shooting something super specific. I also have the ability to rip that grid off when I need to get that light to spread more. I can rip off the front baffle if I want to get that hard gleam. If I want to make it look like there's some headlights chasing Keith, I can do it, right? Spaceship stuff, cool. Let's get him lit up because I'm talking too much again. And everybody good?
Yeah.
All right. So with the rim lights, we don't want to do this. We want to do this. Notice how in the front, we're raking across. Why wouldn't we do the same in the back? You're going to run into issues though. If you're in a small space with white walls, guess what's going to happen? It's going to bounce around a little bit. V-flats are your friend, right? If you notice, everything I have is a recessed box. Tight, tries not to spill. Me and Dan Norton, totally different. Homeboy loves everything to spill everywhere. I'm like, no, laser beams. And that's how we are different photographers, really, right? So I'm going to tilt this a little bit down and forward. And we're going to do both at the same time to save time. Is that all right? Cool? All right, let's just do this. Any questions, guys? Is this too fast? Is this helpful at all? Say yes. Thank you. Jeez, can you talk? Come on. What is this? It's Halloween, man. Don't you want to like just live? So what I typically do for my rim lights, because I like them to be really present in special effects, is I tend to put them a stop over whatever my key light is. Because if I'm exposing from my key light, this will burn just that harder. The other thing you have to remember is rim lights, because of the angle they are towards the lens, always look overexposed, even if they're technically on exposure because of the perception of them. So if I'm only giving it a stop up, it's really gonna look like 2 stops. All right, so let me go into this. I'm gonna give it a bunch of light, and we're gonna go into that. Are these up? Boop. Ah, beautiful. I'm a big fan of modeling lights because if you ever shot with speed lights forever, you go, oh my God, this is amazing modeling lights. Also, if you ever have a problem focusing in a studio, you don't have enough light. Mirrorless cameras are living in the sensor. If the sensor starved for light, which we did to get rid of all the ambient light, things struggle. This is a little fakak. Let me get a little zhuzh. All right. All right. I'm going to shut off A and B, and we're going to go right for the rims. And I always keep my rims separated, C and D. I don't do both on the same channel because I'm going to want to shut one off of the other sometimes, right? All right, let's do this. Shut off A, shut off meow. And let's just see what these rims look like. Look right at me. Step like right. Actually, you know what? Go. Yeah, okay, not so much. Yeah, I'm going to move. The space is so small, Fernando. Oh, every photographer says this to me. They're so ungrateful. Let's take a look. Subtle rim lights. So they'll give us something, right? And I'm 2 stops away from full power here, just so you have an idea. We're going through grids, 2 stops of diffusion, and filling 1/6. It's a lot of light. Still isn't that crazy, but yeah, it technically is a little bit hot. However, I don't care. I'm gonna turn on A and B and just see what we get going on here. And then I'm gonna show you a really quick way to I'll show you in a minute. I'm like talking and I'm not doing. Chin down a little bit, turn this way for me. Yeah, beautiful. Turn it to me a little bit. Beautiful. Tilt, chin down. Yeah, look at you. If you notice, I say chin down a lot because the eyes are sunk in, guys. So we were here. We threw in a bottom light somewhere here. And now, see how that one on the right is just that extra bright? Because we threw in that other light, that's gonna affect the rest of those lights anyway. Big difference, right? From, yeah, we shot it on the left, right? Big difference. Look how much deeper his eyes look. Look how much longer the horns appear, right? How defined the jawline is. And all that texture, man. Look at what we were missing. Look at how much we were missing, right? This is all from trying to understand what we're trying to pull out. If there's no destination, we have no journey. You've got to make a choice of where you're going with these makeups. Now you say, well, Seth, I see you use a lot of gels and blah. And I go, yeah, I know. Pete, calm down. Like, it's enough. Geez, Pete. One of the things I do a lot, and I usually don't like to teach like this because it does throw a monkey wrench into it. I use a lot of CTO gels and rip my white balance apart. Organic light comes from temperature rather than just throwing colors around. If I just threw colors and lights, they're just colored lights. If you're doing temperature, which is a global adjustment to our scene, right? It goes blue, it goes orange, whatever. If you follow my YouTube channel, we did green and it was awesome, I think. You guys I'm looking at you guys in green. But when we do it globally by temperature, the color theory affects what it's casting onto differently than if it was a colored gel. Because it's a calibration. It's not a shade of orange. All right, if you threw an orange gel into a light and put your your camera in tungsten, would it go neutral? No, but if it was a CTO, it would. And in fact, oh, they're right here. Look at this, CTO gel, it's so convenient. Look at this, hey, CTO gels. All right, let's do this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw these in front of my key and fill. We're gonna go into a tungsten white balance. I tend to do a custom white balance for this. We're going fast and filthy today, so I'm not doing that, and you're not worth it, and you're definitely not worth it. So we're gonna do this. Any questions while I do this? Nothing? Come on.
What white balance are you on now?
Right now I'm on 5,000K because I tend to believe cameras shoot better at 5,000, especially if you're sending light through modifiers that tend to warm it up anyway. So I tend to cool it down by 600 points. This is the most non-elegant way to do this, but whatever. If you haven't noticed, I dress like a janitor and when I shoot like one too, and I don't care. So right now, I'm probably gonna slip this into like a 3300 Kelvin, and we'll adjust from there. The good thing about this stuff is, it's paint, not skin tone, right? It's kind of, we have a little bit of creative freedom on what it could look like, right? However, you're gonna see that those white rim lights are nice, but what if those rims were cold? Then we start getting moonlight, we start getting ambiance, start getting a feel to it. If you notice, a lot of my rim lights are cold, right? This is why. I'm gonna try to remember where I put this, somewhere about there. My other gel is over here. And then I think we're gonna do a really difficult shot after this because it's getting a little, yeah, you know? You're bored, right? Nah? You sure? You're looking at me pretty bored. I don't own gel holders. Cliff Hausner never gave me gel holders, so I'm using gaff tape. This is all Cliff Hausner's fault. Oh, it is what it is, Cliff. Don't try to change me. Don't try to change me.
That's the social media handle.
What's my handle?
No, it's
Oh, Cliff Hausner? Cliff Hausner loves DMs about how he doesn't do right by me. All right. So we just put a gel on. What's something that could happen here? We lose a little bit of light. If light is going through something, we lose a little bit of light, right? I don't think we're gonna run into that problem, but just to be on the safe side, I'm just gonna open my camera from f8 to 7.1 because I feel like it's a global adjustment. I don't really care if those rims blow out and I'm good, right? We're gonna go into our white balance. You can either throw it into tungsten. I don't really like doing that. I like doing it as an actual Kelvin value. We'll do 33 or whatever. So now I'm blue, everybody's blue. You're all smurfed out. Oh, you decided to come back?
I did. I couldn't resist.
Couldn't resist. All right, chin down a little. Drop those hands. What is this? What are you, nervous? No. It's the only time I get to do this to them all year, so. All right, chin down a little bit, tilt, and then lean to me a little bit. Yeah, beautiful. And I'm gonna throw those rims up a half a stop because I really want you to see it. And we'll talk about this in a second. I love that the eye autofocus works on this thing. Chin down a little bit. Yeah. Let's take a look. Real quick mood change, isn't it? Gives you a little bit more of that spaceship sci-fi look, right? Oh, wait a second. Do I have a cheesy gimmick right here? Yes, I do. Fog doesn't show up magically. You got to put light through it. I see you guys at trade shows doing this and nothing shows in your photos. You have to throw light through it. We got lights from behind him. What better time, right? We also could shape him. Actually, before I do the fog, let me show you this really quick. So I got two rims. This is C. I'm gonna take C and I'm gonna shut it off. And I just want you to see how that also can do a quick change. Chin down a little bit, tilt, beautiful. Oh, like a pro. Really quick changes, right? Bing, bing, bing. Now we're fading to black. What does that allow me to do? Maybe I'll throw a light on the background and change the color of that to something. But as long as we go from a highlight to our neutral, where we want that exposure, to dark, to then a color on the background, that is a layer after layer after layer of an eyeball to travel. They're not even gonna know why they like the shot, they just like it. It's not boring after a while. I'm gonna keep both rim lights on because, why not? I don't know. Because Pete deserves 2 rim lights, that's why. Because Pete deserves 2 rim lights. All right, chin down. Oh yeah, let's do the gimmick. I don't really like doing fog, by the way. I'm just gonna be on record as saying that, but this is part show, gotta be a demo. Why not?
Channel your Gavin Howard.
Kind of like Gavin, chin down a little bit. Nothing, right? Because the light's too soft and isn't gonna do anything, so I'm not gonna bother with this because I don't really wanna do it. Is that fair? Can we go on to a different shot? Great. The other thing you can do, I really don't feel like playing with fog for 5 minutes, so we're not doing it. You can start shifting our light to a complete corner of the side. So instead of us just doing a symmetrical light, turn this way for me. This way, this way. Yeah, chin down a little bit. Turn, look right here. Now, here's all the light that I created. Here's a rim light ripping, right? So we're gonna change the feel of this by having that be a really hard aspect of the light. Chin down a little bit. Beautiful, oh yeah. We lose that eye, but you gain that midnight just by a few inches the other way. So There's just really quick things you can change up to get a different feel. So instead of being completely symmetrical, you darken that side out. You could even more if we keep moving. I don't want to waste time on this. I just want to keep going, all right? So I'm gonna, how much time do I got? Oh, 6 already? Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. The most gimmick shot I do here ever. You're all gonna take out your phones and give me your flashlights pointed at me. And what we're gonna do for him is a shutter drag to rip all your lights at me to make it look like hyperspace. All right? I totally ruined the surprise. All right, let me get you right here and turn towards me. Yeah, actually that green might be cool. I don't know what's gonna happen here. Never did this shot here before. And you've never been here with your phones before, so I don't know. This is where we go off the rails, everyone. Whoa! What's one thing I gotta remember to do? Shut these lights off because it's gonna rip this way, right? Any questions? So what we're gonna do first is get a baseline for the shot, then I'm gonna work the shutter drag, okay? Because we gotta learn how slow we can go with that shutter before there's an issue, right? So let me get a shot of him. Chin down, look right at, yeah, oh my man, look at you. Love it. Okay, we're using a fast shutter speed here, right? If I take down, actually I can do this in real time. You guys wanna see it in real time? Here, if I do this, you can see, no, put him down. I'll let you know. Whoa, now you got life. Now you're excited. Chin down a little bit. All right, look, this is without the flash on, right? Now, if I slow that shutter, we start seeing the store come in, right? We're at 1/10 of a second, but we have an exposure on him. If there's an exposure on him, he will blur also. Does that make sense to you guys? So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna shut off the lights that are shining on him and turn off my modeling lights. Now let's take a look at him. Yeah, much better, right? We got a 1/15 of a second here. I'm gonna just quickly take a shot. We'll see what happened. All right, that's actually not bad, right? Notice how it's all blue, right? Because we're in that tungsten white balance, right? I kind of want to go slower than this. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna take my ISO and drop it back to 64. This is the exact reason why I don't shoot at 64 to begin with. I have a get out of jail free to gain that ability if I want. 64 to 100, quality difference, not so big. Exposure gives me a little bit more of an edge, right? Now, I can close down to F8, and I can slow down my shutter even more and add just a little bit more light in, and we're good. So I'm gonna go into these lights, I'm gonna give it in like, I don't know, like a 3/4 of a stop. Let me just see what it looks like. See that, right? It looks the same, but I'm able to go to a 1/13 of a second instead of a 20th, gaining that much. Now let's see what it looks like on rear sync before the phones. Calm down, Pete. Jeez, unbelievable, this guy. We're getting that drag, but I want to do it even worse. So, all right. Okay, all right. A lot of black in there. Where are your phones, people? Where are you? What is this? You like that? I think we need a little bit more light on him, though, so I'm actually going to give the overhead light a little bit help. Man, this shirt is drenched. All right. Everybody, phone lights up. Fernando, you're killing me. You're killing me. All right, so we need more phone lights, but you see where we're going, right? I'm gonna give him a little more light on the key light because it's just not showing up, obviously, right? All right, everybody phone lights up. I'm gonna do it horizontally so I can get all you guys in there. And they'll give me a thumbnail, chin down a little bit. Actually, you know what, Keith? I'm the problem. He's not even lit. I'm the problem. Everybody boo me. Everybody boo me.
Whoa!
You get too happy about doing that. All right, phones up. I need some right here. A little bit of hyperspace. Is he sharp? Nah, we need to get less light on him. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cheat. You know why? Because I built this place and I can. So I'm gonna turn off these. What's the problem with these? They're reflecting off of this. If they're reflecting off of this, they're making exposure on him. They're making exposure on him, slow shutter affects him. We want him to be a silhouette here, okay? So I'm gonna cheat my brains out because I'm dying on this live stream. Let's cut out stage left and stage right. Because there's a stage here all of a sudden, if you didn't notice, guys.
Theater.
All right, theater. You know what? I'm doing all of it. I don't care. I'm living dangerous, son. All right. Chin down a little bit. There's something. Oh, this light. Jeez. I'm looking at it like clear as day. I'm like, what is lighting this dude? Look at you. Beautiful. And that's sharp, dude. But I don't got enough phones. So in the back, go high. In the front, go low, and get like aim around his shoulders, okay?
More in the front.
Actually, you know what? I know what I'm gonna do.
There you go.
Ah, it's not enough phones, guys. Are you? What is this? You're not. Oh.
Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. What the heck?
All right. Phones up. I'm gonna look for him. Hold on. All right. Everyone, bunch in a little bit. All right. Let's do this. I'm having a hard time seeing what I'm doing. Man, hold on.
Killing me.
You're killing me. Hang on. Don't worry about the phones yet. I'm just trying to figure something out really quick. Who just said that? All right, now pull your phones up because look at that shot, Mook. Let's go.
Oh, Lino.
Now we're talking about New York. I guess we're just missing. It's sharp. We need something here, right?
Yeah.
What do we got that makes light?
I mean,
Do me a favor. You guys put your phones down. Look, you get in the front, Pete. Let's go. Get up, Pete.
He said it. I got you. I'll go.
Hey, do you have a C1?
Yes. I do it.
I have two of them.
Use it now. I'm getting ways away.
Phones up, please. God damn it.
You all right, man?
My shin is killing me. All right. Let me see if I can see where the lights are. Put them lower. All right. And then you on the side. Put it in here.
Low?
Yeah, here we go. Ready? Let's see what we can do. Yo! All right.
I like Ryan's participation.
Sharp enough. Listen, this is. I just want to get this like a little cleaner. I think we're zooming out. I'm zooming out a little too much. We want to see more of Keith, I think, right? We don't need all the strobiness. So I'm gonna go here.
low, Cliff, lower.
Lower.
There, man.
That's sharp. And we got some streaks. Look at. You can see how I'm shaking too because I'm making these little circles while I'm moving. You guys get it though, right? Now I'm wondering if I can use those.
Mix the blue figure it out. I got some.
Hang on. Let me see if we can make these look. Yeah, come over here. No more, come on, stop. You give me a seizure. See.
So you want the lights?
Remember how I used the grids in those other shots to make vents? I got a bunch of gridded lights over here. Oh, come over here. This might actually work for now. Oh, yo! All right, let's go. All right, so I'm gonna speed up my shutter because we're not going for such a drag. What we're going for is to get those lights to even show up, right? And we're shooting pretty close down. We film at a 60th at f4. Well, I'm at f8. So we're gonna go down to like a 40th. That sounds about right to me. Oh yeah, chin down, slate. Yeah. Oh man. I'm digging this. Watch it suck now. That looks pretty ball. I think it looks cool. Is that not cool? Can I get a consensus? Is it cool? All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this top light down a little more to fill in those underneath shadows a little bit. Any questions online? No, right? I know. I haven't done a demo in a long time. If you haven't figured it out, I just gotta hydrate. Any questions while I don't die? All right. But you see how we just went from a portrait to a wide angle and I'm not changing lenses? I'm working fast, right? The power of zooms. What's up, Portugal? It looks good, right? Step over a little bit. Not so much, not so much. Yeah, yeah. And that chin down a little, kind of lean to me. Yo, attaboy, attaboy. Look at you. Look at that punum. All right. Now,
I know.
it's just dead space now, right? You think we should throw the phone lights in? Or do you think we should keep going to keeping it dark?
Anybody?
Actually, you know what? I'm going to drag it and do the same thing I just did because I can. Let's just do it. I'm going to drag this. Nah, it's too much room light. Nah, doesn't work. Because if those lights just made those beams, they're at a pitched angle. They're not straight, so they're not going to give us that streak that we want. We tried it, though, and that's all that matters. We get a gold star for trying, right? You did it till it went bad. But also, what does that? What does that underneath shot do, right? Here's what I actually think I'm going to do. I think I'm going to throw a rim light in here, shoot a little bit tighter, and sculpt him out so that's not just black for the bottom third of the third of the frame. And I can do that because those are battery-powered strobes. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Profono. You want to hold? You want to help me?
Yeah, you want both lights or one light?
I'm gonna throw. Actually, I wonder if I should just throw it on the floor and rip it up from under. Actually, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, take it off the stand. So instead of doing the two rims underneath, pitch it up and just rip it, right?
Hold on. Let me just pop this up. It's on standby.
Let me get you in there, Keith. I did not expect this to go this way, but that's what a live demo is, man. I'm wondering if we should take the grid off. We'll find out. All right, so pretty much what we're going for is this shot with not so much black behind it. It's got to go lower, Cliff. Yeah, that's good. Oh, is it even on? Nope.
It's on. This light's on.
It's not on the trigger.
No?
I got it.
It's on.
I got it. All right, here we go. All right, so the reason that happened, I was still on the slow shutter, right? So that means all that ambient light came in, right? If we go like this, okay. I think we got to take the grid off of that.
Okay.
Narrow beam angle, how's it going to spread on his jacket if it's only going up into the sky, right? And then,
Look back to him a little bit.
yeah.
Try that.
Chin down a little bit. Yeah. Man, let me see if this is, let me just do a super wide and see what this is doing. Not much because it's just going into the sky.
So I'm gonna go right into him.
Yeah, go right into him.
How about I do this? Try it like that.
You're going to see the box.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it's going to do what we want it to do, I'll be honest. Lean to me.
Power up on
Lean
it.
to me. It's, Cliff, I'm just telling you, it's
Okay.
I don't think it's going to. That's not bad, actually. That's pretty baller. I just don't like how dead and dark it is in there. Sharp, though. What can we do here? Do we want this shot? That's the other question. I tell you what. I did not think I was going to be chasing a shot tonight, but this is what we do.
Shit happens, but
Hey, stop.
okay, that's
All right, so I ripped the baffle off. We ripped off the grid. We're going to get more spread, more light out of that light. The question is it at an angle that's even going to show up? Everyone at home, I did not plan on doing this, so we're just figuring this out, all right? I'm probably going to abandon the shot in a minute. I do think there's something to this shot. There's something there. Oh, you know what?
That's awesome. Looks good on my head.
Lean to me. Chin down. Man, what is with this fog, dude?
today.
I'm gonna just give you all the light. You gotta love how Joe does this and it works in 5 seconds. Seth does it and it's like, maybe. Lean to me, chin down a little bit. It's better than completely black, right? Chin down and then lean into me with your hips. Just like, yeah, that's it, yeah. That's it, yep. Now point at me. Yeah, give me that hand and kind of like reach to me, like this. Yeah. Yeah. Alien beatdown shot. All right. Chin like this, and then lean to me. Yeah, that's it. You'll fog it. Yeah. Low, 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 not in front of his face. Not bad. Not bad. If you think about where we were, and I just wanted Cliff to stay on the floor longer. But look at the changes we made, right? How can I fill in that black? His hand is now 25% of that frame, right? We still have that ambiance of the lights being the grids. Alien beatdown shot. You're like, yo, where's my money? You know, so there it is. And believe it or not, that arm is lit because of Cliff blowing a disc out of his back right now. So I kind of want to, we're so close, man. We're so close. What is going to fill that other side? You know what would have been good? A pro photo globe. Would have been amazing.
Oh, you're killing me, Smalls.
You're killing me. I tell you what. Let me get this. Sorry, guys. I know I'm chasing a shot, and this might not be the most dynamic thing, but it's Halloween. It's my house, my holiday. I don't care. Right there. Lean to me. Chin down. Lean to me. Lean to me. Put that hand up. Put that hand up. Come on, reach for me. And then give me like this. Yeah, like this, like this. Relax, relax. Do this. Right there.
Both hands. Yeah, both hands, right?
Both hands, yeah. Both hands.
You fill both spaces.
Reach more. You're gonna strangle.
Go like a little relaxed. You look like you're trying to hold a gun that's not there. So, yeah, like, yeah, exactly.
This way? While you're shooting?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, if I pull this off the back.
All right.
There we go.
That's not bad for a store. As my background, the reflection. Listen, the reflection I'm getting off of Cliff's head is just ridiculous. But sharp, and look, we started here, guys. Like, we started like with nothing, right?
Another light source. You wanted that globe. You said that globe.
Well, you see how the fog made sense here? We're filling an atmosphere rather than going into a deep void that does literally nothing. Look at the difference, right? What fills that dark black on the right? That's a big hand. She painted him. I'll shoot it, right? Nothing? All right, you guys are great. That's what thing. You put on.
Stay here?
No, you can put on this
Okay,
thing.
go.
Put it back on this thing. But we looked around.
Cliff.
But keep in mind, we started here, right? One light, banging it, and you could just easily say, that's good, because you're just looking at a makeup and going, this somewhat looks like something. But then when you start refining it and you start really bringing in, look at the difference, right? Then we start looking, and then I, rushed my brains out to get this going, and we just got ourselves hyperspace going, which isn't too bad. We could have refined that, but I'm not going to waste time on that shot. This looks a lot more worth something to me now. And this just happened before your very eyes. No, but you guys get how like quickly you can just start running with it and start making something happen and look around what's around you. It's not just a studio, it's a space, and everything's fair game, including Cliff's liver spots.
Yes.
All right?
Oh my gosh, you're gonna die.
No, you get an amazing CTO like tint off of those liver spots when you bounce a light off of them. It's amazing. So I love you, Cliff. I love you, Cliff. I love you, Cliff.
They're almost laughing at that.
They're almost laughing. It's all, like Cliff House is a legend, and he's allowed to take a bunch of beating up from younger guys.
Oh yeah.
But the reality is, we wouldn't be doing a lot of what we do without Cliff supporting this. So he's as much a part of this space as everybody else. So thank you, Cliff, for being a part of this. You know what? I just want to chase one last shot. Is that all right with you guys? I just want to chase. All right, come back to square one for me. Come like right here. A lot of the times when I shoot, if you guys notice.
Do you want this back on?
Nah, I'm gonna do a single. I'm gonna do a single. A lot of times when I shoot, you guys might notice I do a lot of half faces. I like doing half faces because you guys can guess what the other half of the face looks like, right? No, but there's a real look to it with special effects. How quickly does it look like a movie poster just doing half the face? And how hard is it to do that when you're already lit? We're already lit, sort of. I don't know where we are anymore, to be honest with you. I think we're like all over. You know what? Somehow I closed down to F9. Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna come up to me. Come up to me. Yeah. Notice that also, keep in mind, we're keeping our distance from that background because you don't want to light black paper. You want black paper to go black. And if you see that paper coming up, use a rookie, son. No, it's really bad. And the best way to do that is distance to the paper or shoot against the substrate that's black that doesn't reflect light like a fleece. All right? All right. Let me go into group D, turn that on, chin down a little bit, look straight at me. When we do the half face, I don't know what this is gonna look. Oh, clean. All right, cool. See how you still get that shallow depth where you need it, but you're sharp where you want it, right? Really easy thing to give a makeup artist or production where they have room on there or can generate more of a background to put words. It will help you out immensely because they're gonna use that shot and that's what's gonna keep you in their head. All right, makes sense? Capiche? I need a thumbnail, so chin down, turn like this. Let's do this. Yeah, that's sort of right.
That's good.
Yeah, chin down, turn this way, this way. Yeah. Turn more. Yeah. Turn your body. Yeah, stop being awkward. What is this? What are you at the prom? Come on, chin down a little bit. Look at this cheesy smile. Chin down a little more. Yeah, look right into me. Look right into me. Beautiful. Stay like that. Sorry, guys. I just need to get a shot out of this. All these gimmick shots are just not going to do much for me. That kind of works, right? Does that work? Yeah. Look straight at me again. Chin down a little bit. Beautiful. And overhead angles like this, watch. How much more do you care about those horns now that they're like really right in your face, right? Work those angles. I can't have a 5-hour makeup get like 4 shots. So you guys get me? Yes, any questions? Was this helpful?
Oh, yeah.
Holy hell. Anyone online? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. Listen, guys, thanks so much. If you are new, oh, well, no, I'm live.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry.
If you're new to this channel, you don't realize you're not subscribed to it. I promise you that. So go ahead and subscribe to Adorama Events on YouTube. We are doing all the events out of here to that channel, so make sure you're part of that. Hit like, really helps this video out, and this channel if you learned anything. If you feel bad for Keith now, hit like. He'll feel better about it. If you guys have any questions, leave them in the comments. I'll do what else I can to answer them. And oh yeah, follow me, please. I need help. I need friends. Follow me. All right, guys. Thank you so much to everyone online. I'm gonna be breaking down if you guys want to stick around and do some kind of questions or whatever. But everybody good? Do you guys feel like shooting now? No, you just lost. Like, nah, this is just too much junk for me.
I'm just gonna quit.
I want to say thanks to my makeup artist Katrina in the back. Thank you, Katrina. I want to thank Keith for what I'm not gonna think. You love this part. Yeah, it's like Keith sat like a champ for 5 hours just now. So this is what it takes to get to it. And remember, you might be here for a full day and not start shooting until the last hour. If you want to get into this, get used to it. Look for things like edges, proper paint, what you're looking for in a makeup artist to work with. Don't just pretend anybody can do this as an artistry also. And I guess I'll leave it there. I feel like I have no dismount. Nothing. All right. But for everybody in attendance, I have stickers if you guys want. I have plenty of stickers for you at home. You should have been here. All right. Goodbye, everybody. Bye.
Okay, live. We're live on the internet. And we're definitely live here at Adorama. Again. All right. And Brandon Remler is in the house. Nice. And Ari Espe, an amazing photographer who is here in New York, and friends, and I see some familiar faces. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you, Adorama, for putting this on. Thank you, Seth Miranda. His particular mad genius is writ large in this space, right? Have you ever seen anybody fit more lights in a small space? I mean, I get accused of that. People are like, oh, Joe, you use a lot of lights, you know, like, what's the problem? Well, I give you, you know, what do they call it in court? Like evidence, you know? Madness, madness. Anyway, so I was just asking if anybody has anything specific. Yes, sir.
So let's assuming that your subject has different emotions. How do you change the light to enhance that emotion?
Okay, everybody hear the question? How do I change the light to enhance emotion or perhaps a different expression or look or style? Well, you've come to the right place, sir, because Lupe is going to start with a very kind of conservative look. She's going to have a black jacket, you know, glasses, you know, her hair is very, very orderly, wonderful, you know. And so we're going to start with a very conservative kind of a corporate portrait. Now, a corporate portrait, here's the thing. Photographs, in my head, photographs are like trained seals in some instances. I mean, we all love wandering the streets in beautiful light, right? And there's no reason for us to be out there with a camera except that we love it and it's beautiful. And there's a little kid playing soccer and there's a backlight and, oh yeah, the picture never had a reason to exist until we made it. But then when you're on assignment, okay, and the corporate honchos are looking at you and saying, Mr. or Mrs. Big Shot has to be photographed, and you've only got 5 minutes. Well, that's a photograph with a destination. That's a photograph that has to jump through some hoops. That's a photograph that has to make the person look good, has to have enough depth of field that there might be a trademark in the background, and all that sort of information, right? Because photographs are vehicles for information as well as pictorial beauty and emotion. I shot for National Geographic for 25 years, and I had to, I got a photograph in that magazine, had a fire on 3 pistons, right? It had to be pictorially successful, it had to be informationally successful, and then best of all, it had to be emotionally successful. It had to reach into the heart of the reader or the mind of the reader.
You drive me crazy.
Or the hips of the reader. Yeah. Sorry, I need a moment. Anyway, you know, and involve them, right? Stop them, right? You know, it's kind of an audacious thing to do as a photographer nowadays because, you know, everybody here is probably on Instagram, right? Right? How do we go through Instagram? Click, 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 click. How much time do you spend with those individual photographs? Not much, right? Not much. So what's our job increasingly? Get somebody to stop doing this and go that. Instead of this motion, you want to turn the reader into a cat that you just put out food on the table and they're like, you know, it's attractive. You know, it pulls them in. All right, so is that a cool place to start? We good? All right, how am I doing?
I don't know.
Yeah. So, sorry?
Gavin's in the chat saying hi.
Oh, awesome. Gavin Huey. Nice. From the UK? You better not be in New York, Gavin. I swear to God, I told you never come here again. You know, got those flashes and you're pretty good with them and I just, you know, I don't need it. Anyway.
Wow, you went into mode, huh? You're in it.
Okay, so there is that up on the screen? How about that, huh? What a lovely photograph. Thanks for coming, folks. Anyway, Lupe, come on up. So what's the first thing? You can maybe have a seat over there just for a couple of minutes. How about a round of applause for Lupe? She's a fantastic person, just absolutely lovely, wonderful. Okay. And so here's the thing. Where was I? We just come up here. We're going to do this. So what in this? Apologies to Seth. This is a beautiful space. But graphically, it's a little bit on the cluttered side, right? You know, so we're going to use a seamless, and then I'm going to turn into the audience and see what we can make out of this, okay? The cacophonous light in here, the this and that and the other thing. So what do we seek as photographers in the field? What is an element that we desire? Control. Right? Control of our environment. Because as a photographer, we face off with a lot of variables, the subject, the environment, the weather, whatever it might be. So we seek to gain control of things. So the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to actually, using Pro Photo flashes up here, I'm going to shut off the flashes. I just shut off my remote and I look around. Okay, I've got a reasonable f-stop shutter speed combination, ISO 400. 200 at f4, no flash, and I don't care. This is not going to be a good photograph, you know, I don't care. It's just going to come up on the screen. Yeah, I have a reasonable amount of control. Let's look over here. All right, there, darkness. Darkness on the edge of town. Now, that may be a little bit like, oh, well, you know, but here's the thing. You know what I've just done via shutter speed and f-stop? I've blinded the chip, pretty much. So the only thing the chip is going to vibrantly record is something I light. Okay? So, here we go. Lupe, if you could stand... I wish when you had designed this space had a little more... Didn't they give you a license to blast that way?
Do the demo.
Okay, all right, all right. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to stand about here, okay? And so initial light shaping tool that I grabbed off of Seth's shelf is a 3-foot OCF Octa, okay? Set up at 4.0. And you see the way Lupe is standing? Please just stay just like that. See the way she's standing? I oftentimes take my cue from subjects and I keep my eye on them even when I'm not photographing them because they give you visual cues and they relax a little bit when you think your camera's not to your eye. And so you see the way she just stayed there? Her left shoulder is towards camera. So I'm going to key on that. I'm going, well, she's comfortable there. She feels good there. Okay, so I'm going to put my light off to this side because it feels natural. And so I'm not going to say, hey, turn around, you know? I mean, you're throwing a curve at your subject before you're even out of the gate. This is a C-stand, by the way. I'm sure everybody knows it. Seth Miranda has an amazing video on C-stand etiquette. Just in case you were wondering about, you know, how to date a C-stand, for instance. You know, I mean, open the door, put their jacket on, whatever.
The check's in the mail, Joe. Thanks.
All right. So, Lupe is blessed with amazing facial structure. She's got, like, cheekbones to die for. And so I'm going to put the light off to the side because I view a shadow in this instance as my friend. I'm going to view shadows as giving her face a little bit of depth and dimension. And I have no idea if this particular frame is going to be exposed properly. Okay, I'm shooting manual. Okay, so I'm just going to start off, and I get the question quite frequently, actually, like, where do you start? You know, and the answer is I throw a dart at the wall and I start. And that's when the struggle begins, right? That's when you start to climb that hill towards a good photograph, hopefully at the end of the day. All right, any questions so far? No, there's no questions so far, Joe, because you haven't done anything.
He walked off camera 20 times. He walked off.
All right.
Why not start being good for
It just seems like a reasonable place to be. Okay, but you know what we could do, now that you mention it, I could go to 200. I've got a lot of flash here, so, you know, I'm not so much worried. What did 200 just do? Took everything in the whole room down by a stop, you know, and let's try to remember to turn on the flash. Piece of advice that you'll remember from tonight. If you have flash, turn it on. Okay. You ready over there, boss?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Lupe, you look fantastic. You look routinely wonderful. Fantastic, wonderful. Okay. All right, again, you know, thank you for coming. I mean, that's it. That's done. We're done. You know, it's a pretty nice picture. That's more to Lupe's credit than mine because she's at ease in front of the camera. She's one of those rare people that steps in front of the camera and just kind of owns it, you know. Yeah, so you see there's a shadow. Might have a little bit of an issue with the glasses, you know, we'll work on that. And there's not a lot of space.
You have to go back.
Just stay in the area.
Sorry.
Killing me, man.
Okay, all right.
Gotta put a leash on you, bro.
Yeah. So I'm gonna angle this down a little bit, okay? And I'm gonna raise the light up a tiny bit. And I'm gonna ask Lupe to come a little closer to the light, I mean, your subject is mobile, sometimes much more mobile than your light stands are, so it's not a problem to ask them to sort of move around. Now, let's try this. Okay. Absolutely wonderful. Pretty. Okay. Now, she moved closer to the camera, so she's a little too bright. De facto, right? I'm in manual. Move the subject closer to the light, it's going to get brighter. So let's take it down.
They want me to put a baby gate in the event space. Was it?
Beautiful, beautiful. Absolutely lovely. Okay, so I took a stop out of it. That's sort of reasonable, you know, quite nice. And the eyeglass problem is eliminated. Now, Lupe, could you take your glasses off and just hold them in a sort of judgmental way? And look at me like I'm a subordinate who just turned in a bad quarterly report. Okay, ready? Whoops, my bad. No, you weren't ready. You weren't ready. It's just my excitement, my overdue, unbridled sense of excitement. You blinked. Actually, does anybody, I mean, we're not going to stay with a blink, right? But look at the facial structure. Look at, you know, it's elegant, it's simple. Let's do this right. Okay, here we go. Okay, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take myself out of FX and I'm going to go into 1:1. Everybody ever shoot in 1:1? Square format. Love square format. I got raised oftentimes shooting with medium format systems that were square format. There's a harking back, if you will, to a historical continuum that I feel is very, very powerful in photography, and I'm very comfortable in that portrait space. Okay? All right, here we go. There we go, nice. Fantastic, Lupe. You're awesome. Okay? Now I have my equipment in the picture. That's not, it's not recommended, but it's reasonable. You know, that is an easy thing to fix, either by moving the light or post-production. I said it. I didn't mean to.
Get out of my space.
Post-production. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Anyway, yeah. So it's just a simple, clean, lovely portrait. Let's try this just for grins here, if I may. All right, here we go. Let's try that again. And just, you know, think of this as your annual report photo. You're the CEO. Okay, you ready? Beautiful. Okay, now I just put myself in monochrome in the camera, but let's do this.
Oh, we're drawing the raw file, that's why.
Yeah, because I'm tethering into Capture One. So let's do this. Let's just put that on just for a sec. It took a while, right? So maybe it'll be faster this time, okay? So I'm gonna feather this off just a little bit. Feather. Does everybody know what I mean when I say feather? You know, you're not moving the position of the light. You're not swinging it or tilting it necessarily. You're feathering it. So some of the light now is going to go past her. And maybe I can get a little bit more even on the background, tiny bit. Let's see what happens. It also means that I can possibly sneak my camera underneath that vexing shape of the octa. Ooh, God. Company didn't have a good year, did it? Damn, you know. You know, when I shoot CEOs, and I've encountered a whole ton of CEOs, and the classic thing is like, you've got 5 minutes, you've got 2 minutes, you know, because their time obviously is very valuable. And I used to vibrate like a tuning fork when I was a young photographer. I did the New York Stock Exchange annual report 4 years in a row. And you know, I would be like, oh my God, I only got 2 minutes. And then you grow up and you mature and you achieve a level of gravitas as a human being that you just no longer give up. And I actually embrace that 2 minute time period. I say, oh, thank God. You know, let's do it in 1 minute because you're actually not that interesting. Those are inside words. Those are inside words. But, you know, if somebody only wants me to work for a couple of minutes, just think about it. Your day rate just went up. You know, because I'm accustomed. The very first job I ever shot for National Geographic, I was working 18, 20 hours a day. I was like a dog with a bone. I couldn't stop. You know what they were paying me? $250 a day. Yeah. All right, here we go again. All right, so I hate to keep harping on this, or I'm just kind of playing a little bit here. Nice, nice. Okay, all right. So, all right, let's add, I mean, you guys didn't come here to see me work with one light. I get it, I get it. We're gonna put up 2 lights now, all right?
Go for it.
Question.
Yeah, sure.
What's the advantages and disadvantages of putting a grid? If you really want to control it, why don't you put a grid?
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to repeat the question. What's the advantage of using a grid? I'm currently not using a grid, but you're a soothsayer, you're a fortune teller, because I'm about to go to a grid. And you've just asked a series of questions that Adorama is, let's see, is Mary Irene still in the audience? No, Fernando, yeah. This gentleman here wins the Z9. Okay, that giveaway the giveaway. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
I'm retiring. Just take mine. I'm out.
Anyway.
Also, we're live. That's legally obligation. Thanks, Joe.
We're gonna get to a grid. Okay. For now, actually, there's a grid on this. Let's see. Lupe, could you step up a little bit towards this way? Thank you very much. I'm gonna move this here and keep you scooched just a tiny bit. There you go. Nicely done. Thank you. All right. And ordinarily I would kind of move things around, but you know, only got an hour. And so I'm going to try to move, you know, quite quickly here as best as I can. So I'm going to take a stab at this guy. I'm going to put this up to 6.0. Okay, so this is my B group light. Secondary light. I try to stay organized on location. You know, A is the main, B is like the kicker or the side light, C is background, et cetera, et cetera.
The chat wants to know if you'd like to work with the Brooklyn Reflector.
If I would like to work with yes, yes. I'm going to work with that before the end of the evening. So I get my subject's position when I'm positioning lights. I always ask my subject, I'm about to get close to you. May I come right up? Because I want to see from her position. I don't want to be back here like, oh yeah, that's fine. I want to come up and see what the deal is. And of course, you know, I had placed it perfectly. You know, what are you going to do?
Hey, Joe,
Yes.
you initially talked about feathering. Feathering the light, does it mean that the middle of the light has to be off center? Or is it you're looking at the whole afterbox being off?
Yes. Yes. Good question. Here's the thing. I grew up in an era where softboxes were like, you know, no interior baffles or mid-level diffusers inside the box, and you know, lots of no grids really they weren't popular. So you'd oftentimes get a situation where the softbox would have a hot core, and the sweeter light would be on the edges, and so you got into a habit or grew used to feathering the light and essentially lighting your subject with the edges of the light. Cool? All right, here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. That's absolutely wonderful. Fantastic. All right. Now, okay, court of public opinion. Is that rim light too strong? Yes. Yes, it is. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. God, another Z9 out the door. God, man. You know, you folks are just so damn generous.
Went out of your day rate, homie.
All right. Hey, could you do me a favor? Could you swing me back into color on that? I'll swing back into color here. Appreciate it very much. Going back into standard color, okay? Straightforward, nothing fancy, Okay, and beautiful look, beautiful look. That's awesome. Thank you. Super pretty. Okay, I just made another exposure where that's too strong. I got into the, let's go from monochrome to color, and I forgot to actually take that light down. So let's take it down. Okay, cool, nicely done. Fantastic, that's beautiful. Way to go, Lupe. You look awesome. All right. Now, ordinarily, I would push this other light back off the set, but okay, moving along.
What was that?
Come a little closer to the main light. Now, you can, how about this? Maybe just kind of look a little bit this way. There you go. Now, I've moved her closer to the light, and I'm going to shift this way, here, and there we go. Beautiful. Now, that one side of her face is going to be quite, so you see how now what's happening is I've shortened the light on her face, so now it gets more pensive, and let's do this. Let's make it even a little more severe, and I'm going to kill the background light. That's beautiful. So now the shadow is really severe, okay? And it depends on the look. You were saying like emotions, you know, if this is like, you know, she could be like a novelist who writes psychological thrillers where everything is very dark and, you know, or something like that. I don't know. You know, it's not a happy light. It's not, you know, bright and fuzzy and warm. It's not the light you'll use for a newborn, right? It's, you know.
Well, it's an evil newborn. You don't know.
Love the respect Joe shows with just something simple like asking for it in color. Okay, Joe, I'm a heathen. I'm craving a big, low-power active fill for the lower right. Geez, these folks are demanding.
Yeah.
You know, they're really demanding. Okay, so if you wanted to, let's do this. Now, how am I doing on time, Seth? Because I'm just getting warmed up. I mean,
You can go over an hour. It's up to you, man.
all right. So we'll come in here.
20 minutes.
All right, that's good. That's good. And so they want Phil, do they? All right. Let's see. Ari, would you mind coming up and being the Phil guy? All right. Let's come on over in here. Ari is a very dear friend, and he's also, literally, he's a brilliant photographer. Put him on the street, magic happens. Ari Espay, E-S-P-A-Y. Follow him on Instagram. All right, here we go. I'm going to kill myself on that sandbag. Fantastic. That's great. Lovely. All right. So that should be just with the one light. I'm going to, cover that up and just say, yes, I wanted to see what the one light was doing. No, I simply forgot to turn on the side light. All right, here we go. Fantastic. That's beautiful. Okay, let's see. So now, you see how her face now is just like opened up? You know, I made the light even a little more severe. And now the side light is kind of sort of under control. I mean, here's the thing. Lighting in photography is like cooking, right? It's to your taste. Some folks might look at that and say, oh, that's not subtle enough. And they might dial it down a little bit. It's like a little more salt, a little more paprika, a little more this, a little more that. Whatever you like, it's to your taste. Nobody really is at the camera. Here's the beautiful thing about photography. Everybody's here been to a business meeting, right? What's usually the upshot of a business meeting, a whole conference table full of people? Well, okay, thank you for all your suggestions. In 2 months, let's have another meeting, right? Like, nothing gets done. The beautiful thing about being a photographer is that when I click that shutter, that decision is mine. Whether I screw it up, do it right, no matter what happens, that decision is absolutely and completely individually mine. So that's a very beautiful thing about being a photographer in the field, because you're the eye in the camera. You're the finger on the shutter button. And nobody is, it's nobody else's responsibility but yours. I love that. Yes, sir.
So, in the pose that she's in currently, right?
Yes.
Where her head is so, what do you suggest when somebody's glasses change the magnification of their face behind the glasses? Because sometimes there's a shift in their face, so the face is here and it shifts over a little bit behind the glasses. So what would you suggest?
Okay, so the question from the audience is, what do you do about magnification in glasses if in fact it changes the look or attitude of the face around the eye orbit, etc.? Well, there's a couple of things you can anticipate. Hopefully this is where research comes in. I used to photograph the president of the stock exchange, for instance, and he had television mirror glasses, man, like welder glasses, and his eyes, they would have been more appropriate on a bug, right? I never said that, but to him personally. So I used to occasionally I would research, and I would say, can he get a non-magnification set of glasses? If you have the juice, if you have the foretelling of that. The other thing I think you possibly could do, because the entire photography world, is anybody here into bokeh? I mean, you have to say that seductively, like bokeh. Yeah, it's like, try that. Go sidle up to someone at a bar and say, bokeh. I mean, I don't know. Everybody's gone crazy over lack of depth of field. Okay, and that's one thing you can do, perhaps, that's going to make somebody look a little bit odd, but also maybe very interesting, is really minimize your depth of field. Let the glasses go soft. Let just crisp out the eyes and let everything else go into the ether. Okay, everybody doing okay? We all right? Okay. All right, so now, okay, so we have a little bit of detail in the background. Gentleman was asking about grids. Okay, all right. Let's do this. Now, a beautiful thing that, I'm a dear friend of Pro Photos. I'm not necessarily even wearing my Pro Photo hat tonight. I just, honestly, I just think they've done some tremendous things lately. And one of the tremendous things they've done has been to, let's see. Yeah. You can take that home later. Has been these A-series lights, and is everybody familiar with the click? This fold it up, pull it back. I've got a grid on this one. It's pretty awesome. Take this guy, dump it in there. These A2s are 100 watt seconds, so they're not can't light the world with them, but they pack a pretty good punch, actually, pretty reasonable. So let's do this with Lupe. So that's 4A, that light is off. I always try to make sure my lights are off when I put them down, because with the radio, they'll just start triggering and all of a sudden drive yourself mad because you can't tell where this light is coming from. Then you put it off in the corner and it's still hot. So, all right, Lupe, could you get into position roughly the same way you were? And Ari, no fill on this. Let's not be kind to Lupe. If you notice, even at the expense of sometimes getting the corners of my lights in the photograph, I work my lights in as close as I possibly can to my subject. Why?
Softer.
It wraps. It's softer. Now, I'm not going to get a lot of wrap on this because I've got
This, I need you. Look, Bubby. Yeah. I love you, Joe. You're killing me here.
Eventually, if I ever do this again, Seth is going to get. You ever see those parents at the airports with their kid on a leash? Yeah. Anyway, where was I? Oh, I'm not going to get a lot of softness and wrap out of this because I purposely have controlled the light with a grid. And the grid does this thing where it doesn't allow the light to spread. So I anticipate that detail that's a little bit in the background there, I anticipate that going away to a great degree. Let's see if I'm right.
I'm never letting this go either. You
No.
know that, right?
No, I know. It's horrible. You know, what are you going to do? All right. Perfect. You look amazing. And the background's black. Yes. 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 Now, see, that's what the grid did. It didn't allow the light to migrate to the background. So if you're in a tight space and you have a background issue, a grid, a fabric grid, is a really, really handy tool. I've got them for all of my lights, you know, all of my lights. So let's do this. Now, Lupe, could you square yourself off and just be like, you know, straight on to me, okay? Very symmetrical. So now, I'm gonna swing this way because I'm gonna adjust the softbox, and I always try to get the softbox out of the... Seth, would you mind grabbing another bag, just to be on the safe side, please?
Would you want to balance this?
Yeah, I'm gonna have it just overhead. I'm gonna tabletop it over her.
Do me a favor. Let's go over the arm, okay?
Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, let's do that. Almost got you. Almost
It's a soft box. It's a soft box.
Yeah. All right, cool.
You want to do a 90 or?
Let me do this. Now, let's try this. Okay, we'll just try it slight angle, right? So it's almost tabletop. Everybody familiar with what I say tabletop, like flat out this way, okay? Anybody familiar with that old movie poster for Goodfellas? Pesky and De Niro and Liotta? And they're like, you know, you looking at me? You know, shadows in the eyes. That's just one big overhead source that purposely creates kind of a aggressive feel. So again, speaking with the light, right? Okay, cool. Now, Lupe, could you kind of walk in just a little bit? Okay, that's nice, that's nice. I don't think this is going to be a very flattering picture of Lupe. No, stern, chin up, a little bit stern. Okay, cool, nice, good, good, beautiful. Okay, now, here's the thing. Eyes are in shadow. Like, you're not going to turn this in. I mean, you know, the PR people on the set with you are going to be like, you just turned him into the Prince of Darkness.
Keep going, I got it.
Nikon. Takes a licking and keeps on clicking. I'm sorry. I get emotional about my equipment. So, you know. Can we have a laying on of hands with the camera, please, to see if we can? No. I do try to take care of my gear, but, you know, stuff happens. So, not a particularly friendly picture, right? That is nearly tabletop kind of a thing. Let's see if Ari can improve that by, we'll put the fill right underneath. Now, I'm courting danger. Why? Low fill, glasses. You know, you're going to get some shimmer in there. Let's see what happens. The thing about doing what I do at this point in time is that I am utterly unafraid of mistakes. Anybody here ever made a mistake with a camera in their hands? Hello? Hello? Yes. You know, so like, let it rip. It's just pixels, you know. It ain't, you know, all that serious. Experiment. Play around. Make mistakes. Embrace your mistakes. Take them out to dinner. Sit them down around the table, have a conversation with them because they will be your instructors. How we doing?
Go easy.
Go easy?
Yeah.
Too late for that. I already knocked the camera off the thing.
All right.
Oh, I splintered that, huh?
Mm-hmm. Just,
oh, wow. All right.
It's fixable.
All right. So now I'm going to kill the background light. That's gone. So the only light in the picture is this. Ari and I are going to...
Silver.
Let's go silver. All right, let's go dangerous. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. Nice, nice, nice. Fantastic. I can already tell I'm going to have an issue, but let's go ahead and have an issue.
Hang on a second. Did it slip out of? Are you in TTL or not? Do you want to be in TTL or no?
No, no, no.
No.
No, no. Hang on. Let's try again. People are beating you up. All right. Let's try that. No. All right. Good enough. Can you take this apart for a second?
What do you want to take apart exactly?
Well, just take the tether out, and we'll fly. I don't want to waste time with the.
You want to take this off?
Yeah, because I'm going to switch cameras, right?
Just tell me you're switching cameras. And
Yeah, I'm switching cameras.
You just hand me a camera, but take it apart. Okay.
You know,
It might be the remote after that.
could be the remote. But here's the thing. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to actually switch lenses because we're about to make a segue into another area. I mean, we're going to stay here. Can anybody hear me okay? All right, oddly enough, on an ISO 200 on this camera. Let's get back to 200th of a second. I believe it was at f4, yes? All right.
But Nancy wanted.
Oh, come on, Joe.
Oh, that's all right. I'll just hand hold it. Or actually, no. I did say something about a tripod. Here, let's take it off.
That's the third time you said it to me today. So you can.
There we go. And this. So is anybody getting the feeling this is now a full-blown location shoot? You know, and the only thing I'm waiting for now is for it to start raining inside. You know, because that, you know.
Funny, just installed.
All right. So, let's take a question. Yes.
I was wondering, did you talk at all about the ratio of the power on these lights?
The ratio of power on the lights. Good question. Good question. Here's the thing. ProPhoto speaks a language. 10.0 is full power. 9.0 is one stop down. We live in a world of photography where every move you make, f-stop, shutter speed, is either twice the light or half the light. Same thing with ProPhoto. So if you're a 500 watt second unit at 10.0, at 9.0 you're 250, 8.0 you're at 125. So there is this ratio thing going on, and I completely understand the question. Here's the thing. The classic sort of ratios that we all talk about, I wouldn't know a 3-to-1 lighting ratio if it crawled up my pants leg right now and bit me in the ass. I go by my gut, you know. So one light, I think the lights are fairly even. They're like 4.0, 4.0. It's about angle of incidence, angle of reflection for that side light. And I'm not making light of it. It's just that when you take a light, say I'm looking at you, main light is here, I got a light back here, it skips like this. It's like a pool shot, it's like a carom. You actually amplify the power of it. So you can put up a side light, and just because of the attitude and direction of it, it can read or play much more powerfully than you might have imagined. Cool?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You're all good. That's settled.
Oh, so you just shot that?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's working.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Why are you so shocked?
Well, I'm always shocked when it works. I mean, come on. Anybody else shocked when things actually work? You know?
Come on, you're in my house. Come on.
All right, here we go. All right, so now let's do this. So you sort of got the gist of the fact that that overhead light is not particularly friendly, right? So step back, please, a little bit, Lupe. Okay. Oops. All right, now let's try this. A little bit of an attitude adjustment to that light. Okay, and come this way, please, Lupe. I'm gonna come close to you. All right, looking good, looking good. All right, and let's do no fill. Thank you. Amazing. Beautiful. So you see that was a move of what, 3 or 4 inches. And photograph takes out an entirely different language. Now you could actually, let's live dangerously with a silver fill. Okay, let's see about this. A little lower, please, Ari, sorry. Fantastic, man. Ooh. Okay, so look at me. I'm the photographer at the camera taking all the credit for what Lupe just did. Okay, but that's us, you know, what can I say? Oh yeah, best picture ever been shot of you, huh? Yeah, go ahead, tell me, go ahead, tell me. Anyway, I'm gonna put this down on this awful chair.
Don't call it awful.
You know, okay. So that's pretty straightforward, kind of 1 light, 2 light sort of thing, moving the main around. I mean, do you like her with a carved shadow on the side of her face that really defined her cheekbones, or do you like it with more centrality? Do you like the shadow? You like the centrality? Yeah, okay, there you go, photography, right? Yeah, never gonna be universal. You know, you can do your best work and turn it in and somebody says, it really wasn't what we were thinking, you know, that kind of thing. But Lupe routinely looks amazing. The other thing that happened, and I would be lying to you if I told you I absolutely planned this, but because I had that symmetrical light and she's straight on to me and I'm seeing the background, and see the highlight in the background is very central, right? Whereas when I had it off to the side, there was a little bit of a lopsided highlight, more on this side, more on the other, which is why I started to feather. With me so far? Okay, cool, cool. I mean, and that's, you know, that's cool. We can, ready to, how am I doing on time?
You're 45 minutes in.
Oh, rats. Okay.
You can go over, Joe. It's okay.
Okay, so now we're gonna do something a little bit different, okay? Lupe, would you mind changing into your shirt? Okay, all right, here we go. I'll take the jacket for you. Thank you very much.
I take the camera.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Ah, thank you. Oh, that coffee. Who brought the coffee? Sir, thank you again. I drank half of it, which is part of the reason I'm talking so fast. So I appreciate that. Anyway, while Lupe's getting ready here, anybody have any questions? We good, we good, we good?
What seconds on the stroke?
Let's see. Good. 6.6. So we're looking at, you know, not that much light, maybe.
150 at full?
No, the A2s are 100 at full. So you're looking at, you know, 3.5 stops down from Maine. Okay. All right. That'd be fantastic.
You know, the conversations that you have with your model, you know, she has been with you before, so these conversations help to make her a little bit at ease that, you know, she knows what to expect. Is that?
Yes, good question. Lupe she's posed for me before. We've always done well together. Here's the thing, there's a lot of photographers, especially in the fashion world, they're always after the new face, right? The new face. Oh, gotta get, who this bright shining new face, you know, I go back to people. And all my career, I've gone back. I've photographed people 10 times, 15 times. There's a sense of trust that builds up, a rapport. And I find faces that adapt to where I might be going. It's a new job, but I use that face again. Unless, of course, it's for a commercial client where I've used that face already for that commercial client. But in my own personal work or approach, I love to work with people over and over again because there is just this kind of comfort level on the set. And it's a wonderful thing. Cool? All right. All right, how we do? Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
We good? All right. So may I? I'm going to just adjust your collar line.
Oh, yeah, please.
Okay. Yeah, let's put the collar out a little bit. There we go. That's really nice. May I?
Yeah.
Just straighten you out just a tiny bit. Okay. You look wonderful. Okay. So, all right. So let's do this. Yeah, yeah.
That's what happened. You swapped lights, and that's 100 watt seconds, not 250. That's why all that power went away.
Yeah, yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Okay, so let's do this. Let's kill this light for 1 second. Now, I'm going to do something a little odd here, perhaps, because I'm going to start from the back of this photograph. Has anybody ever done that? Look, a bad background will rise up and kill a good foreground. And so sometimes I get myself into a space where I realize the space is a really absolutely crucial element of the photograph. And, you know, oops, sorry. And I can light my subject. I know, I have confidence, I can light that subject. When I light my subject up front, I refer to it as formalizing the foreground, right? Because I'm making the foreground look the way I want it to look. And I'm confident I can do that in the near term, 5, 6, 7, 8 feet away. I got it covered. What I can't control is that. You know, that's a monster, right? And I can't do that. So what I have to do sometimes is start from the back of a photograph and work my way forward and try to sort that out. Now, in the next 10, 15 minutes, I'm not going to be able to sort out the Adorama background. Anybody from Adorama, could you take that Sony sign down? No, I'm kidding. Kidding. All right, that's the bad joke. Anyway. All right. Okay, Lupe, could you come over here and stand here, please, and face me this way? All right, wonderful. Okay, thanks so much, all right? All right, so.
I'm going to move this because it's blocking the one camera angle I got for this, okay?
Okay. So let's do this. Let's just see where we are here. Okay. All right.
Yeah, right. When you laugh like that, son.
All right, perfect, perfect, perfect. This is just a test. You don't have to worry about expression, nothing, you know. 200 f4. Okay. Now, okay. So I snuck those lights into the rafters earlier before anybody was here, you know. You didn't notice them, do you? Go ahead, tell me. You didn't notice them. I had no idea.
By rafters,
okay. Yeah.
You mean shelves?
Shelves, whatever. Yeah, shelves. Okay. All right. So those are A2s. So now I'm going to come in a little bit closer. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to see what I can do about taking my ISO down to 64 and coming in close to Lupe. Oops, sorry. Okay, here we go. Beautiful. Okay. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna have to go back up, ISO back up a little bit. All right. Now, Lupe, could you do me a favor and go a little fashioning on me? Maybe hands on hips, spread your stance out a little bit, okay? Cool. That's fantastic, that's great. Okay, so now we got a little bit of gel thing going on, okay? Now, I'm gonna make a radical move here at camera. Let's just see where we are. Again, just testing, Lupe, just testing. Okay. All right, now I went to 1.2. 1.2, all right? Now, Seth has told me that if I go to 1.2, I'm gonna have to kill some of these lights up in here, but I'm gonna suggest this. I'm gonna maybe try to go to high-speed sync. High-speed sync, give it a try. So I'm gonna, I'm taking a chance here, who knows? Everybody familiar with high-speed sync? We cool. All right. 1,000 at 1.2. Oh my goodness.
Is your side button unlocked?
No, I have the side button unlocked. Yeah, I always have it unlocked because if I want to go vertically suddenly, but I shouldn't have it unlocked right now because if I go vertically, there's no change because I'm shooting square. Everybody with me? Here we go. Okay. All right, fantastic. You look amazing. Wonderful. Okay, so now, just by virtue, here's the thing. With a couple of flashes in your hand, you can control the world, right? because I'm able to light, and now I'm able to go to high-speed sync, and now I'm able to open up my f-stop, and now I'm able to get all of that seriously out of focus, right? Seriously out of focus. Now, let's do this. Let's, thanks, sorry. Bless you, bless you. So, okay. All right. Now, no glasses on this one. So I have like a pretty free rein to kind of do, you know, sort of what I'd like to do. Just about anything I want to do. Okay? So, and the grid is going to help me because it means that the last thing you want to do, if you're gelling an area, like this, for instance, what's the thing that you don't want to do? Put up a big umbrella or something like that where the white light is going to migrate everywhere and just kill your color, you know, that you just worked, you know, and on creating, right? So, all right. All right. You doing okay, Lupe? Yeah. All right, okay. I always check in with my mom. Here's the thing. Your talent, your subject, your model is your most valuable resource on the location. You have to take care of them. You have to be respectful. You have to attend to their needs. You have to make sure they have energy. Because if you kind of just keep shooting and shooting and shooting and you're making, you can actually see it through the camera. You can see the energy of your subject start to go like this, you know? You've had that experience, right? Yep. What's the most valuable thing I can give you?
Direction.
Direction. My queen. Yes, absolutely. What does the person in front of your camera seek from you? Direction, right? They are the actor in your small play that you're conducting through that lens. So you give them a cue. You give them an emotional, I don't know, something to hang on to. I've given songs to people to think of. I've given motivation, novels, you name it. Look out the window, you know, and I've said some outrageous things to people. Anybody remember Vince Carter? It's like the Iron Man of the NBA. I was photographing him for a cover of Sports Illustrated for Kids, and he was totally lackadaisical about it. He was like, I wanted him to be Vince, you know, leaping in the air. And I finally looked at him, and I said, you know, I'm from New York, and here's the thing. What can I do to get you angry? He was like, you don't want to get me angry. And I said, yeah, how about if I tell you I really like Patrick Ewing? He was like, all right, it's on, you know, and he starts banging the ball, you know, and I got this great cover, you know, of Vince Carter flying through the air. And here we go. All right. Now, here we go. Let's just see where we're, Ari, would you mind raising this a couple of inches? Thank you very much. Nice. Chin up, kind of a little bit haughty, fashion model, you know, beautiful, lovely, fantastic. And did we put that up without turning it on? Notice I used the collective we, you know. My fault. Of course, my fault.
There you go.
That's one thing I don't do on the set, is I don't blame anybody else for things that go wrong. Mostly because anything that goes wrong is my responsibility and I caused it, and also my name's on the door. At the end of the day, you know, the shoot goes up or down, and it's me, you know. All right, here we go. Let's do a couple more here. Nice. Okay. All right. That's starting to get there. Anybody like that? Yeah, it's kind of pretty, right? Kind of pretty. Let's try a silver fill, like a little beauty fill.
May I suggest this silver fill?
Oh, yes, yes. Let's suggest this silver fill. Let's make sure we get this on video, please.
I think I'm on this one.
Anybody else seen a pizza box that doubles as a fill board?
Listen, man.
I told you he was crazy. I told you he was really crazy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, come slide in this way, please, Ari. You're good right there. Okay, here we go. Now I'm gonna come in tight. All right, here we go. Beautiful, that's beautiful. Nice. Okay, now, all right, here's the thing. I'm maxed on those. I'm gonna ISO up because those flashes are maxed. What happens at high speed sync? Lose strobe power, right? So now the only way I can get more strobe power out of those 2 units is to ISO up, basically, or get out of high speed sync, but I don't want to do that because here's the thing, it's a series of boxcars banging into one another. Okay, so I open up my shutter speed. Oh, then I get more store. Oh, then I have to, because what you input to the camera, the chip is a global instrument, right? It doesn't differentiate. It doesn't say, oh yes, this gentleman needs a little more light. She's fine. It's not like that. You're making global inputs and you have to counteract that with a series of sometimes unfortunate decisions, compromises on location. But that's the nature of the game. And that's actually where it really gets fun, is when things go wrong. I mean, egregiously, terribly, awful, god-awful wrong, and that's when you break through that, that's when you realize, hey, yeah, I can actually do this, All right, here we go. All right, pizza box in. Okay, look at me, very high fashion, very severe. Nice. That's awesome. Fantastic. Nice. Okay, that feels a little better. Now, I'd like 6 or 7 people to stand up. Yeah, gentlemen, you two, you sat up front. This is your problem, not mine. Okay? And I want you to kind of come near Lupe a little bit and just kind of put your hands around her head. All right, this is not a religious experiment, all right, somebody back in there. Okay, let's see. There, I need somebody tall. Stand up, sir, if you don't mind. Over in there. Hand in the picture. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. Beautiful. Nice. Oh, that sucks. Oh, yeah.
You want to do it?
Let's do it. All right, the hands suck. Sorry.
Leave them off. Let's make it look like a concert.
Okay, all right. Then use both hands. Put both hands up. Okay, everybody. Yeah, more. Fantastic. There we go.
It's on you, Joe.
All right, here we go. Nice, yeah, fantastic. Here, keep it working, Lupe. Nice, beautiful, awesome. Now you see what's happening? You guys move your hands around. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, fantastic. That's great. All right. Done smoked you guys out. All right. But that's kind of pretty. Isn't that kind of fun? Now, there's certain adjustments that need to be made, to be sure. But there's certain adjustments that need to be made in virtually all of my pictures. I never made a mistake I didn't like. Can we scroll back? Was there was a kind of a good one at some point, right?
There was kind of a good one at some point.
Yeah,
that one.
That's not bad. Yeah.
Not bad.
Ooh. Great expression. Oh, there we go. Nice. Rock star surrounded by her adoring faithful. F1.2, sharp as a tack, from a camera I did not drop tonight, What do you think of that? It's all right? Yeah, a little different. I mean, for an event space like this, kind of fun, kind of a little bit different.
Joe, I built this for you. This is what you do to me?
He loves me. He loves me. Okay.
It's not bad, Joe. I'll give it to you.
All right. So why don't you come on up in here?
You could have done this in AI, though.
Just for that? Go have a live stream now, big guy. Oh, excuse me, I have a question.
I'm sorry. Did you want to come back?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was. We've been cleaning out our house, and I showed this to my wife. I actually had a report card from 3rd grade from the nuns, and I showed it to my wife. They gave you a code for your conduct, and F was fair. you was unsatisfactory in the 4 quarters, and I got you. But you know, that's why you become a photographer. You got authority issues, right? You just have authority issues. Okay, so does anybody have anything, like, where are we here time-wise? Am I overstepping?
You're at the hour.
I'm at the hour.
Yeah,
You know,
listen, you're
5 more minutes. Can I grab you for 5 more minutes? Does anybody want to do anything in particular?
Yeah, in the chat, that was atmosphere aerosol spray. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's do this. Okay.
You all right?
Yeah. I tell you what, Seth, would you mind doing me a favor? Do you have to stand at the console? Can you grab that blue light and let's put it on a stick right in the middle there?
Hey,
And
Fernando, do me a
Fernando,
favor.
can you grab that blue light? You need a chair to do it, man.
Right here on the
Right up here. See, I-
little clamp.
Yep. Yep, there we go. And let's put it on a stick. Let's give him a stick right in the back. Lupe, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this down now. Okay. Yes, you're going to face this way.
Want to handhold it?
Yeah, just hand hold it. Just hand hold it. Okay.
He wants you to hold it.
Yeah, what do you want?
Right. What's the group, please, Fernando?
4C.
4C. Okay. So let me kill. 4C is still hot. So let me kill 4D. So that means that blue light up there, I guess, is going to be gone. Now the only thing backlighting is that red light that Fernando's holding right now. And let's try this. Let me do something a little bit tight, like kind of a beauty shot, okay? Sir, would you mind helping me out again? Because I'm not worried about the attitude of the colors so much now, could you stand like here? We're gonna soften that up, all right, a little bit. I just need you to stand there and hold that. Well, sir, I have to be able to see her. Okay. There is that. Okay.
Yeah, that's a 2-stop diffuser, the chat is asking.
Okay, all right. 2-stop diffuser, okay, and that, my A
Stop and
group
a half.
light
1 stop. Stop and a half.
is, so my A group light, I'm gonna put it up power-wise because I got diffusion and a grid and all that sort. In fact, you know what I'm gonna do? Excuse me, sir, you can step. Because, you know, somebody on the chat's gonna say, what's he got a grid on the light if then he's gonna diffuse the light? I don't understand this, you know, it's like he's gone off the rails. It's just a complete lunatic. Let's bring in the silver. Okay, and sir, what you need to do with this guy, I'm sorry to do this to you, but thank you very much, is kind of, I don't know if you could stand off to the side and kind of hold it so it configures to the light. Is that okay?
Yep.
All right. All right, cool. And then I'm going to come in a little bit tighter, and whoops. And all right, so I'll kill it. I'll kill it. Okay, here we go. Ready? Beautiful, beautiful, lovely. Beautiful fashion shot. Lovely. Stay with me. Come on. There we go. There we go. Now we're locked. Beautiful. Okay. All right. Now that's a mistake. That's a mistake. But there is promise in that mistake. Okay, here we go. All right, sir. Yeah, stuff it right in there. Nice, fantastic. Ari, a little bit lower. Nice, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Nice.
You're getting a lot of pink reflection off of that.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Okay, so let's kill that.
Yeah.
Let's kill that because we're getting like light pollution. Okay. Now, a potential cure for light pollution from that unfettered gelled light that Fernando is holding could potentially be cured by a grid. Okay, here we go. The placing of the grid. All right, and you can kind of maybe come up in here and hold it like here. Kind of like, imagine you're a state trooper and that's a radar gun.
Why don't you pass, Joe?
All right, here we go.
Just keep from going over there and we'll be fine.
All right. Okay. All right, got to come up a little bit, sir. There we go, there we go. Nice, fantastic. All right, let's do this. Here we go. Nice. That's absolutely lovely. Come on. Ah, there we go. Nice. Could you go? Yeah, there. That's it. That's the look. That's the look. Fantastic. Okay, now, does anybody think that hair light is too much? Yeah, a little bit. So let's take it down. That's the beautiful thing about a system like this. You know, when I was, you know, early strobes didn't do this. It was like going after things with a sledgehammer, you know, by comparison. The sophistication of the tools that we have now, ridiculous. Okay, here we go. Beautiful. That's absolutely gorgeous. Fantastic. Okay, now let's take that main light down just a tiny bit. And now you know what I'm going to do, and this is going to screw me up a little bit, but are you guys kind of liking the out of focus store? So let's brighten that a little bit. Okay, and I'll go to 5/100th of a second. What's that going to do to my flashes? It's going to make them more powerful. So this is again kind of an experiment. Let's try it. Here we go. Lupe, you're fantastic. A little higher, guys, on the diffuser. That's nice. That's nice. Fantastic. Beautiful. Okay. All right, got a little more store. Got too much power on the flashes. Taking the flashes down, 4.5. Taking the flash in the background down to 6.5. Here we go. Absolutely gorgeous. Fantastic. That's great. Nice. All right. Kind of fun. Kind of fun. Now I could go, here's the thing. I got control of the store now via my f-stop shutter speed combination. So I can, let's do this. Let's see. Let's just do this, you know, just for grins. Just for grins, I swear, it's just an experiment. All right, now what I did was I turned that blue light back on. Okay, let's see. All right, nice. Way to go, guys. Are you okay, sir?
Yep.
I don't mean to be stressing you here. Okay, but just think that Z9 is yours. All right, here we go. Fantastic. All right. Now we got a little kind of like a little spotlighty thing, you know, like she's waiting in the wings to go on stage. She's a pop singer, you know, this and that. I mean, let your imagination ramble a little bit. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. Absolutely.
Do you want it to be a haze or do you want like a blast?
I think a haze would be better, but I think we should start the haze from camera right because that's the brightest source. Now, Lupe, you are wonderfully, phenomenally tall. Could you do me a favor and just spread your stance out a little bit? And yeah, then you're a little more adjusted to, here we go, guys. The artistry of the smoke, fantastic, fantastic. Good look, good look. Let's do this, here we go. Nice, 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 beautiful, okay. Okay, I came in too close to her. Let's do it again, let's do it again. A little more spray. Guys, up high, nice. Yeah, a little more. Sorry, Lupe. Okay, fantastic, fantastic. Here we go. Hard look, fashiony, fashiony. I'm not good enough for you. I'll never be good enough for you. It's awesome. You're so beautiful that how dare I stare at you. Nice. Now here's the thing, gang. With a model like Lupe, okay, we're getting a little smoked out here, but. Anybody out there? Oh my God, they all left.
They were gone a long time ago, Joe.
But here's the thing. Oh, thank you, man, thank you.
No alarms. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, it just makes you feel confident, right? Like nobody go to the back of the store, you know? Okay, so here's the thing. Like I rattled off a bunch of frames. Thank you, you're very helpful. I really appreciate it. You know, you get like, you know, Joe Blow in front of the camera. It's like, what do I do with my hands? You know, it's like, just put them over your face, sir. Let's try for an interpretive portrait, shall we? But I tell you, the check tie and the striped shirt is working for me. But with somebody like Lupe, you try to get all your mistakes made, and then you kind of think, well, I've actually got it dialed in pretty well, and then you turn her on. let her run with it, okay? And you're at the camera and just, you know, it's like hanging on to the caboose of a fast-moving train. When you get a really powerful fashion model or somebody who knows what they're doing in front of the camera, they are moving, expression, energy, and all you can do is bing, 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 and stay with her. And that's where magic starts to cross over, right? If anybody here, you know, the LCD on the back of the camera, you know, it's like an addictive little light source, you know. It's like the last thing you want to do is like click, oh, yeah, click, oh, you know. I mean, that doesn't make her feel good. It's like I've actually seen photographers at the camera like click somebody and then look at the LCD and it's like, oh. You know, it's like that don't make them feel good, you know? So when you get it right, when you get it moving, just be so encouraging. Energy at the camera. You have to convince the people that are in front of your camera that you're passionate about this. You need to do this. You need to photograph or you will stop breathing. And you know, you don't want me to stop breathing, do you? Because that would be on your conscience for the rest of your life. So, you know, keep posing. Anyway, I've overstepped, I've overstayed. And does anybody have any questions?
Was that a little gel you put in there on these lights?
Yes. Fernando, could I have that unit, please? Thank you much. Here's again, the kind of rolling forward of the ProPhoto system. This is magnetized. So is this. Now, I do wish they would come up with a little more reasonable set of gels instead of kind of the candy colored. This is called rose pink, you know. Call me a traditionalist, but has anybody ever heard of red? You know, you know. Just a thought. Be easier to put the type. Anyway, but this is a fantastic system. Okay, just a quick thing. If you use this system and you're using one of these click soft boxes, don't put the gel on and then the soft box because the magnets in the gels are weaker than the magnets that are in the actual unit. So put the soft box on, unclick so it collapses, and then put a gel once you have the soft box affixed to the light, because this will not be strong enough. If you move it, it's going to fall right off. Just a little bit of a back note. Not that I've ever done that. Didn't fall on my subject at all. No. You know, the lawsuit is pending. What can I say? All right. Anybody else? Because you guys should really go, because I'm having way too much fun. But I promised Lupe that she wouldn't have to stay all that long. So why don't we have a round of applause for Lupe? And I can't thank you enough. Thank you, Adorama. Adorama's, I'm very emotionally attached in lots of ways. You know, I do, you know, presentations for other camera stores, but, you know, I buy all my gear here. And I'm pretty emotionally attached. My wife used to work at this store, and it's just a lovely store populated with wonderful people who really know what they're doing. And witness, they brought back the event space. You know? The man. Okay? All right. Thank you all. Thank you for folks in the chat. You guys are great. What are we talking? Thanks. Oh, can you explain how you ended up at 5,300-ish Kelvin, please? Fred. I have no idea. I was on auto white balance for the whole thing, which is a mistake in lots of ways, but I'm just kind of rolling along here, and it looked pretty good. But here's the thing. If you introduce gels into a situation, if you're really hardcore out there doing like a corporate or commercial job, go into a fixed white balance, because if you're on auto white balance and you're throwing gels into the situation, it can skew the balance. The camera will start to read that and make decisions on its own. And in some situations, those are good decisions. I love auto white balance. It's very smart. You know, I walk the streets, I put in a little warm tinted auto white balance, and I'm good to go. But if you're really getting precise about having a certain type of color, background has to be absolutely blue, or this or that or the other thing, best to go into a fixed white balance if you're introducing gels into the scene. Are we good? All right. Thank you all. Lots of familiar faces. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, guys. Now I really do get to feel important. Thank you, everybody, for joining me in the crowd. And, of course, everybody online. Although the crowd, you guys get more points and hopefully somebody getting an awesome giveaway today. I'm Lindsay Adler. I'm a portrait and fashion photographer. Yes, I wasn't watching. Oh, no, I had it up for time. I just heard myself cheer. It was great. It was wonderful. Anyway. Rude. I am a portrait and fashion photographer here in New York, and today I'm going to be covering DIY holiday fashion shoot. Now, the reason I wanted to do this is every single year, for basically all of the holidays, I try to produce some content that is shareable online. So I'll produce things for Valentine's Day, Halloween, for Christmas. I'll do some kind of New Year's stuff. And I do it for two main reasons. One, it is good to have shareable, relevant content that you can market with, that you can share online. But the other reason is, if you're ever running out of ideas, give yourself an assignment that you have to think about ahead of time. So I know what holidays are coming, I know when it's coming, and so I can be like, oh, that's right. It's about a month, 2 months, whatever it is till the next holiday. Let me start getting creative. However, I don't want creative shoots to cost me a lot of money, because then that's another reason for me to not do them. Like, there's just always so many barriers. So some of the things that keeps me creating is, first of all, I have a go-to creative team. Like, when I'm creating, I have built a hairstylist, makeup artist team that if I say, hey guys, you want to do some Christmas stuff? They'll show up. Like, it's just the people that they're your creative family. And by the way, when I do these shoots, nobody gets paid. I'm not getting paid, they're not getting paid, we're all working for the images. But the expectation is, if I do get a paid job in the future, those are the same people I go back to. But it just means they're my creative family, they're throwing ideas my way, we show up, we shoot, that's great. So that's one way that I get rid of a barrier to making excuses. And then the other thing is I try not to make it expensive. So for DIY holiday shoots, what I do is, you guys know that with, you name it, if it's Michael's or Home Depot or the dollar store, they now switch over to the next holiday like 4 months in advance. Like, I swear, I think there was Christmas stuff coming out in like early September. Exactly. So what I'll do is I'll go in and I walk around. And all I'm doing is I'm actually giving myself really fun, creative problem solving, because I'm seeing what is there that I could make into something cool. So I'm looking around and I'm going, okay, is there anything I could shoot through? Is there anything I could put on the model? Is there anything I could turn into a headpiece? Is there something that I could put makeup on to put a pattern on the face? And so I'm trying to see what is cheap stuff that I could make look interesting. I'm going to show you some examples of this that I've done in the past, and then we're going to actually shoot some of these for some beautiful examples today. So my way of thinking about it is I try to take ordinary things and reimagine it into something extraordinary. Here's the thing. There's two things that's going on there. It's saving me money, but it's also fun. Like, it's pushing me to be like, all right, what other creative ways can I make something look cool? It's one thing when I have stylists and they bring an incredible, $5,000 headpiece. Like, yeah, of course it's going to be cool. That's not really challenging me. It looks awesome already. So it's making it hard for me in a good way. And again, I also use this content not just on social media, but for marketing. So when I send out an email blast around the holidays, whatever holiday it may be, if I've got a nice timely photo up front, it's more relevant. It shows that I'm planning ahead of time. So let's take a look at a couple examples. So this was a $5.99 wreath bow that I got at Kmart, which I don't know if it's still in business, but you guys remember in New York when it was in Astor Place? Yeah. So I bought it in Astor Place like 10 years ago. The reason I wanted to show you is I have shot this bow so many times. So first of all, it became a headpiece for one, which I think is gorgeous. How about this one? It became a necktie piece for another. Okay, yeah, how about this one? Another detail. All I did is wrap this subject's head in ribbon, and then I put that same bow on her chest as styling. So the same bow I've shot for 3 different Christmas images over 10 years. So it was that $6 earned its keep. Let's look at another example. So I actually have this one with me. This is what in our studio, we affectionately call dollar store couture. What were you calling it? Dollar store? The dollar store. So we have Target and dollar. So these, two of these are $1.25 a piece. And there's cheap plastic from the dollar store. If you break it in half, then just using hot glue, that's what it is. And it's just taking one here, flipping around to make a beautiful headpiece. So a couple years ago, that's a shot that I took with window light. So that is as cheap and DIY as you can get. Dollar store headpiece, and we used, I think it was a total of 3 or 4 of these, and then window light. Super simple. Let's look at another example. So now, I will warn you, glitter. Glitter. I'm like being so careful. Don't kill me. You do not want his wrath, so I'm just going to stay over here. Same thing. So this was, I believe it was either Home Goods or Michael's, going around and finding these really inexpensive poinsettias. And then all we did is just super glue them around and pin it to her hair. But we have it in her hair, on her chest, and that was a one light setup. That is using a single strobe with a beauty dish, and then I used a red background behind her. That particular red, in case you're curious, is the Savage Universal Primary Red. The reason I like that one is if you don't light it, it looks like this rich, like blood red, almost burgundy. It's really, really beautiful. So this was, I don't know, I think it was $13 maybe. I think it was probably less than that because I tend to buy it when the season's over and then keep it for the next year to have it. So I recommend that. There's only a little glitter. I'm looking at him. Probably the most expensive DIY tool I have here is I borrowed this extra large ornament, but I looked it up online. It's $32. But in that, I got the dress on Amazon and those tights on Amazon, and I'm using one bare strobe. It is one light, nothing else. There's no fill, there's no additional strobes. So it's a one light, but making it kind of fun and playful with styling from online. Here's another fun one. This is where we get a little more complicated because you need a good makeup artist to probably do this, but it doesn't have to be. I bought snowflake stencils. We held it up on her face, and then it's basically just face paint to put the snowflakes on the face. We even got this cheap, like I'm talking really cheap synthetic wig, cut it up, and then we painted the snowflakes on it as well. So we're getting kind of holiday there. Here's another example. I did a macro shot. This was a 2-light setup. So I used a beauty dish and then another light with a blue gel. But I was using the 100 macro. And I did that 100 macro to get really close. And I just used these stickers that I got, snowflake stickers. We stuck it all the way around the eye. It gave us some texture, so it made it interesting when we looked up close. Okay, so those are just a couple of things to get you thinking about holiday DIY, but how about other holidays? We were doing kind of Christmas, snow time. How about Valentine's Day? Every single Valentine's Day, I do the same thing, go into the dollar store, or I'll go on Amazon. So we did this, and it's the same idea with the cheap little headband. You picked up one today, right? Like at CVS? Like they're just a couple dollars. Same idea. We just got one of these cheap headbands, and then we covered it with glue and then dipped it in glitter. So that's why it looks like it's a glitter headband. And then it was $7.99 for 120 glitter hearts that we then glued everywhere on the headband. So that's one example. How about this one? I really liked this shot. This was actually more or less done in camera. Bought this on Amazon, and they had, I think it was 24 assorted hearts of like 7-inch, 9-inch, and 11 inches. And we took it and we kind of just stuck it in her hair. And I used a beauty dish with a grid, but what I did is I positioned the beauty dish at an angle where it was reflecting off of the glitter, but not hitting her face. And so that's actually a 2-light setup because I've got the beauty dish with the grid lighting the heart, and then another light behind her lighting the background pure white. So still pretty simple setup. This one, again, getting into just sticking stuff on someone's face. I probably bought like $15 to $20 worth of Valentine's Day stickers, and we covered her with it. This is another example, though, of where, in this particular case, it's a good model, good hair and makeup. But I believe it was the, do you guys, who's Olivia Rodrigo fan? If you actually saw one of her early album covers, it was just her covered in stickers. It's that same sort of idea, being slightly on trend by kind of referencing that in the photo. How about this? I just did this for Halloween. Women's tights. It was women's tights wrapped around her head, and then we ripped it so she would look like a mummy. Yes, it is on Adorama's YouTube channel. So those are just all examples to get you thinking. And what I recommend you do is go to the dollar store, go to Michael's, go to Home Depot, go to wherever there are holiday decorations, end of the season, look around and see what captures your attention. That's exactly what I do. So I'll show you some of the things we're going to play with today. So first thing we've got is I got this foam bow. You guys can kind of see it's like cheap foam. It was under $10. I ordered this, came from China. It took like, you know, a week or so to get here. And it's just in these like ribbons. And then they had a how-to video on how to turn it into a bow, all in Chinese. So I had my lovely assistant Lex try to watch and decipher that video today. But I saw it because it was an extra large bow, and I could see this being used in a ton of different fun ways. It could be centered on the chest, it could go behind the head, it could go on the shoulder. So we're going to play around with this as one of our styling elements. Then there was a whole bunch of these cute little snowflakes that are reflective. I'm curious to see if I hit that with hard light, what'll happen when it reflects. Because it is a shiny surface. Shiny surfaces are great for using things like star filters or black pro mists, but in a studio, they're actually really hard to shoot. Because in a studio, when you're not dealing with ambient light, if the subject isn't facing the light source and they're kind of facing this way, what it's reflecting is blackness. So all of this would just appear solid black. So I'd have to do some sort of creative problem solving to actually make it look interesting. And then last but not least is what she's wearing right now on her head, which I've got a couple examples of this. There were actually, I don't know what I did. Oh, here it is. Perfect. All right, so this is Dollar Store, Dollar Store Couture over here. So this is under $10 of these, I don't know, I guess you put it in holiday vase and bouquets that you're decorating with. So it's just lots of little glittery silver stuff. And will you take a look here? So what we did is we shaped it onto a headband, and it is just super glued on, but in a way that makes pretty shapes. So like these, oh gosh, glitter, oh my God, nobody else are gonna hate it. Oh God, oh, it did it. Oh, I see the glitter going everywhere. But these were actually already bendy. We didn't do anything to them. That's already how it was intended. And so it was quite easy to bend it into a shape, which is what you see in her headpiece. If you go to the dollar store right now, you can get this. So I'm sending people to the dollar store. Where's my dollar store affiliate link? Okay, perfect. I already had this silver dress that she's wearing in my kit. So I have maybe like 15, 20 dresses that I keep. I shoot over and over again until I'm bored of them, and then I swap a new, 2 or 3 in every year. So we're gonna go with a silver theme, and I'm gonna shoot this and take you through my creative process, but everything that we are shooting today, the styling, is $10 or less for the DIY part of it. Okay, so I'm gonna stand you up here. Let's give this a test, thank you. All right, let's go back to the beginning. So I will take you through the gear, and for the benefit of the people in the audience, if you have a question about gear or technique, you guys can actually ask me, but Seth is also checking the chat if anyone online has questions. Okay, so a couple of things that I was thinking is I think she looks like an ethereal, like winter goddess. Like that's the vibe I'm getting from her. I've actually shot Marcelina before, and she just has this like kind of beautiful imp-like look. So that was my thought behind picking out and building this headpiece. So when I see things that are sparkly and glittery, 2 things pop into my head. First of all, if I use hard light, that's when I'm going to see sparkles the most. Because when you do a soft light, it is less specular and it tends to be a little bit more of an even highlight. But if you pick a harder light, you're going to see those actual sparkles on it. So that's the first thing I was thinking is let me start with a harder light. And then the second thing I'm thinking is hard light plus sparkles plus star filter equals holiday magic. Like that was kind of what I was thinking. So that's my thought process in building this first shot. So for my main light, when I got here, I said to Seth, what do we got that's a hard light? Maybe something that can be concentrated. In my head or in my studio, the things I would start to gravitate towards would be either a grid. You can actually put a grid on a bare strobe. Could be a zoom reflector with a grid, which will give you a hard concentrated light that will be sparkly. That's probably one of the first things I'd look for. I would also likely grab something like an optical spot or an optical snoot. So that's going to allow me to have hard light where I can narrow the beam. So I can have just a small area of illumination that's super specular. Or Seth goes, I got this new toy that I'm really mad that you were trying first, but I'll let you if you're nice to me. So I've got the brand new Profoto. This is the Fresnel Small. So a Fresnel, a very hard light source, and this is to the light source that you would use at the front of it. It has a Fresnel light, which means it's very similar to the light that you'd see in a lighthouse, right? Exactly, the lighthouse Fresnel lens. What's great about it, it's hard light, but it's kind of smooth because of how it bends the light. And it has a knob on the left-hand side that you can adjust to spread the light or concentrate it. So I can light her at this distance, here to here, or I can narrow it to just be the center of her face. Because I want it to be hard light, but I do need it to hit some of the headpiece, because if it doesn't hit the headpiece, then how's the headpiece going to sparkle? So that's where we're going to start with the first light. The strobe we're using is the Profoto B10X Plus, and this is the 500 watt battery operated strobe. Would you turn down the house lights a little?
Can I see your mic pack for a second?
Was it not on? Boop.
It's cutting
He's
out,
fixing
right?
me.
You hear it cut out? Yeah.
Oh, no. She can pull that out if we need.
No comment.
I can't.
We'll see what happens.
Okay, because she definitely, we can work it out. Thank you.
I'm killing the house lights. Keep the bottom lights on.
No, I got it. It's here. It should already be on.
No, I turned it off because it builds heat.
Hmm.
There we go.
I don't want that one. I just want this one. Okay, cool. Let's see if any of those are on. Perfect. I'm going to turn this off. And can I turn that one off too? Oh, sorry about that.
Calm it down, lady.
I'm sorry. I'm very anxious and excited. Okay. All right. So you guys can see from that angle, I'm grabbing the little handle on the side. And do you see how I can basically just light the center of her face there? And I'm using the modeling light so I can judge this. So at this distance, I can light from the top of her head to just below her chest, or I can have a pretty tight highlight there. We're going to start there, and then I'm going to build in my lights. This is all I have for this first light. So let's give a little test. All right, great. Let's take a look at it. Beautiful. All right, so here's some of the things that I'm looking at with this light. Do you see that that shadow edge is pretty defined? But when I look at her, it's not harsh light. Like, it's still hard and defined, but it's not really aggressive the same way as I'd get with like a bare bulb. With a bare bulb, everything would have a lot more texture and be a lot shinier. That being said, I definitely am still getting a little bit of sparkle on the headpiece. So when I look at this, I like it, but I don't think it's giving me like Ice Queen feel. So when I think ice, I think cool, I think blue, which is why I would add a blue gel. So that's what our second light is going to be. Now, I've specifically, in this case, not chosen a modifier. I'm using a bare bulb because more hard light will give me more sparkles. That also means as long as this is hitting the headpiece, if I want to take that highlight on the face and narrow it so it's only hitting the center of her face, I can still get sparkles on the headpiece because this will be hitting the headpiece to give me sparkles. So I'm going to turn it on. Now, some of the things I'm looking for here is I am turning on the modeling light. Now, the reason I want to do that is when you use a bare strobe, the light goes everywhere. You have no control over it, hardly at all. And because it's a bare, hard light, it'll create really crisp shadows. I can see that behind her head. Now, I can kind of just like change my angle if I wanted. Like if I shot from here, there's no shadow behind her. But the other thing I could do, since I can actually see it, is I can move this fill light. When I move it off to the side here, or I can even change the height a little bit, I'm kind of just focusing on putting the shadow out of my frame. So that's one thing I could do. If I didn't need this to be a hard light, like if I didn't want it to give me more sparkle, if I switch this over to a beauty dish, or maybe even just a grid, what it'll do is it'll control that spill a little bit more, and then I wouldn't have the same distracting shadow. So let's see how I'm looking at the moment with that. Okay, perfect. Beautiful. Okay, so let me show you what's going on here. I'm going to put those two shots up side by side. All right, what I want you to notice is if you look at the first image, pay attention to where the shadows are. The shadow is underneath her jaw, and there's no light hitting the background. Now, if you look with your naked eye, the background's actually white. So if in the photo it appears black, like you see on the left, it means there's no light hitting it. The thing I always encourage people to remember, if you're using gels, gels show up most in shadow areas. So in the first shot, wherever there are shadows, under her chin, on the headpiece, on the background, if I add a gel, that's where I'm going to see that color, which is why in the second shot, that's exactly what you have. Blue on the background, blue on the headpiece, blue underneath the jawline, even blue on the top of her dress. Now, I can turn this up a bit if I want to see even more blue, or if I want it to be a little bit more ethereal feeling, I'm going to lighten this up so the shadows will get lighter, but the blue will also get brighter. So let's do these, same thing. Perfect, great. Pretty. Try from over here. Great. Great, can you turn your shoulders to your right? Beautiful, and stick your chin out just a little bit more, and then chin down a little. Pretty. Okay, so it's looking good. What I might do is I might add just a tiny bit of contrast here, and if I wanted to feel even more blue, I could cool down the white balance. So we're always taught that there's like a correct white balance to things. Typically what you want to do is either use a gray card or set the white balance to whatever matches your light source. So in this case, it's around 5600, but white balance is a good starting point for a real skin tone. I want her to feel icy. So I could go cooler. And so in this case, I've dragged it down from 5600 to like 4000. And now she's looking really, really cool. I think that's looking pretty. So maybe I'll try something like that. I'm shooting into a program called Capture One. In this program, as I'm taking the photos, I'm shooting tethered with a Tether Tools tether cable, and that is plugged into my computer. So that's why as I'm shooting this comes in. What's nice is I can take those changes I just made. I hit the little up button on the right-hand side. Then I hit down, and what it does is it applies those changes to all of the images. I'm shooting raw, but it will give me that preview. So basically whatever changes I did will now come into all the other photos. Couple other notes. I am shooting with the Canon R5 Mark II and the 24-105 2.8 lens. This is the lens that I use 90% of the time because I can have from 24-105 at 2.8. Like that's what I need 90% of the time. There's only a couple times where I might need 70-200 just to reach like a little bit closer, but I'm doing a beauty shot right now and it's fine. It's more beauty shots like head and shoulders, like maybe from the top of the head to the top of the shoulders that I would need the longer focal length. So the next part of this equation is adding that filter, which I just looked at and is absolutely filthy. Hold on.
Oh, nice. All right.
I knew he would judge me.
I'm not judging. Look at me.
It's fair.
You also got pizza.
I got it. Okay, so the filter that I'm using here is a 4-point star filter. I usually use Hoya or Tiffin when I do this. The reason I'm telling you this is so many people have seen me shoot with star filters. They try it and say it didn't work. It doesn't work for two reasons. A, you might be using soft light. If you try a softbox or a beauty dish, you're not going to get the same reflections. And B, everybody goes and they'll go on like Amazon and get the cheapest star filter and they don't work. I don't know why. I think it's the lines aren't etched in enough. So like, just don't bother. I can't tell you how many people have said it doesn't work. So 4-point or cross screen is what you want. Let's try it again. So I'm gonna put that on the front. This is an 82 millimeter thread size star filter. Okay, same thing. And the reason I shot so many is you'll notice in each frame as she moved her head around, the stars moved slightly. So if I zoom in here, you can see the pretty star filters on the headpiece, but then she moves slightly, and now I've got a big star right there. So I let my subject move quite a bit, but what I want you to notice is this is without the star filter. This is with. Do you see a difference besides the stars? Softer, because the way a star filter works is it's like refracting the light, and it's actually decreasing your contrast. So whenever I add a star filter, I always add more contrast and more clarity. And clarity is your sharpness in the midtones. You don't have to add as much as I just did, but just so you could kind of see the difference between the two. Here's the image straight out of camera. And then here's when I add my contrast and clarity, which makes it a lot paler, a lot sharper, a lot more like the kind of snow queen that I was thinking of. Maybe there. Okay, let me shoot a couple more frames of that. And then I'm gonna add one more change before we wrap up this image. Okay, so let's see what happens if I tighten up the light on the face a little bit. And Lex, I'm gonna have you point it just to make sure it's hitting the center of her face. Okay? Let's see. Can you turn this way with your whole body? Great. And then chin right there. Beautiful. Let's see how that's looking. So you can see the image looks more blue because there was more shadow created by tightening the light, which means there's more area for that blue to show up. Okay, now can you kind of do this? Good. All right, and point it right there. Good, and chin up just a smidge. Pretty. Ooh, I love it. Gorgeous. Okay, now do the opposite. Can you spread out the light? Let's see what it looks like with a little bit more coverage. Keep going, even more. Right there. Let's try that. And they're going to get even more sparkles on the headpiece this way. Beautiful. Ooh, okay. Love it. So the only change that I don't know if it necessarily make it better, but the only change I think I want to make is I do want to maybe put a little bit more of a different highlight on the background, like maybe a little spotlight of white behind, make it a little icier, maybe a little glowier. It's not better or worse, it's just I want to give it a try. And by the way, I'm looking at your screen. So as I was shooting these, they start to look a little blown out on the face. But part of the reason it does is because I have my clarity and my contrast pumped so high that when you increase contrast, highlights get brighter and shadows get darker. My point is all of the information's there. So when I pump my contrast, if I'm like, oh, the skin's looking too bright, I can just bring that highlight back down or darken down the face. So it's there, and I usually massage it a little bit more once I pick the final shot. And in case you guys didn't know, in both Lightroom and Capture One, they have new AI masking tools that are insanely smart. So for example, I just created a new layer and I selected the AI brush. And look how it's just selecting her skin. Like that's what that red means. So I could just bring the skin tone down and not affect the highlights or anything else. Or how about this? This just affected only the blue of the background. So if I just wanted to, for example, take the blue of the background, but darken that down more, or lighten that up more, or increase the saturation, the masking lets me do that. Yeah, go for it.
In the chat, they're asking, would you be able to get that star effect with a tight aperture instead of a star filter?
It would be near impossible to get that same effect. It's more if you're shooting, oh, and the question was about if I shot at a really small aperture, like shooting at like f/22, for example, that would work if I'm shooting like into a light source, but not with the reflection. Okay, so next up, let's try this one more thing. So let me borrow this. We're going to turn on, and by the way, I'm just turning this modeling light off so it's not blasted at me when I'm standing there. We are going to do another little DIY adjustment. I'm going to be using something called cinefoil. This is basically black tin foil that you can put on your lights, and it is intended for that purpose. I remember this was when I was in New York in my very first studio. I wanted to block and control light, and so I took duct tape and cardboard, and I taped it onto my lights, and I caught them on fire. Yeah. So don't do this. This is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to use this as well as gaff tape, because this won't leave a residue. And this is intended for this purpose. So it's heat resistant. It's not going to mess anything up. So what you can do with this is you can tape it to your lights, and you could use it to create barn doors to control the spill of light, or you could use a bigger piece to wrap around the light to create a snoot, or you could create really whatever shapes that you want. And so I always keep a few pieces of these in my bag just in case, especially if you were shooting in a small space where there's like a lot of white walls and now the light's bouncing everywhere. And I could be like, oh, I don't want it to bounce off this white wall. You can just tape it onto the side and now you have control.
It's also heavy gauge, so it holds shape. If you try this with thin foil, you'll watch it just like droop and go away from whatever you were trying to do. It's also got a binding to it so that the black doesn't flake off. If you try to spray paint foil and you try to crumple it up,
here's another piece of
there goes your black.
Yeah.
You can check out the video on my channel on that. Woo, what?
Yay. Great. Okay, so yeah, you can do that. So right now we are going to be working with 3 lights. This one's not on. I'm saving that for later. We'll see if I use it. So I've got my Fresnel on the top. I've got my blue fill, and then I've got my light over here that has the cinefoil on. I'm using the modeling light so I can actually see where it's pointed. And I'm going to sculpt it a little bit more. Maybe I'm thinking like a little glow behind her head, something like that. So as Seth was saying, I can actually like literally shape this, which is great. So maybe there. It's not a perfectly round shape. If you want it to be round, use a grid. Sorry. All right. So Lex, I'm going to have you point this or shape it based on how it's looking in the photo. I believe I want to point it a little higher to be behind her head, but we'll take a test. Thank you. Okay. Oh yeah, definitely. Can you scrunch it down? Great. Keep going more. Let's just see. All right, let's test that. And point it more to the left for me. You can just rotate it. Yep, right there. Let's test. See how it's looking. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, this is why I said I just was experimenting. It's not right or wrong, but I think it makes the photo have a little more depth. Yeah. It doesn't look as flat. And yeah, it's not like a bright highlight behind her head, but I'm into it. Okay, honestly, like that's good. I'm gonna shoot a few more, but that's great. We'll move on to the next one. You look gorgeous. Ooh, love. Perfect. Okay, awesome. Those look great. All right, so let's go on to another one of these head pieces here. You can take that one off. And if anyone in the audience, I can tell you want to wear this, just kidding. If anyone wants to see how this is made, you can take a look at it. Let's try this one. Cool. You want to grab the nan light? Okay, so this is our tree topper headpiece here. I'm going to turn this off. And I'm going to leave approximately the same setup for a second. Let's see. Okay. Tell me.
Someone in the chat's asking, what would be the power difference between the key, which is your Fresnel, and your gelled fill light?
Yeah. So the question was, what's the difference in the powers between my Fresnel key and my fill light? It all depends on how bright or how dominant you want the fill light to be in the shot. So in the original shots where I said it was kind of dark and subtle, it was probably closer to like 2.5 stops less than the main, where it's just like a little bit of blue. So for example, if my main was F11, so 2.5 stops, so F8, F5.6, maybe it's F4, F4.5, somewhere in there. But in this case, it's closer to like maybe 1.33 stops under. So there's not a formula, it's just what's good for the color and what you're trying to go for. Okay, so I have turned this off. I'm going to take this off as a example that I'm not using it, okay? Yeah.
One question.
Yeah.
So when you are shooting, you are putting the fill light, right?
Uh-huh.
Blue gel. So in earlier images, in the previous images, I can see the skin changes tones because of the shadow.
Yep.
So is
I saw that.
Good.
So here was an example here. If you look at her just above the top, you can see a little bit of the skin tone change. And that's because the blue is not hitting that area. So one of the things you could do is if you move your light a little further to the side and raise it up, if the blue is filling in that area, the problem would go away. But alternatively, if you really like the placement, there's, you don't have the room, you don't like the shadow, the other thing you could do is specifically select that shadow area. So I've made that selection, and then I could cool that down and put it in the same color palette. Or if you go into Photoshop, you select the two, I would do generative fill and it'll get rid of it that quickly. But you can fix it with lighting if you catch it. You look thoughtful.
Your mic keeps going out. I can't figure it out.
You can get in there. I'm just trying to problem solving here.
Go shoot.
Sorry.
I'm fine, man.
Okay, good. All right, so we're gonna make an adjustment here, and I'm gonna try a creative in-camera technique because I'm going to mix studio lights and continuous lights. So when you are shooting with studio strobes, it is a very fast flash duration. The number of like how fast your flash fires, it depends on the strobe, but let's just say 1/1000th of a second. So 1/1000, that's how long the flash will be on. Again, depends on the strobe you have. So no matter what, if the subject's moving, it's going to freeze them in place. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a continuous light. The continuous light, to pick this up, for this to show up, I'm going to use a really slow shutter speed. And so it'll show up over time, but that lets me add some motion blur on purpose. This is something called dragging your shutter or shutter drag. I have several videos on Adorama TV that you can watch if you want a little bit more of a breakdown on this. So we're gonna problem solve and see if that looks good, because I'm looking at that headpiece and it's the same thing, right? It's reflective. So if she's turned away from the main light and she's facing towards you all, it's probably just gonna be black. Like it's not gonna reflect anything because this is all shadow to the strobe. So then it gives me an opportunity to add in a continuous light that I could then move and streak and make a cool effect. So I'm gonna test that out. So you don't have to turn it on yet. Will you kill lights for me? Okay. All right, so I turned off my fill light. I just wanna see what we're working with here. Actually, will you turn off that one as well? We'll start from the beginning. We'll just start with the Fresnel on. Great. Okay, can you turn this direction? Perfect. I think we can tighten the light. Oh, everything looks pretty. She's great. This is pretty people, right? It's true though. She looks beautiful and everything. Okay, let me try that one more time. So here's what we have going on. The Fresnel that you see is lighting from her face to her shoulder. And there's a little bit of it spilling on the background. If I didn't want it there, I could move her further from the background, or I could tighten the Fresnel so that it's lighting a smaller area. But you'll notice that headpiece she has on, you don't see much of it. It's not really reflecting much because the Fresnel is pretty tight on her. So if I want to actually see it, I need to give it something to reflect. So we're going to try without a background light first. So let's introduce this. I'm going to show them real quick. Sorry. This is the Nanlite Pavo tube, and this is the 2-foot one. I use these all the time. What's nice is that it is a full RGB light, so I can change it to any color that I want and kind of dial it in. It's pretty bright that you can see. And they make 2-foot, 4-foot. You can gang up 2 of them if you want it to be even stronger. And I can also change the saturation. So we're going to try this to reflect in that headpiece. So I'm actually watching it with my eye. So right now, my camera settings are 1/200th of a second, f11, ISO 100. I'm going to take a photo with this and see what it looks like. And will you do me a favor? Will you pick a pose and hold it for a little bit? That one is perfect. All right, let's take a test. Okay, so in comparing these two shots, if I zoom in real close, I can see a tiny bit of blue. It's hardly at all. And that's because this is a continuous light, so it's not registering at these camera settings. These camera settings are intended to get rid of ambient light. So to get it to show up, I need to either change my camera settings and turn down the power of the strobe, or I'm going to drag my shutter, which we're going to try. Let's try I'm going to try a 1/10 of a second. Let's see. So 1/10. I'm going to try the exact same frame at 1/10 and see what it looks like. Thank you. Let's zoom back out. Oh, except for that didn't fire. Hold on. Let's fire that again. That's what I meant to do. Perfect. So in comparing, this is the picture on the left is at 1/200th of a second. The picture on the right is at 1/10. So I'm starting to see more blue. If I want to see even more blue, I'm going to, like, for those of you that are newer to strobes, just bear with me. This will be like a little complicated. But if I wanted to see more, the first thing I could do is a slower shutter speed. So I could go from a 1/10 to 1/5 to like a full second. It's too much for me. So in order to see more, what I'm actually going to do is change my camera settings. I'm going to go and make this more sensitive to light. So I'm going to go from ISO 100 to, let's say, ISO 400. So it's making it 2 stops of light more sensitive. But that means this light will be double, quadruple. It's going to be way overexposed. So I have to compensate with the power. So I'm going to go down 2 stops. So let's see. 1 stop down, 2 stops down. Let's try it again. And I believe it worked, but I can't see. We'll test. I'm not convinced that went down. Hold on. Oh, it did. Okay, much better. So, and Lex, I will need a battery in a second. So here's to take you through that again. Here's with 1/200th of a second here. Okay, 1/200th. Then this is when I went to a 1/10 of a second. I saw more, but it still wasn't bright enough. So I bumped up my ISO 2 stops, which would have made the face too overexposed. So I turned that down 2 stops. And now it made it more sensitive to that blue, but the face is not as overexposed. So now I want to try and see what I can do with some of that shutter drag. I want to purposely try to move it a little. We're going to see what it looks like. So can you slightly turn your head this way? Great. Perfect. I'll just try. Ooh. So what I'm doing is I'm moving my camera literally just side to side over that 1/10 of a second. Perfect. And same thing with your chin this way. It's just, and the reason I'm telling her to turn her chin this way is if she looks back this way, it's not reflecting the blue. I can actually see it with the modeling light. Well, with the continuous light, I can actually see it there. And now I'm going to try zooming, and I'm going to try moving and zooming. And each one does something different, so I just keep experimenting. This is where it's art, not science. It's just a little bit of movement. Like, that's cool. Looks like it's snowing. I'm getting snowy vibes. Okay. That's another. I'm just tweaking it just a little bit here to see what I like. Okay, I'll do a couple more of those, and we'll see if I like it with a background light, and then I'll move on to the last one. Thank you. Okay, let's just see. That's perfect. Let's do a horizontal. So I have more room to blurry. Okay. And one more. All right, let's try the background light, if you will, Lex, for one more try. Oh, I like that one. That's cool. Super snowy. Okay. And can you turn the modeling light on? Sorry. So I'm having her turn the modeling light on that back one because then I can see where the white is lining up behind. It might overpower the blurry factor, so I might not like it. We'll see. I think I like the other better. You hear it, right? I guess so. It's not that bad. Okay. So anyway, there's another take on this with the background on. So I'm going to have her change while we go through the last ones. So if you will change into the red and put a red lip on, we're going to end with the red bow. Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's give this a quick adjustment. Seth, Would you lower the gray for me, please? If you guys have any questions while she gets that changed, what I'm having her do is I have her change into a red dress. It's a red sparkly dress that I got on Amazon for $60. So this is not an expensive couture dress. And then I'm having her put a red lip on because we're going to add the red bow. So I want to reinforce the concept that we're going for. So we're going to switch into a red color palette. Yes. The question is during the last one, could I move the blue light to get a streaking effect? So it might, for example, reflect off more of the headpiece, but it wouldn't be moving enough to get the same streaking effect. I actually have to see her move to do it. The other part is it's such a fast exposure. It's only 1/10 of a second. So my assistant would have to be just doing this to see anything different. Whereas for me at that 10th, I can just keep doing this. It's a little bit easier. And by the way, a question people always have is that I'm on first curtain sync when I'm doing the shutter drag. The reason why is typically when people do that blur effect, they think that you would want to be on second curtain. The common example is if somebody's on a bike, you don't want to do first curtain because it'll freeze them and then the blur will be the bike in front of them. It doesn't make sense. Here, there's no direction of motion. It's just blur stuff, like it's just creative. If I did second curtain and I were moving my camera, I don't know where my frame would be. Like if I went like this and then it fired at the end, she might just be like cut off. So I do first curtain because when I click, I can see where she is in the composition and then jerk my camera away and it doesn't matter where the exposure ends. So first curtain on this one. Okay, so any other questions before I move on to this tweak? Yes.
When you're doing color sort of palettes, do you take any consideration into like what they might be wearing, absorbing any of the light, or is that not really something that counts?
No, totally. So the question was, if I am lighting somebody, do I take into any consideration the color that they're wearing? 1,000%. For example, if I photographed her in the red dress she's about to put on, but I light it with a blue gel, that dress is going to look like almost blackish, dark, like you won't see it at all. So I purposely in the previous shot had her in silver for that reason. In this setup, if I use a gel on her, it would be red because that's what's going to show up on the red. So yeah, totally. And you can kind of test this out yourself, but this is why if you ever see me use gels, 90% of the time she's wearing a silver sparkly dress because it shows the color the best. Okay. All right, so let's do, I'll show this real quick. This was, by the way, this was the other one that I showed that I mentioned really briefly. This was the one that was $4 worth of, it's like snowflake decorations, but you can see that it's kind of just glued and layered upon each other. Probably for time, I won't do this one, but same exact concept as the previous headpiece. If you shoot something like this that you make, it's super reflective. So if she's facing away from the light and you are using strobes, it won't work. So I would either need to have a light source here or a continuous light or some sort of reflector that has a light into it in order for this to actually show up. Sparkles, reflective mirrors, they see what it's reflecting. They see the environment. So just remember you'd have to light the environment or get something lit for it to actually show up. Yeah.
So is it best just to use continuous light for most of the time?
Good question. So the question was, is it best to use continuous light most of the time? The answer is if you're first getting into photography, continuous light is a heck of a lot easier to figure out because you can actually see it. It's what you see is what you get. However, in certain situations, strobes like these are going to be better in many cases like this, where there's a lot of ambient light because I can overpower all of this. Whereas if I'm using continuous light, all of this affects my shot if I can't turn it off. So if you're in like a daylight studio where you've got big windows and you don't want that window light to show up in your shot, you would have to do strobes or lots of curtains, lots of V-flats to block it out. So it depends on what your studio space looks like. If it's your living room, how dark can you get your living room? If you can get it real dark, continuous light will work. Okay. All right, let's try to build in a little bit more. So for this last one, I am going to gel the background to make it red. Obviously, you could use a red background if you have one. I'm just kidding. I didn't ask for one. I'm just kidding. I'm going to show you. We're going to gel it red. Okay, so I'm going to take this off. You have two for me there? Great. So, yeah, you can tape it onto both and then make them both the same power. So the gels kit that I'm going to be using here is I'm going to use the Roscoe Color Effects kit. This kit, I forget, I think it has 15 different colors. I couldn't remember if it was 15 or 18. Yeah. These are something that are called like party gels or creative colors. So you'll notice I've got like magenta and bright blue and teal. This is like the fun creative stuff. I recommend if you're getting a kit to get 2 of these because in the example here, I'm going to put a gel on both of my background lights and I do want them to match. So just a consideration. So I'm going to put this super saturated blood red gel in the background. And the one thing that I want you to keep in mind is for this shot, the more that my main light spills on the background, the less red that background will look. Basically, if your main light is white light, when it hits the background, it desaturates and washes out the color. So this is why it's recommended to use a tighter light, a beauty dish with a grid, a softbox with a grid, something to control the spill a little bit. Or if you have a huge space, take your subject and move them as far away as you can fit them, because then you don't have to worry about that main light spilling as much.
So when you take control of the grid, like for the spilling, that way it won't be too much red or too much.
It won't be too. If you add a grid to like a beauty dish, it means it won't be too much light hitting the background.
Okay.
You look great. Yeah. So we're gonna test this. Okay, I'm not sure what we're gonna do with this one yet, but we'll test you. And I definitely can take I probably can take the Fresnel off. We'll test. Okay, will you step forward a bit? Great, so this is like I said, my $60 red dress that I've used 8 billion times. It's one of the kit ones. We're gonna see, maybe it goes there and you kind of like, cute, okay. All right, I'm gonna turn this on so you can see. So we're gonna test the red background first. And in this space, because I have no modifier on this, some of that red might hit the side of her face. I don't know if it's a bad thing. Like it might be a nice little red rim light. It could work. We're gonna test it. Let's go to 5.5 and then angle it more towards the middle a little bit. And is this one on or off at the moment? Okay, great. I'm just gonna rotate this because it was leaking out the side a little. All right, will you, actually I can turn it off. I'm gonna turn off my main light. I wanna see what's going on with the background just to start off with. And by the way, perfect. I need to not shoot at 1/10 of a second anymore, right? So I'm gonna go back to 1/200th. We'll try ISO 200 f11. If I wanted to get it accurate, I could use a light meter. Or I could make it look good, which is what I'm gonna do. We're just gonna figure it out in a moment. Okay, so I'm resetting my camera settings over here. So main light, I'm going to attempt to turn off. Just make sure it's off, I got it, perfect. All right, let's just see. Not bad. Okay, I'm gonna go up on those two. Can you actually, I didn't group them, so can you go up another, wait, I lied. I haven't turned on my main light yet. So rather than having her change those lights, I can just go up on my ISO or open up my aperture a little bit to make them look correct. So let's just do it. We'll go from 200 to 400, and then let's try F8 instead of F11, trying the same thing. Beautiful. So notice I said that there was some red spill on her face. I'm okay with it. I think it looks nice. But obviously, now everything is black in the front, so I want to lighten it up. So I'm going to try this, but we're going to see. Because in a perfect world, I'll pull you out a little bit, and can you move this back a little? I'm trying to add a little bit more distance between her and the background so the light won't spill on it quite as much. We're going to see if I need to switch my modifiers. And let me scoot this way a little. All right, so let's turn on that main light. Okay. I got it, and then I think...
You just did all of them at once.
No, I didn't mean to do them all at once. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's see. I think those stayed the same, right? Yeah. All right, now. Perfect. Let's just test this. Oh, I have no idea what this exposure. Oh, not so bad. Yeah. Okay, that exposure was accidental, but looks great. Okay. I mean, I kind of just let it do its thing, and then I was going to adjust. Not too bad. It's still a little hot, but I don't mind it. By the way, when I'm shooting red, I regularly go into post-processing and tweak it. So I'm going to go into my color editor. I'm going to specifically select red, and then I can adjust it to be more orange or more magenta. So I could make it pink if I wanted a pink Christmas. I could also darken it down to make it a little richer. And then you'll notice the color of the bow and the background are different colors, right? Well, what I would do is I'd create another layer later on, do that AI selection, and select one of the two and tweak them. So for example, I could take the background, which is what I'm selecting now, then go into that red and make it a little bit more magenta to match. So like, let's see. It's a little more, let's go a little bit more than that. Oh, sorry, on the background, hold on, let me go to this one. Let's make it a little more there. So in these two, see how the reds got closer together? Yeah. I selected the red and I pushed it more magenta because the bow was more magenta. So technically you can take this adjustment and apply it down, but it slows down. So I'm actually going to reset that just so you know. It will look for the same selection, but it really uses a lot of computing power, so I don't want to worry about it. All right, I actually think it's pretty good. Let me just like lift her chin up a little bit, bring it in a little bit cuter, and I think that'll be perfect. What died? This died? Okay, no problem. By the way, so we're using the ProPhoto B10X Plus, so it's the 500 watt ones. They just came out with ones that are 750 watts. So brand new strobes. There might be other battery operated ones on the market that are that strong, but not that I've ever seen. But even though these are battery operated, you can plug them in. So you can use them as studio lights. We just didn't. So we're switching the battery now and try it again. Thanks, love. Okay, yeah. And then, yeah, can you bring it real close to your face and then turn your chin up that way? Beautiful. Ooh, yes. Oh, so pretty. Yes, you have a great face. Okay, good. And let's try some, bring it way close to your face, like right up there. Beautiful. Let's see. How about your left hand? Let's bring it in even closer. So I want to see both hands. And then if I had, or if this were like a real shoot where I could do it, I'd probably paint those nails red, you know, like lean into it. Maybe give her like a red earring that had a little ornament on it, like a little Christmas ball, like lean into it a bit. Perfect. Beautiful.
Someone's asking if you still have your filter on.
I do have my filter on, not on purpose. Good call, audience member. One more time, I'll do a few more. That's perfect. So she fixed her fingers. What I was gonna say is I thought the fingers looked weird here, but I think she's seeing it and she fixed it because she's also a photographer, which is a great thing to have in a model. She knows what she's doing. And then chin up just a little. Oh, love that, right there. And a little softer, a little happier. And I'll kind of giggle to the light. Perfect. Okay, I know I've got one in there that'll be great. So basically what I would tweak in the end is just making the reds match and make them a little bit richer. Even though the skin looks a little bit overexposed, remember I've gone in and I've added contrast. So I can always bring that back down so that it's still very much in the correct exposure. All right, so I will wrap up. So thank you for being our beautiful model. You're wonderful. So guys, what I hope that you took away from this little demo is that I want you to look at my photos and I want you to think they look expensive. I want you to think they look high-end, but especially for things that are test shoots or holiday shoots, we're looking around and seeing how we can do this for $10 or less. So all of the styling we had there was made with things from the dollar store, Michael's, buying it online, $10 or cheaper, but you make it look good with your lighting and your styling and your directing of your subject. So I hope everybody has a wonderful holiday season, and I will see you guys in 2025. So thanks for joining me. Thanks, guys.
And can we give a hand for our beautiful model, Deshani, here today? Thank you. So today we're going to talk about shooting with hard light. Now, how many people are scared when it comes to shooting with hard light? Or have any fears, intrepidations? None. What are some things that could go wrong when you're shooting with hard light? Yes? Yes. So hard light oftentimes shows a lot of texture on skin, which is something people fear. What else can go wrong? Yes? The question that we asked everybody is, what problems can go wrong when it comes to hard light? And one of the things is it can be easier to overexpose. Now, this is a very good comment because basically what happens when you're using hard light is oftentimes your direct reflections inside the skin are going to be brighter than if you're using a softer source, just often because a harder light is brighter in terms of like at the source itself. Oftentimes softer lights are closer, and so they don't have to be as bright to get the same illumination. So you can get higher specular highlights. Or if we want to be scientific, we would call them either like polarized or direct reflections. But we can talk about that later. But the first thing I'm going to do is make shooting with hard light very, very, very attainable for everybody. So I'm going to start with the most bare bones setup that you've ever seen, in which I'm just going to use a light with no reflector, nothing added to it, and we're going to get simple, beautiful light. And today I'm going to use constant light. Oftentimes I use strobes, but I'm using constant light so it's a little easier for you guys to see what I'm doing. And I'm going to be mixing it with all the constant lights that we have here so you guys can see me. But we have enough power, so I think we'll easily be able to get around that and we will see in the photographs. And if not, Seth can work his magic and turn some lights on and off as we're going. So we're going to start with our first lighting setup. And so now we have an extremely hard light source. I'm going to move over here so that I'm not as blown out as I was when I was over there. And Seth, let me know if we're able to kill these house lights. If not, I think we're okay. I think we've overpowered them quite well. But I want to get directly into taking photographs. And so right now we're using my light to light everything. And it's right here above my computer. And I know approximately here is about 8 feet away from our model. So I'm going to say I have this light about another 4 feet. So the light's about 12 feet away from our subject. And it's about, I'm going to say about 8 feet high. So you can do this inside of a relatively small space. And you'll see there's actually benefits to doing it inside of a small space, especially if it's all white. And so first thing I'm going to do is take a what? Light meter reading. And, you know, light meters, I hear a lot of conversation. I feel like there's different types of light meters, right? We have our eyes, which we have to use sometimes. We have the back of our camera. I'm just going to take a quick light meter measurement of our model. I'm at ISO 800, 5.6 at 1/125th of a second, having this constant light on here. If you want to know what my ambient light was, Seth, I'm just going to do this for a second, so no need to turn the other lights on. If we looked at what my ambient light was, we're about 2.0. So now I'm going to go back to my other lights. So there's about a 3-stop difference that I'm gambling with here, because I know with 3 stops, it's not completely canceling out my ambient light, but I know it's pretty much going to wash it out. If I was 2 stops darker, then I would be virtually at complete black. 3-stop difference, I know that there is going to be some detail that could get in the way, but overall, the light that I'm using is overpowering everything. We have Cliff Hausner in the house. That's what's up. And so now I'm going to take my first photograph. And does anybody foresee any problems with this extremely basic lighting setup? And has anybody ever done this themselves? And feel free to chime in online as well as in the house. But this is bare bulb flash pointed at our subject. I took a light meter reading at 5.6. I'm going to open up just a little bit because I know that I like for this to be a little bit poppier. And I'm going to take one photograph just to make sure my lighting is good. And then as we did before, we're going to build a portfolio of images. I want to walk away tonight with like at least 100, 150 photos. We have a question?
They're asking what that light is.
I'm using a Nanlite Forza 500, and it is powered to about 75%. So I do have about a third of a stop more I could get out of this light if I wanted to. But we're gonna start with our first picture. I'm gonna make sure I'm at 1/125th of a second as I metered. Why 1/125th of a second? Simply because if our subject moves, I know that I won't have any issues. And I'm gonna open up just a little bit just because most lenses are a little bit darker than what they're rated for. So I'm gonna be about 4 or 5 at 1/125th of a second.
Camera and lens.
I'm using a Fuji GFX 102, and I'm using a 45 to 100 millimeter zoom, which is probably about, what's that, like a 35 to 85, somewhere around there? 45 to 100. And like it's about a 28 to 80. So now we're gonna take our first picture of our lovely model de shining. So for this first one, somewhat serious, I want you to kind of turn your head towards the light, chin down just a little bit. Beautiful. Looking right into the camera. And let's incorporate some hands into this first shot. Lovely. And we can see our first shot right out of the camera. And we've used hard light to get a wonderful exposure. And now we're gonna play around a little bit because like I said, I wanna build a portfolio of images. So now, can you guys count me out? So every time I shoot, just count down from 10 until we get to 1, because I wanna build 100 money shots by the end of tonight. That's my goal. Beautiful, I'm gonna crop down just right below your elbow. Lovely. And now looking out of camera that way. Beautiful job. Now I'm gonna come in a bit closer, so I'm gonna have you looking directly into the lens. And I'm gonna change my angle just a little bit. I'm gonna come over to your left-hand side.
No one's
and I'm gonna have
counting.
you lean back just a little bit more.
No one's counting.
I know, no one's counting. No, I know how to get people to count. I got a secret. I got a secret for everybody who counts. There's gonna be a competition. So I thought about this ahead of time. What do I have inside this bag? Oh, she's smiling. She's smiling. Seth, what do I have inside this bag?
No.
Oh,
No.
See, he doesn't believe it. He doesn't believe it. I'm having an Oprah moment. I got $50,000. I got $50,000. Yes. You see this? We got $50,000 if people count down. So now can I get you to count down? Look at that. Look at that. We got $50,000. All right?
Don't forget, we're at 42 West 18th Street. If you want to follow them home, go for it.
Down. No, I'm going to put it right here. You think they're looking at you? They looking at them. I'm going to drop that right over there. What you don't put my money down? You can't keep people saying. Now people get excited when $50,000 comes out, because that's what you're gonna get if you count down. All you people not counting down, you're gonna get a gel. That's all you're gonna get is a gel. So now that we're at 7, can we please count down? All right, this is a $50,000 countdown. You're a little happier now, aren't you? You know what? Here. Put it inside the coat. That's for you. You can tuck it inside the coat. You can just hide it. Yeah, don't just throw it in there. Just act. You can hold on to $10,000. Yes. See that? You guys want to know how to get your model to stay in the seat? If she gets up, she's gonna drop the money. Beautiful job.
I'll just quit and walk out. You got paid. Get out.
Perfect. And we're gonna go 5 more images. Beautiful. 4, 3, 2. Love the hand position there. Sometimes just let you. Now I don't even pay. I pay you. You got numbers that ain't even coming up yet. Love, and give me a perfect profile. All the way to the side. Yes, beautiful. And so the thing that we get scared about the most with hard light is shadow control. So one of the things I heard someone say was details. And because this gentleman asked the question, Guess what? You get $10,000, sir. You get $10,000. There you go. There you go. We just making people rich today. You don't need to be on Oprah when you can come on to Adorama. Just throwing money around. Just throwing money around. So I'm going to turn my light off right here, Seth, if you want to bring the house lights back up. And we got Trooper in the back of the room. Trooper just came back from Burning Man. So if you want to hear interesting stories about someone who just found, I'm not going to mention any religious names, but let's say someone's name starts with a J, and feel like they've been reborn, you could probably talk to Trooper. Because you guys know how it is when you get those friends who come back from Burning Man, and they say, you would not believe. You would not believe. And you know what, Trooper? You probably need 10 grand just to get home, so I'm sure you burnt all your money up at Burning Man. There's $10,000 for you. Okay. So where people go wrong with hard light is when it comes to positioning. Don't get carried away. So when most people start shooting with hard light, they do this. And then they want to ask why they don't like it, right? The positioning of hard light changes everything. So for this is what some photo nerds would call split lighting. So I'm just going to light half of her face. So if you do me a favor and just look straight at me. So now I've basically just lit half of her face. And this can result in images. I almost don't want to take a bad picture. So this one you only have to count out one. So I'm only going to take one bad photo. No, you can leave them on for this one because it's going to be very, very bright. It's so close. And so I'm at F13 there. I'm going to shoot about F11 just to open up a little bit. And what do I do with my camera? So F11. And by the way, this is a 120 watt light. And I believe it's at about 100%. And if you ask our model, she'd probably say even that's like a bit bright. Would you say that's a bit bright? Yeah. And so one of the things you want to watch out when shooting with continuous lights is, I know back when I used to do interviews, anytime we light someone, if we were at ISO 800, anytime the light would go above F4 at a normal frame rate of 24 frames per second, it would start to get like a little straining. And so when you're lighting with continuous lights, one of the benefits of using strobes is you can use more power while having less fatigue. And so that's one reason where for photography, sometimes, although constant lights are doable, you may want to use a strobe, especially if you have someone in front of a bright light all day. Like, could you take this all day? Probably not. Could you take it for $10,000? Not even for $10,000. All right, looking right into the camera.
This is a new photo nerd game show. Like, how much light can you take?
And so now we're going to start with someone who's very photogenic, very easy to photograph, and photographing them with split lighting, you see that the light is very, very harsh. And this is a bicolor light, and I probably have a little bit of color dialed in, but for speed, and I only said that for anyone who has any questions, I'm gonna make the quick adjustment inside of Capture One.
For you guys in the chat, the links to the lights are in there. So this is the 120B, the link that just got.
And now watch what happens when we simply change the position of this light from the side, in which is very unflattering. And I'm going to bring it to the front, and I'm going to try to bring it somewhat to a similar distance so that we're not cheating. And I'm going to raise it up so it's not as much in her face, because you can see she kind of doesn't like that. So I'm going to have you look directly under the light. And yes, I had the light at 3,600 Kelvin. I should have checked that. That's my first mistake of the evening. But it wasn't a $10,000 mistake, so don't get carried away. And now I'm going to bring the light directly overhead. I'm going to meter it again. Is that okay? I have another question.
Yeah, someone's asking what film simulation are you using on the GFX?
Anytime I shoot with the GFX, I use Astia. Why do I use Astia? Because that's what I shot when I shot film. And so it's just the one that I feel like is the most natural.
I like the new Reala.
And Seth likes the new Reala. Here, I'm just changing my white balance back since I changed this to 5600. I metered to F9. I'm going to open up just a little bit. And now I'm gonna have you look directly into the camera. Now I'm gonna get this directly overhead. And if you're looking directly at me, chin down just a little bit. You can angle your head to the left just a little bit so I get a little bit of cheekbone. Great job. And a little bit more sizzle in the eyes. Beautiful job. And now, simply by moving the position of our light, and I will go back and make that little color adjustment to that one. And I'll open it up a little bit. So about there, just so it feels a little bit similar. Oop, I didn't have both of them selected. To do a quick comparison. But now you can see just by simply changing the position of our light, we have a completely different picture where we're still showing a lot of texture, but now we're showing much less. And we have a much more flattering image. And so when you're shooting with hard light, the one piece of advice I would give anyone is start with the position of the light. If you're lighting somebody with side lit, you're gonna get very deep shadows, which oftentimes people won't find nearly as flattering. But if you light them directly from the front, or let's say 45 degrees one way or 45 degrees another way, what you're gonna run into is you're gonna have a much more flattering shot, even though we're dealing with hard light. And I would say this one, because one second, I'm gonna turn this down really quick. But do you guys see the size of the light source, how small it is? So I would say this falls into the category of like an extremely hard light. And so this is, a source like this, being that it's so small when you're using it up close, it will start to mimic the qualities of sunlight very, very much more closely than something that was, let's say, a lot bigger. Because the larger your light source gets relative to the size of your subject, what happens? Man, you guys I need real money for this crowd. Yes, it gets softer. What's in the real money pocket? Maybe that'll help. Okay, what you got for me, though? All right, so now we're gonna knock down a few more pictures this way. Except I'm gonna bring my light a little bit lower, and I'm gonna dim it. Does anyone know how to dim hot lights by one stop? I'll just turn that out of your face really quick. It's like a $10,000 question. If I have this on power 100 and I want to take one stop out of it, what do I do? Bring it to 90? 50. 50, right. Yes, most continuous lights these days work linearly, and every time you take half the power out, you will reduce the light by about a stop. I do wish somebody would put a function in that worked based on f-stops, but now I just reduced the light by 50%, and you can see that was a one-stop difference. So there to there is one stop. And I did that to be a little bit kinder on our subject's eyes. I'm gonna come over, I'm just gonna remeter. I'm pretty much the same because I brought the light closer. And can we count this time, please? I want to bring you closer to the backdrop. You can just move the chair back a little bit more and you won't run into anything. It's only Seth's backdrop. He doesn't mind. That's good.
It's already wrecked thanks to Cliff and Dan and everyone else that shoots.
And Truple. Truple's messed up the papers sometimes as well. Perfect. And Seth, if you don't mind killing the lights for me. And these lights weren't adding that much, so I'm not going to remeter. I'm just going to open up just a touch. And now, again, we're going to go for like 10 photos. And these are going to be more portraits, so I'm going to come down just like a little bit lower on these. Actually, I'm going to crop just right below the glasses. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
8.
Thank you. And give me something even with like the eyes closed and head back. You know, I'm coming like a little tighter.
7. 6.
Perfect. I'm coming a little tighter. I love this. Kind of like a beauty shot.
5. 4.
I know you guys need to see the flash going off. And give me like a perfect profile. Love.
3. 2.
And we'll incorporate a hand into it for the last one. a hand, like up and by the face. Yes. Beautiful job. And I love it with the eyes closed. I actually look up past the light. Love that. Beautiful. Beautiful. And so another thing that I like for people to do when you're taking pictures is take your time. If you're taking 100 pictures to get 10, just focus on taking 10 good photos. If you find yourself, you're getting at home and you're editing down from a bunch of different pictures, start shooting less, directing more. One of the things you can do is sometimes we take pictures to communicate, right? So if we don't know what to say to our subject, we'll take another photo. We'll take another photo. We'll be a little bit nervous, we'll take another photo. We'll be working through trying to get the exposure right, we'll take another photo. Explain to your subject what you're doing. So if I'm here and I'm not happy with something, I'll say, Deshani, you know what? If you can look towards me, I'm just trying to like balance out the shadow under your chin. So I like it when you put your chin up like that, but I really like it when your jawline shows. So I like the way your head is currently like turned. I really like that. And so kind of like looking up at the screen as if you were looking at yourself, because you are looking at yourself. Perfect. and so be very deliberate in terms of what you do. And now looking at me and kind of like both hands kind of under your face like so. Yes. And kind of a little asymmetrical. Bring one up just a little bit higher. Love that. And I know you want to look at yourself, but yes, eyes closed. I like that little smile, just a little smile. Beautiful. Be very deliberate with every photograph that you take. There's no reason to take bad pictures. And the one thing you guys messed up during this presentation is I wanted someone to say that they were very scared when it came to shooting with hard light. But so far, can everybody digest everything that we've done here? Nothing here has been fancy, right? I haven't even put a light shaper on this light yet. I'm using it just completely bare bold. Another cool thing about hard light is that you can use it to become like very moody, right? Again, right now we're just working with positioning. I'm not changing anything but the position of this light. And it doesn't get any more simple than this. No one can complain that I'm using expensive pro photo lights. Even though they Pro Photo is my light of choice, but for this one, I said, you know what? I'm gonna keep it very easy.
You know what? You're right. I think you've converted me. I think I'm gonna stop shooting with these expensive lights and just go all in on.
And so now Cliff is threatening people's lives.
Love you,
So now
Cliff.
we want something that's very, very dramatic, right? And the thing we want to do here is just make sure our direction plays into this. So on this one, I want you to kind of act very afraid, right? You're like standing under a street light, your Uber driver just pulled up, and you said you're not getting in the car with that Uber driver. And so you're lying about who you are now because you don't want him to get upset with you, but you know he pulled up looking like Seth, and and he had way too many tattoos, and you're just like, you know what? This is not gonna work.
What's too many? What's a quota of too many tattoos?
And so right now I'm gonna like around F14. And so for this one, I want you kind of like looking down, you're kind of scared. You don't know if you're actually gonna make it home tonight.
It's that Uber driver from Craigslist.
You're telling yourself, I want my parents to ask the question, do you know where your children are? So they could come save me.
Just activate Find My iPhone and just take the ride.
And so now you're kind of like looking down. I kind of want your cheekbone so it faces the light. So if you kind of tilt your head up like this towards the light, yes. And you're kind of like looking down in a way somewhat disheveled. And maybe you're kind of like holding yourself like you're cold outside and it's raining. Yes, and I like the little shivering. Beautiful job. You're actually trying not to laugh. But you're looking kind of down. Again, just think about Seth and you're
You know what?
All right.
You know what, Ab?
All right.
Live on the
No.
19th. I'm gonna remember everything.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. And you know, you're imagining your face on a milk carton. And
What is this? The 80s? What is?
and so now what we're doing is we're playing into the light, right? We've changed the position. We're kind of playing into what's going on. I still position her face so that we get something that's somewhat flattering. And the thing as photographers that we forget the most is some people won't leave this line. The other thing you have to do is you have to move around a little bit. So now I'm going to come to this side, and I'm going to have you do the same pose. And I'm going to have you bring your nose towards me a little bit more, but your chin still the other direction that it was originally. Perfect. And then slowly turn your chest towards me so I see a little bit more of the front of your face. Perfect. And now just bring your eyes towards me. Into the camera. Perfect. Beautiful. And so now by changing my position, we have a completely different photograph. This was position number 1. This was position number 2. I didn't change anything but my own position. Oftentimes, I feel as if though when we're shooting, we're not thinking about what the end result is that we want. And so now, as she's kind of waiting on this street corner, you get more of this idea of like there's something moody and dramatic going on behind her, and we're starting to leave the studio just a little bit. Just a little bit. Like we're not really chasing something completely out of ordinary here, but the thing I want to focus on here is your position relative to the model in the light can change everything. And it's something you have to be very, very, very cognizant of. And so now I want to get into some fun light shapers that we can use when we start to explore hard light. And so we have the option of either working with a Fresnel or a spotlight next. What's your choice? But first, let's get some portfolio images out of this. Give me like 10 poses, all of them in this kind of like scary, moody love.
10.
Thank you. 9.
Let's go after everyone. 8.
8. And now give me some different hand positions, almost like you're a little scared or apprehensive. Yes, like you're kind of holding your chain because you're trying to hide it because you don't want Seth to come steal it. He's walking down the street with a pizza box and you're scared that he may come jack you.
Nothing more frightening than a pizza box.
I like that, looking away. Beautiful job. And I accidentally bumped my aperture a little bit, so now I'm gonna come down. I'm gonna open up just a little bit. 7. Yes, that was a shot as the Seth just pulled away and you knew that you were gonna get home safe. So I love that one. Perfect. That was your hugging your groceries because you know you're gonna have a meal tonight. And I like that face completely down in shadow. Beautiful. And I love the gesture there. 3. And for this next one, give me that same pose except looking right into the camera. And last one. Now this one, you're kind of fixing your collar, like you know like that you've gotten away. And your chin is up, your forehead's up a little higher, and you're kind of like looking off, seeing his taillights. And you're kind of telling yourself like, yeah, I got away from you, sucker. Love it. All right, so now we're gonna work with, do you guys wanna work with a spotlight next or a Fresnel? Wow, we're gonna get to both. Why do you guys wanna work with a Fresnel?
I've never seen one in use.
See, how easy was that? So this is a Fresnel lens.
Even the chat wants a Fresnel.
Even the chat wants a Fresnel. Wow. Everybody wants a Fresnel. So this is a Fresnel. And we're going to have a little bit of fun using this because I think that this is an unbelievably hard light shaper to use. The reason I call it a Fresnel lens is because it kind of comes from like the construction of like a lighthouse in which they kind of like really want to focus light. I love it because it homogenizes light a little bit more than a normal reflector. Does anybody not know what I mean by that? You guys aren't saying anything. What do I mean by that? Oh, yes. Oh, okay. So what most manufacturers don't tell you about their reflectors is you look inside this reflector, oftentimes hard reflectors create 2 light sources, right? You have the light source created by the reflector, and then you have the light source created there. What does this do? It creates 2 shadows, right? But oftentimes you don't see them, especially if your subject's not very close to the background. So one of the reasons I was using this bare bulb is because personally, I think it looks a little bit better than when you put a reflector on it. So let's watch what happens when I take this light I bring it all the way back. And now, watch what happens when I take this photograph. And by the way, this happens with most manufacturers' hard reflectors. And it's one of the reasons, depending on what you're doing, you may want to use a Fresnel. So I have heard about F10. The important thing here is going to be to look at the shadows. When we talk about using hard light, oftentimes we want to look like sunlight or natural light. The quality of the shadows is a huge giveaway in terms of what type of light you use. So now I'm going to take her photograph. Beautiful job. And when I zoom in on these shadows, what do you see?
You guys are mad quiet. It's like uneasy.
Does everybody see the double shadows that we have there? That's because if I show you this reflector, and this isn't something just with Nanlite, this pretty much happens with every reflector from every brand, even very expensive ones. Do you see that there's like a ring and then you see the light in the middle? That ring you see in there is another light source. So this has now just become two light sources, and you see this double shadow that you're getting there is a clear giveaway that this is like a studio light, right? If you're really, really, really picky, this is where you would want to use a Fresnel, where you still want something that's focused, that's controlled, but you actually start to get cleaner shadows. So now we're going to switch over to the Fresnel light. Dun, dun, dun. That wasn't clap worthy. Seth is right.
Hold on.
Got into this.
All right,
crowd.
listen. He's not shooting another frame in here until everybody screams at once. I'm not letting this go on anymore.
No,
on the count of three, everybody
You
scream.
don't have to bully them.
On the count of three, everybody screams at once, or I'm just shutting the stream down. One, two, three, scream.
Yay!
One more. It's Ab, dude. Ab's here like once a year. 1, 2, 3, scream. You feel better? You can talk now. This is New York. It's your house. Let's play around a little bit. Thank you.
You know what, Seth?
Oh, look, the chat's screaming too, if that's what you call screaming. In AOL 1998, sure.
I know you like fake blood. But I guess,
you know what? I'll use this on my demo when I get back.
You thought you weren't giving that back?
This is actually this is good.
No, this is like real prop money. So you know why? You know why you should keep prop money in your house? If people break in, you put the prop money in a place that's very easy to find, and they think they just scored, right? You get in someone's house, you find 50,000, you leave, right? So it's designed to get your burglars out faster. But now we're gonna move to our Fresnel, right?
It's actually pretty good, except for the band here.
You know what? Don't start critiquing the fake money. All right. I'm gonna come over, I'm gonna take another light meter reading. We barely lost anything there.
Somebody killed him? I think so, right?
Just a touch.
I'll just kill him. You want another reading?
No, I'm just gonna continue with what I had. Perfect. I'm gonna take another photograph. And now we're gonna compare these two images. I know you like that, don't you?
I mean, it's pretty.
Now you're happy. Teresa, this is what it took.
I'll use it for a prop for my demo.
If we spill some blood on that, like, he'd be as happy as they come.
There will be blood in my next demo.
And so now the thing I'm going to do next is I'm going to take this off. I'm going to take off the Fresnel lens, right? Don't worry, Seth, you're not going to have to go back there and get it and hurt yourself again. It only fell. No, it didn't go all the way back. It didn't go all the way back. So I'm going to take another light meter reading. So now we're at 5.6, so we did lose a substantial amount of light. Do I have any that I could turn that up? I'm already at 100, so no, but I think I'll still be okay. Yeah, it would be good. Now I'm going to take one more photograph looking right at me. Beautiful job. All right, and now we're going to look at shadows. And so we can see that there's what happened is on this one, there's a lot more light bouncing around, so it's filling in the shadow. Using the Fresnel, we were able to get a sharper shadow that also has more shadow contrast. Shadow contrast is one of the things we're going to get into next, because we've talked about changing the position in everything of our lights, but one of the things that we also want to do at some point is talk about how we utilize the environment to make a hard light less hard. But before we do that, we're going to shoot a little bit more with the Fresnel. Yes, sir? Oh, absolutely. Repeat what? Repeat what he said. Oh, we were just asked, is it possible to see like the different details on the face given the different reflectors that were used? So between the Fresnel, the bare bulb, and the normal reflector, you see we still pretty much have the same amount of specularity. And when we get down to the regular reflector, I mean the bare bulb, you can see with these two shadows, we do have some ambient light from the room creeping in. This is again where we would want, what I thought was just light bouncing around too is also just some ambient light, probably from this light up here, is starting to bleed in just a little bit. So you can take back what I said earlier in terms of it just light bouncing around the room and doing that. It was actually having a second light in the space doing that. So the reflectors you use when you want to use hard light, I think are very, very important. And we're going to do a few more using the Fresnel, and I'm going to talk about why Fresnels are some of my favorite light shapers. Everybody should go out and get a Fresnel lens, because now they're basically cost to be very, very easy to use. You know, the one thing you do want to do is on a light source that's this small, I wouldn't want to use a Fresnel lens bigger than this. Ideally, a Fresnel lens can really fill this entire lens. So you do want to get one somewhat matched to the light that you're buying. You don't just want to mix and match any random Fresnel lens. I've used a larger nan-light Fresnel lens like this on strobes and had really good luck with that. But now we're going to get a little dramatic. I should turn this off first before I put this on, so I stop blinding myself and you guys walk away with all my money. Okay, so now I'm going to move this out. And for those that haven't noticed, one of my favorite little pieces of kit is this little Coupeau arm here. Seth, we'll get the link after this, but I love this because it just allows me to easily boom a light over without having to adjust the arm. And I had a sandbag around here somewhere. I'll put that on there to be a little bit safer. But I consider this arm to be somewhat dummy proof, meaning I know I can just zoom it in and out without having to adjust and like counterweight things. And I wouldn't use it with a light that's too heavy. And you know what, to make your life easier, I'm just gonna ask you to pull your chair forward about 4 feet. 4 feet is about right to where that black thing is. Right there is good. Perfect. And to make my life a little easier, if you can move over to your right just a touch. And sometimes when directing a model, I like to give them the right based on their position, but I find hand gestures always work the best, because sometimes people are trying to go left or right. Or if you work with a lot of people where English isn't their first language and you're like left or right, I find that they're like, all right, I got you. So now, the other thing I really love about using a Fresnel lens is the use of barn doors. And because it's a hard light source, I can cut it this close. If this is a very large light source and I tried to cut the light by having something this close to it, it would almost have like zero effect. But in terms of what this does to our shot, to make things a little bit more dramatic, I think is huge. So we're gonna start with some before and after. I'm gonna start with the Fresnel the way it is now, where everything is open.
Is that bad?
Yes. He is fast. Everybody give a hand to Seth, because if not, he's gonna try to keep more of my prop money.
I don't need your pity claps.
You guys keep clapping like that, he's shutting down the stream. I'm letting you guys know that right now. So I was at F13. I'm gonna go in a little hot. Yes, please, thank you. I'll take another meter reading, although I know it won't matter that much. We're pretty much in the same spot. And so now we're gonna see what happens. And to give you a little bit better before and after, for here, I'm gonna use a tripod. Again, so I can be as illustrative as possible. I almost never use tripods, but I find for teaching purposes, using a tripod can be very helpful because then the before and after is a little bit more purposeful. And so here, we're going to take this first image and we're not going to use the barn doors at all. And so looking right into the camera, lean forward just a little bit. Perfect. And so we have our first image. We have a beautiful exposure on her. Give me the same things. Give me kind of arms on the shoulders. I mean, on your hip.
Nope.
Yes. Perfect. So kind of widen the shot up just a little bit. Perfect. And chin up. Yes. Beautiful. Love that. Again, I'm working towards my 100 images here. Perfect. And so now I'm going to play around a little bit and just use our barn doors. Right? I'll probably cut some light, so I'm going to remeter a bit. And I see I lost some light, so I'm going to open up. I was at F13 before, I just went down to F9. And so now looking right at me. Perfect. I like your head where it is, positioned right in the middle. And now you see the results that we're using the barn doors. We've completely cut out all this outside light. Now, Seth, can you do me a favor? Could you pump the blue all the way up? If not, then don't worry about it.
These blue, or you want the tubes?
The tubes blue.
Tubes. You're not gonna get that much as the blue.
No, it pumps. That's about all we get.
Yeah, but I can get these blue.
No. This is a lighting problem that we'll work around. So no. Keep it. I like this. I like this.
I'm gonna kill that one so it doesn't kill it to the blue.
Cool. I like this challenge. So here, I see she's now at about F9. And I see here on this blue in the background, we're at 1.3. And that's just too far apart. So if let's say we're at 1.4, we get to 2.0, and we get to 2.8, and we get like about a 3-stop difference. So I can just take this light here, which is now at 100. I'm going to go to about 25%. I'm going to remeter. I'm at 4 or 5. I still want to cut about another stop out of that. So I'm going to go to 12%. I'm going to remeter. I'm at 2.8. And I'm going to get you looking right into the camera. I'm going to go to F4. And I'm going to go to a 60th of a second because I can't get 2.8 on this lens. And I'm going to have you look right into my camera. And so people ask, why do I use a light meter? That's why. In order to get from here to Seth turning on his lights and get to here, I did it in one move. Instead of guessing my way to match what the ambient lights in the background were.
And yet they don't clap. I don't know. They don't care.
They're mesmerized. And so now I'm working with some of the lights that I have here available, and we're going to take a few portfolio pictures. Are you ready? I would ask Seth to give me red, but I don't want to get carried away.
It's not going to be that sad.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
You want to put,
No, I'll keep these blue. It's fine. We'll knock this out. Perfect. And now we'll give me some images. Love.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nah, and give me a little head turn, like looking out that way. And give me a perfect profile. Turn all the way to the side, but still kind of have your head in the light. Yes, perfect. Love. Thank you. I'm going to come in just a little bit tighter. Beautiful job. And we'll incorporate some hands again.
You guys are killing me.
Love. I'm gonna just give it a little bit of a turn. I'm gonna go like to there, right? And now looking at me again. Watch what happens here. At least give a ooh, because that's a ooh, right? We get that little turn coming across, right? Love that. Beautiful. 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 So that's why I use a light meter. Oh, go ahead. Could I get the same effect with the spotlight? Let's throw the spotlight on there. Look at that. See, that's what I'm talking about for a good question. So let's take this off, right? Let's throw on the spotlight. So the answer is yes. I like the way that the Fresnel falls off. Spotlights, I think, are great. Sometimes we do run into having some artifacts. Like artifacts meaning like some things are like a little unnatural. This one has very few, if any. And so now I'm going to, I can't rotate it, but I can use these blades to kind of simulate that line that we had. Go there, I'm gonna go there. Now with the spotlight, I'm gonna defocus it to about there. And I'm gonna have to raise this up a touch to about there. So to answer your question, I would say that due to the fact I can't easily just rotate it, I'm not getting there nearly as quickly. And actually, I should remount the spotlight so that the center of gravity is a little different. And I'll tilt that down to about there. And I'll remeter. And again, you're seeing me do this real time, trying to replicate it as much as I can. And I would say, so far, I'm failing miserably, but we're gonna get close. And I would say there's pretty close.
The chat
a little bit more light.
The chat's asking, what do you mean by artifacting?
Artifacts will be if like the fall off isn't perfectly smooth, if sometimes the edges you can run into like chromatic aberration, which I'm not really seeing here, but we'll take a light meter reading. So I'm just trying to get that to 2.8 and we're at 6.3. So the spotlight did give us substantially more power and I'm at power 12. So now I'm going down to, this is 3% on this spotlight. And I'm at 3.2. So now in the spotlight, I'm at 2%. So this is only 2%. And I'm at 2.5. So I'm gonna go to 3. I'd rather be, excuse me, a little bit brighter than a little bit under and looking right at me. I'm gonna tilt this up just a little bit so I match the frame. And that's how I would get there if I was using a spotlight. So it's similar, but not the same. Yes. Why does that matter? It actually depends. It depends. I would say, I get the question a lot, what is like your favorite light shape or what's your, for what? For me, it all depends on what my goal is, what shadow quality I'm going for. I mean, as much as I talked about shadow quality, did I drop it? The huge benefit to using this is power. If I'm outside, this is gonna be my go-to. So I think there's a different tool depending on what you're looking to do. I think you have to find the one that fits your workflow better. Sometimes I may pack the Fresnel because it's just smaller and I know I want to use this defocused anyway. If I want to get so a big difference is if I want to get, Seth, if you can kill the lights for me again really quick. If I want to get, sorry, I should have waited. That's my fault. Look at that. She caught the frame still. But if I want to get a sharp line like that, then I'm gonna go with the spotlight. A Fresnel's not gonna give me that type of cut. Any other questions? Yes.
Would you change how you approach it depending on the facial shape of your subject?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And the question that we just had is, would I change what I'm doing depending on the facial shape of the person? And when I work with people, I'm not one of those people who could put out a posing guide or have certain rules. It's like what you need to do. I just work very intuitively. I try to really focus on the person's perceived strengths and weaknesses, because depending on what I want to show, the strength could be something, I may want to show all this texture and lines, and the person may not want that. So I look at what they want, and then I would choose a light shaper based upon that. You know, I think that the lost art in photography is decision-making. And you should approach every picture knowing exactly what you want, or you should have a process that gets you there. But I feel as if though you always have to make a decision every step of the way.
Thank you.
No problem. You are very welcome. I feel like that's what makes us different than computers, you know? 1 second, I'm taking the spotlight off. I also like working with hot lights because you can just play with them while they're still turned on and you don't break them. You know I'm about to break something here. Why are you always laughing at me? Like, she's always laughing. You see that? Give somebody $10,000 and they laugh at you. You know, the funny part of this is one day I am going to give someone $10,000. You're like, man, that's fake. I don't want it. That's fake. And then it's going to be like a real $10,000. Now all you guys are thinking like, you know what? I always got to act like it's real. I always got, because one of those stacks could be real. Now everybody's thinking like, man, what if he put a real stack up in there? I'm going to Sizzler.
I know where to start with that.
Yeah. You can't have your New York pizza argument once we start talking about Sizzler. They ain't got no Sizzler in New York. You gotta go to the Midwest.
It's a good reason.
All right, so now we're going to kill the blue lights, and we're gonna go back to just using our normal everyday hard lights. And so next, what I'm gonna go over is how to use our environment. I'm gonna turn this bad boy on. And it makes a huge difference when we're using hard light, meaning whether you decide to paint your walls white, whether you decide to paint your walls black, it makes a huge difference. Or have someone just change your light when you don't even know it's there. That was called the Seth control.
You're not shooting yet, so how about we not melt out my sensors?
Oh, you know, get the new red algorithm or whatever in those Nikons, and we wouldn't have this issue. I only can be shot raw. So you take this little H.264 and go somewhere with it. How you feel?
Oh man, we're losing connection on the stream. I don't know what's happening. Oh, your mic's going in and out. What's happening here, Ab?
So now what I'm gonna do, let me get this money away. Look at that. People just dropping stacks all over the place.
You're dropping something.
Telling you, it's my packaging material.
Oh.
And so now what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna, not awkwardly, if I can have you stand up really quick, Deshani, I'm gonna move this. And I just wanna make sure that I don't make a move where, you can just stand right over in the corner. No, it's fine. Or you could stand by Seth. You just may not come back. So I'm going to take this
I was
flat.
fully rehabilitated. I am no longer considered dangerous. Thank you.
And I'm going to put this in the corner here. And I'm going to take 2 photos, one on the white side and another one on the black side. And we'll be able to see the difference, because now we're using our environment to mitigate some of the problems that we have with hard light. One of them being called shadow contrast. Shadow contrast is basically how dark that hand shadow is compared to like the highlight. Sometimes by lessening that, we can make a light look less hard. So we're gonna take one picture using the white side, and then we're gonna take the other picture using the black side, which some people call negative fill, and you're gonna see the huge difference between the two. So if I can have you come, and you're gonna basically try to stand as close to this, you could even put like a hand up here and just kind of be like kind of close to this wall.
Don't put weight on it.
Just don't. With you, it won't fall, don't worry. Yeah. So I'm gonna move this, I'm just gonna swing that out of the way so we don't get a shadow. I'm gonna move this light stand out of the way. I'm gonna put our camera in a place where it doesn't move. About right. Actually, I wanna put it over here. I'm going to widen up just a little bit. And the thing I want everyone to look at here is going to be the shadow side of her face. I like that kind of looking towards the actual white background. Yes, that's beautiful. You can remember this pose when I move everything around. That would be amazing. I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna get a quick light meter measurement. I'm at 2.5 because I'm gonna turn my light down.
What do you want?
Oh, thank you. If I can get back to 5, go to, can you go to a little bit more? Perfect, right there. Happy
Stops of light by percentage. You see that?
So now I'm gonna go in about F4. Perfect. And you're gonna look towards the wall. Let me adjust my exposure back to 125 before someone calls it out. Take a photograph. Again, we're not guessing. So now you see that picture, right? Again, I'm using this, I've been bare bold pretty much all of today. Now, if you can step back out, I'm just gonna turn this around. Do this as gracefully as humanly possible.
While he's making an annoying noise with that foam core, you guys can hit like. It's only half of you done that so far. Ab feeds his family with likes. He needs a validation.
No, I feed my
Smash like.
family with counterfeit bills. That's what I do. And I'll have you step back in.
And don't forget to hit subscribe. Every demo out of this stream space happens on this channel. Hit subscribe.
You simply have to move states every 30 days, and they can't catch you. I love that. I'm gonna have you back up just a little bit, and I'm gonna bring your left arm up, kind of holding the jacket closed. Love that. Come forward just a touch. Right there is good. I wish his V-flat wasn't so worn out. I've never seen the black side turn into an actual reflector.
Wish your routine wasn't so worn out.
Cool. And now we'll kill all the lights really quick, right? And now we're gonna go side by side. And now,
let's survive the live.
If you look at these two images, simply by changing the background, the shot on the right-hand side looks like it's very, very hard light, but the shot on the left-hand side looks as if it's very soft, because the only thing we did here is we reduced the overall shadow contrast. So here, there's a lot of contrast between the shadow on this side of her face and this part of her face. And here you can still see the eyelash here. There's still a huge amount of contrast here, the same as what we did here, but overall, we reduced the shadow contrast. How you would do this normally, you would introduce a fill light. So if you're using a very hard light because you want to get all this beautiful detail and specularity in the skin, but you want the light to feel softer, just use your environment in order to get your light to be softer. Let it bounce around. So now, let's take some photos in this light. Oh, I turned it all the way off.
Oh, yeah, you powered it down.
I'm gonna turn this light back on. And we're gonna get back to our portfolio pictures. So you see my crop, give me like 10 frames or all on you. Maybe they'll count, maybe they won't. I don't know. But I've learned no matter what, never talk trash about the audience. Take it all out on Seth.
You guys can leave comments, though, for Ab on this live stream.
So now,
all you want.
So now give me 10 shots. Give me some looking at the board, some looking back at the light. And I like when the hands kind of stay up in the frame. Thank you. I'm even shooting horizontal for them on chat. Let me give them a full image here.
You're at 1 hour.
Cool. And then after this, we'll take questions. After I get 10 photos on this side. You guys don't even have to count anymore. I'm over it.
They can't count.
Perfect. And bring both kind of hands up here. Yes, perfect. And looking back over your shoulder. Let me just go to full screen here. Don't mind the tape showing in the crack of Seth's V flat. Beautiful.
That is a 15-year-old V flat from the original Event Space, guys.
Stop making excuses.
I think it's a
And now you
miracle
can
it
even
survived.
turn into the light just a little bit.
It's an artifact.
3 more. Yes, perfect. 1, 2.
It'll get there.
Perfect. Now we're gonna switch back to the white side, just so we get some pictures there. No. No, this is the Seth World V flat. It comes with patina.
I just want to say I inherited this battle damage thing from Daniel Norton. So
And now we're going to shoot some on the white side. Again, this is just all bare bulb. Now shooting kind of with our model position near our white wall. Perfect. Come a little closer to the wall. And come a little bit forward for me. Perfect. I'm going to change my camera positions to about here, so I pick up a little bit more of the shadow. Sorry that I have my back turned towards you, but you'll see the results, which you won't comment on, but I'm gotten used to that. Perfect. Perfect. And looking back towards the light. Love. Now I'm going to take the camera off the tripod and get a few more crops because I hate staying inside the same place. I'll be giving this tripod away to the next person who, yeah, you guys are done with that one. You thought you were getting something. Beautiful. And then we get a little tighter. Yeah, they thought they were getting a free tripod.
no, there's no fake blood on the V flat, I promise.
Beautiful job. And I love that. Almost like the sun is just hitting you and you're on an island in a trench coat. I don't know where that works, but it's some island it works. Whatever island Seth goes to and skinny dips in. It was a bad joke, but it was the end of the story. It didn't even hit.
Anymore.
It didn't even hit. So we can turn the lights back on. Are there any questions about hard light? Or was that just too easy that there can't be any questions? Yes.
That Fresnel attachment that you have, can that be put on a strobe? Just the way
If you bought, Nanlite makes one that's a size up. And if you buy the glow adapter, you can use the glow adapter and you can put it on a strobe. I do it all the time. Yeah. So I would say if you're going to put one on a strobe, when I went to the 10-inch version, I felt like it didn't fill it well enough unless you use a strobe that was like completely bare bulb. But an 8-inch version I tested and I had good results with that.
If you wanted to remove the shadow from the background to keep the hard light on the subject, would you just use a filter?
Nope, I would pull her away from the background. And what I would do is I would cast the shadow away from her so that it fell off to the side. Any other questions before we wrap it up? Because as you know, there are levels to this. That's what I'm talking about. I had
Any idea how long you practiced that?
Thank you all so much. I appreciate you. And everybody can give me my money back. I need to use this again. It took like 21 days to get that delivery.
All right. Thanks, Ab. We appreciate you. You can check out his series, Level Up with Ab Sesay on Adorama TV. This is the live events channel. Please hit subscribe for more live demos, including my own. I'm not even on camera, but whatever. We'll see you on the next one. Don't forget to subscribe, hit like, and Ab will be in those comments. Trust me, that's all he does is live in the comments.
Live in them. So even talk trash. I love it.
All right. Thanks, Ab. Take care. Clap for Ab, Blast.
Thank you guys. Thanks for braving the rain and your Memorial Day weekend to be here. So this class is all about monetizing your photography skills effectively. So I went back and forth with like how to say the things that need to be said without offending you, but a little bit offending you because we need to be offended sometimes in order to change. So we're starting this off with talent is not enough and starving is not noble. Because I think the term starving artist, while we do use it in a lot of ways, we tend to think of that almost as hero status, right? Kind of like painters and sculptors. It's like they were never famous until they died. Well, I would like that not to be the case for all of you. I would like you not necessarily fame, but creating a life out of this thing that we love. This is also not going to be a talk at you. You all brave the rain, so I will talk with you about these things, and really, I have slides, but I want to gear this towards you and what you need out of this talk. Myself, I have been in the industry for 28 years or so. I count from the first time I got paid to take a photo. So about 28 years. I really run 2 full-time businesses. I am an educator in the photography space, but I am also a photographer, and most of my income comes from photography, not education. So it's kind of a big deal, I think, to be relevant in the space that you're teaching in, especially teaching business in. That's why I never really made the whole shift. I could, but I just feel like our industry changes a lot, right? Don't you feel that way? Whether it's how we have to market ourselves, whether is AI taking over our jobs, or is it actually helping us? I don't know. You know, there's a lot that go in there. I'm going to start with a little bit of mindset, but don't worry, this is not a fluffy class by any stretch of the imagination. I don't do fluffy. I'm very practical and logical, but that scares people sometimes. So I have to like do positive sandwiches. So that's what this is first. Before I yell at you, I'm going to, I don't know, fluff you up a little. But I do want to know from you guys here, what is your biggest challenge when it comes to making money as a photographer? Go ahead, Eric. Consistent clients, love that. What else?
Information organization workflow
Ooh.
from an inquiry to the final shoot and delivery.
All right, so he said information from inquiry, so like lead management to communication to workflow, final delivery. Which, you know, it's funny because you would think in your head, I like how you think, because most people be like, what does that have to do with monetizing? It has everything to do with monetizing. It's in my slides. That's exciting. I like that. Good. What else? What else just irks you about trying to make money as a photographer? Pricing. How do I price myself so I make money but not scare everyone away? Is that what you're thinking? Yeah. Yeah. Where to start? Pricing, or where to start even asking for money? Yes, all of that. And you know, it tends to be really difficult because the truth is, one of the big, you know, myths is art and money don't mix. Because if I'm a true artist, if I am so authentic, then I don't need the money. I'm so detached from making money because it's all about the art. Okay. I like to, I don't know. I have kids. They're not, I'm not fed on exposure and they're not fed on art. So the truth is, creativity is more powerful when it's sustainable. Because think about that. If I can both be creative and not have to worry about my finances and feel like I'm supporting a family, maybe I feel like I'm supporting people, I'm employing them, and I'm having a good system where my clients are happy, how much more creative can I actually be? How much more can I buy gear to feel creative with, right? So creativity is more powerful when it's sustainable. The biggest lie that I find a lot of photographers tell themselves is that I'm not good enough to charge that much, or I'm not good enough to charge anything. And that is a mindset that I would like to tell you that you're going to get over, but the truth is, even I haven't gotten over it yet. Because as you go on, and I will teach you how to raise your prices, but as you go on, like, you still are always like, am I good enough for this? Wait, am I good enough to be here? The imposter syndrome is real at any level, but I got the best piece of advice about imposter syndrome recently. I have to share it with you. The real imposters don't have imposter syndrome. The fact that you have imposter syndrome means that you care. And that is only a good thing. And if you want to think about the emotional value of what you do, you create things that people run into burning buildings for. I actually had a text from one of my clients. She lived in like a row of townhouses, and this townhouse was burning, and hers was 3 over. And she texted me, she said, Vanessa, my house was burning down. My husband was there. I wasn't there yet. And he said, what do you want me to get in and save? And she goes, my wedding album, our wedding album. What? I got goosebumps telling you that. But that's the truth of what we do. Now, it might not be for like the corporate Hilton, you know, photos that I take, but that's a different story. You want to value yourself, your time, and what you create. And I don't want that to sound again, fluffy, but I just want you to think about that realistically. Anytime that you book a job, they are paying you to be away from the thing that is the most valuable to you, whether that's your own time, your time with your family, your time with your friends. You've all heard it saying, no one on their deathbed is saying, man, I wish I took one more job, right? So essentially, when you're getting paid, when you are charging for your photography, yes, it's to produce a photo, but it's really your time. And having that mindset, you realize how valuable that is. Okay, now we're getting serious. Are we done with the fluff? Y'all feel good? Y'all, did that y'all come off okay? I'm really working on that. Really working real hard on that. Because I just say you guys comes off and then people yell at me. They're like, oh, she's not from Texas. She's from the Northeast. And then I get the finger. So I want to break this down first into who photographers make money from. And that might be a weird way to look at it, but I'm very logical in the way that I think. And I want to know, okay, if I want to make money as a photographer, I would like this number to come into my checking account. Okay, then where is that actually coming from? And so many of us are very disheartened by the photography opportunities today. So I'm going to go through this quickly. Don't panic. I will give you a QR code to download this. You actually don't have to make any notes at all. I'm going to give you a QR code to download the whole presentation. And I'm not even asking for your email address, your phone number, your firstborn child, like nothing. All right. You will get this. But here's what. Go ahead. Just go. Get it out of your system.
Or I don't know. You could watch back the stream we're doing right now. That might help, Easily.
All right, so who pays for photography? Consumers, companies, creators and professionals, institutions, organizations. Don't write this down. Stop it. Listen. Media publications and fellow photographers. All right, I'm going to break this down into two. I'm going to talk about all of those, but I want you to start thinking about this because it's going to make sense on how you monetize and how you get these clients later. You have to think about, where is this money coming from? Where are my clients coming from? So consumers, this is couples, families, individual people holding events, birthday parties, weddings, family photos, newborn consumers. Why do they want photography is the second thing you have to think about. Why would they bother hiring someone instead of just having someone with an iPhone, right? What is so funny?
Just looking at Dan in the back.
Okay. You can't, ADHD, I didn't take the Synaptol today. So you have to think about, who are these people that are going to pay me and why do they want what I offer? So that's for consumers. For companies, think about this: small businesses, large corporations, agencies, real estate firms, realtors, e-commerce brand. They're looking at it a little bit differently. They want marketing ROI, brand image. They're selling something they need photography for, or maybe it's even just recruiting talent and acquisition. Then we have this whole field of creators and professionals. So that's like your influencers, content creators. That is a whole new genre. A lot of us kind of cringe over, but the truth is that just created a lot of people that need a lot of content. And at some point, they need something that's going to come out differently, better, or more streamlined out of their hands than an iPhone. Book covers, coaches, artists, actors, models, all of that. And they want it for different reasons. Again, you can read through all this later, but I want to give you that whole grasp. Institutions, organizations like universities, government programs. A girl I know over here in Brooklyn, she is doing a project in the community that she lives in. She gets paid by the community to photograph the people in the community as a community outreach effort. So there are lots of different places that you can find people who are paying for photography. Media and publications, while this is not as great as it used to be, you're not getting a full-time job typically as a staff photographer for a magazine. These are still people that need work. And then finally, and one most people never think of, your fellow photographers. Whether that's someone that needs a second shooter, an assistant, they need to have promotional images, branding, and maybe they're going to have you go shoot a job, go do an assisting job there. The point of all this and why I just ran through it really quickly, is I want to get it in your head that there is photography work out there. It's just a matter of understanding what you want to do and then who's going to pay that and then being attractive to them. Because that is what we're going to get into next. Are there any questions now that I've monologued for 26 minutes? We're good? So with me, you're doing a lot of nodding, which for the record, I really appreciate.
It's only 11 minutes, but okay.
What?
It's only 11 minutes, not 20.
Okay, 11, not 26. That was the part I hated, so that's why I went through quickly. A lot of us, and probably one of the biggest questions I get asked is like, how do I get leads? How do I get leads? How do I get people to come into my website, into my social media? How do I get them to notice me? How do I get them to hire me? And that's not actually the first question that you need to be concerned with. The first question or the first concept you need to be concerned with is, are you ready for that traffic? Are you ready for the first impression that you're going to give someone? Because if when they come to your website, when they come to your social media, when they even meet you in person, you are not ready to make the correct first impression to appeal to that ideal client that you want, then all that effort you do, all that social media posting, all the lead generation, networking, all the things I'm going to talk to you about, it's garbage. God forbid you actually started paying for ads and you weren't ready for the leads. You're wasting time and you're wasting money. You're paying to give yourself a bad reputation. Because if you are not ready for that first impression, then you are, it's so much more difficult to re-impression someone, right? Because you get a first impression, that's just how they're going to judge you. And you can maybe change 10 years later, have a totally different photography style or whatever. But that first impression is the thing that's going to stick with them. Just ask Seth about my first impression with him. So here's what we have to think about to get ready for traffic. Your website and social media, that's your first place. And we're going to talk about what you actually have to do. The second thing, and I put this kind of in order of importance, the second thing is your lead management system. Then you have to learn how to sell or how to communicate effectively. We were talking about this on Coffee and Creators, which you will see air, and talking about when you are sitting in front of a potential client and you know darn well that you have the best possible photography for them, that you're going to be the best photographer for that project. If that's the truth, but you don't communicate it effectively and they don't understand that you're the best, then you've actually done them a disservice, because they're going to go somewhere else and potentially be dissatisfied because really you were the best choice for them. But because you didn't know how to communicate effectively, they went somewhere else. Pricing your services is the big one. There's a lot of psychology that goes into that, both in your brain as well as the other consumer brain. And what you were saying, Charles, is having a process that elevates the client experience. Because your first impression is first when they talk to you, but then there's only one time that you get to make the first impression when they're actually working with you. And that first impression is either going to leave them with wanting to work with you again, or wanting to tell all of their friends about how horrible you were to work with, because that is a great story to tell over drinks at a party. And then ultimately creating legacy clients. So the hardest thing for you to do as a photographer, or really any business owner, is to get someone to trust you, right? To trust you for the first time. They don't really know you. You looked okay online. You look good on social media. You said the things they needed to hear. But ultimately, when they finally trust you, that's the biggest step they will ever take with you. So once you have that, creating a legacy client, meaning they hire you again and again and again and again, monetizing that is extremely powerful. So how do you actually get ready and decide, how am I going to communicate? How am I going to look? How am I going to have a good first impression that doesn't look like every other photographer out there? Branding is the best term that I can use for it, but I think branding is very misunderstood. Branding is not just a logo. Branding is the entire experience of how people feel when they interact with you and your business. Every touch point, every single touch point matters. Now, what I'm going to do right now is talk to you about every touch point for your actual client and how you can elevate it. However, I want you to think also, anytime that you're in a situation where maybe you're working on an event, family photos, what corporate event, whatever it is, you have your client in front of you, but then I want you to think about the second degree of people that are watching you. So you have touch points. If you photograph a wedding, 200 people in it, those are 200 first impressions that you're making. And they have all decided how good of a photographer you are without ever seeing a single photo. I just came back from West Palm Beach. I photographed a 5-day wedding event. It was wild for someone I can't even talk about because I'm under NDA. But when I showed up to there knowing the billions and billions and billions of dollars this person was worth, I did not show up, obviously, in my jeans. I went to rent the runway and I rented designer dresses so that I looked like I fit in that room. That impression is everything. And for the record, maybe if you're doing a birthday event, don't show up in designer dresses because that's also not going to be a good impression. You want to make sure that wherever your brand is, whatever touch points you're making, whether it's with your client or anyone around you, matches the client experience. So your social presence and your website, this is typically your very first opportunity to show off your brand, right? Unless they meet in person. But typically, I would say, 90% of the time, when you have clients that find you before they contact you, they went through your website or they went through social media, right? Maybe they did get a referral, but ultimately, before they contacted you, they still went to your website, they still went to your social media. It's really important to not just post your photos. Now, I would absolutely love to tell you that your images should sell themselves, but your clients don't know the difference between good and great photography, so it's impossible for your images to sell themselves. You want to tell stories, whether it's stories about what it is that you're photographing. You want to show your personality, because most people, especially at this point, they want to know who they're working with. Whether it's a corporate job, is this person professional? Are they going to show up? Are they going to be professional, like in behavior as well as appearance? Or maybe if you're a newborn photographer, are they going to handle my baby with care, right? Showing off your personality behind the scenes is huge. I was just doing a podcast with the vendor table out in Long Island. And one of the guys, one of the two people that host that podcast, Michael, he is a wedding photographer, and he started posting on TikTok. He did like 30 days posting TikTok, once a day, and he ended up getting 20 inquiries just from TikTok. Now, in your head, you're like, oh, he must have had some great photos he posted. No, you want to know the biggest, where he booked 2 weddings from this one TikTok. All you see for the first 5 seconds is the bridal party and everyone, I don't remember what song it was. It was, I don't know, Sweet Caroline, pick something. And they're just typical wedding song. And he wrote on there, like, every wedding photographer loves to hear this song, which means it definitely wasn't Sweet Caroline, because if I hear that song again, just no. There's some songs that you have PTSD from after weddings. It's Run Around Sue, Sweet Caroline, and September. Do you remember? Yeah, no. So some of the song was playing. So this TikTok, all it was about 7 seconds of bridal party going crazy on the dance floor. And then it pans over to him. He has his camera in one hand and he just sings the lyrics as he's clicking. That's it. You don't see a single photo. You just see how much fun he is on the dance floor. He booked 2 weddings from that one reel alone. Clients today, and it's for weddings, it's for anywhere, are looking for very specific things, and we'll get into this more, very specific things when it comes to photographers. And it has very little to do with the photos that we're producing. Love it or hate it, it's the truth. Your presentation, we talked about, like your environment, your personal style, and it's not just you. If you have an assistant that comes, second shooter that comes, they are speaking for your brand. I'll give you a great story about this. I had this guy, we'll just call him John. His name wasn't John. It's not John. I had a great second shooter that's named John. It's not you. It's not you. This guy, phenomenal work. I'm jealous of his work. He's a phenomenal wedding photographer. And I had him come along on a job, and he shot the day, and he did amazing, amazing imagery. But he dressed professionally. But his behavior day of was just like, he looked so intense. It was scary. And even the movements he made were like, and I'm like, dude, like, I love your work, but this is a wedding. We're happy here. There's no stress, and I can see stress all over your face. He was like, oh, okay, no worries. Like, you know, give me another chance, and I'll do that. I'm like, okay, fine. They're just like, shoot and smile. That's all I ask. Shoot and smile. And he came again, and he couldn't do it. And I was very honest with him. Like, I would love to work with you again, but it's not representing my brand well, and that really is going to hurt me. Switched to this past weekend, I flew one of my friends, Jana Williams, in from LA, and she's a phenomenal wedding photographer, but more than a wedding photographer, she is so good with people. Granted, she's from Alabama, and that y'all just comes right off her lips like, oh, it's so natural, so good. But she's so good with people. She's an absolute rock star. And I'm like, oh, she doesn't really second shoot like ever. But I did one for her, so she did one for me. And man, I would pay her like quadruple a normal second shooter rate just to represent my brand at all times because she is so phenomenal. All those things matter because, again, everyone that is seeing you work, seeing the way you dress, like, they're making their judgments before they see a single photo, unfortunately. Now, lead management is the second thing we have to worry about. How many of you have ever tried to contact a company before? I mean, everyone, right? How many of you have tried to call a company and gotten the AI menu system, and then you immediately hung up the phone and tried another company, right? Your clients are the same way. If it is that hard to book you and get a hold of you when you're trying to hand them money, think about how difficult it will be later. In their heads, you know what they're thinking? Oh my gosh, well, this photographer is going to turn into that photographer on the news I saw that ran away with all these people's money, right? That's what they're thinking. So you want to be able to handle leads and manage them effectively, even when you're out shooting. So you could have a client system management for this. I'll show you who I use in a second. But the two things that are the most important is, one, communicate fast. Get back to them fast. I think the statistic is if you get back to them in 5 hours, your chances of booking them rises 80%. And then if you are the first person to get back to them, the chances of them booking you are another 80% higher. So those are pretty big statistics. And we can do that with automated systems that are not aggravating ones when you pick up the phone. You want to make it as easy as possible to speak with you. Now, the way that I do this personally, I use 17 Hats. There's a lot of great client management systems out there. I like 17 Hats, honestly, because I've been using them forever and nobody wants to switch client management systems. That's just a nightmare. But they're always innovating. I know they're getting texting in there, which is very big. But when I respond to a client, I immediately put a booking link in there. So they can, even if I haven't told them if I'm available on their day or not, they can click on that and they can get in my calendar to have a call with me. Isn't that what you guys want too? You just like, get it in my calendar. Let's move on with my life. I mean, doctors' offices have it now. My kids' school system has it now. We're used to that. So if culturally that's what we're used to as a consumer for other things, you have to keep up with that. Otherwise, you're pissing people off before they even get a chance to contact you. And client management systems, it's just a necessity for workflow. But I also like 17 Hats because it has bookkeeping in it. I have a mastermind. I have some of my students here. Hi, Stephen. Hi, Nicole. And one of my students, Melissa, she's not here. She lives in Utah. I did not expect her to fly. She got her client management system in order. She found additional income of $23,000 that she wasn't even aware of, right? She has the wonderful problem most of us wish we had, where she gets so many leads and so many bookings because she's so personable and she just like attracts people. She's like that kind of magnet. But because of that, and she didn't have a good system on the back end, it was like papers were flying everywhere in her office type vibes. But once we got her organized, she literally, $23,000, that was like, whoops, I dropped it between the couch cushions. Your client experience is also a big part of it. I was arguing with someone on Instagram recently about this. You know, Instagram used to be the safe space. Yes, it did. It was, YouTube was nasty and Instagram was like mostly safe. But today I got called a newbie photographer that was allergic to holding her camera correctly. That was an hour ago. But anyway, I was fighting with somebody else. That guy got a snarky Jersey response. But this person, I was saying something to the effect of, debatably, your photos are actually secondary to what you provide to your client. And somebody argued with me, no, you have to provide the best images and that's what's most important. I'm like, think about that for a second. You take amazing images, stellar, the best image, best photo I have ever seen of myself. But you're a jerk. You made me feel like crap. I had to beg you for the photos because you never delivered them. What story are you going to tell your client, your friends? Are you going to tell them about how much I love this photo? Or are you going to tell them that party joke, right? Of, oh my God, you won't believe what my photographer said to me to get that pose, right? I think the client experience matters just as much, if not more, than the photos. Is that a question?
Yeah, you got a question in the chat. They're wondering how many of your wedding clients come from guest weddings you shoot that saw your work or your vibe and then booked you, recommend you for future weddings.
I would say, I mean, if I were to put like a ratio on it, I would probably say at least 30 to 40% are people that have seen me work. Other ones are usually like word of mouth recommendations, not necessarily seeing me work. Yeah, but a good amount. Another thing you could do with client experience is solving problems before they happen, answering questions before they're asked, and it saves you a lot of emails back and forth. Now, one of the things that I do, and this is your first big marketing tip on how to get new clients, and the reason why that number is 30 to 40%. You have to find ways to surprise and delight your clients. As a business, yes, you need to set expectations and then you need to meet those expectations. But that's nothing to write home about. You go into Target and you go in there and you buy shampoo and you walk out with your shampoo, that's nothing to talk about. But if you went in there to buy shampoo and on your way out, they're like, here's some conditioner and hairspray. You're like, oh, so cool. Let me post an Instagram story about this, right? It's the same thing. You have to find a way to surprise and delight. So for me, I do same day edits the night of a wedding. I do next day edits, same day edits of engagement sessions and family sessions. I have even printed group photos from corporate events that I have photographed. I'll print a group photo and hand it to them that day. And that act alone of finding ways to surprise and delight have secured me, I'll just tell you, with Hilton. So when I first started working with them, it was through a referral of a friend of mine, and I could tell like they were calling me for the jobs like their first photographer wasn't available for. And I would go like, I don't know, once a year, maybe twice a year, I would do something. One day, I think it was Cabo, they're 3-day shoots. So the first day we had taken a photo of the group of all of us there, you know, the producer, head of marketing, whoever. So the next morning, because I come straight from a wedding and I had my printer with me, it's a Canon Selfie 1500, it's like a $200 printer and small, it's literally like that big, fits right in my camera bag. I printed out that photo for every one of the people in the photo, and I got there to our green room early and I just left the photo on everybody's laptops. Well, since then, it wasn't once or twice a year anymore. It was, hey, Vanessa, here are the dates for the year. Big difference. And I also apologize to the photographer they may have been working with.
I guess they're asking, are you still doing album delivery at reception?
Yes, so I deliver albums at the reception. I think I have a little bit more on the slides of this later. I do. I will get to exactly what I do later. But it doesn't have to be, it's not wedding specific is the point, right? We want to make sure that we are finding ways to exceed the client expectations because that directly affects your leads. You want to build whatever you decide to do, make sure you're building it on authentically who you are. I'm not telling you to like, oh, your clients are going to like this, so let's be a chameleon and just, be this other person that you actually aren't. No, we still want to be our authentic selves, still want to produce the work that we like to produce, but you want to do it in a way that attracts the clients that are the perfect fit for you and who you want to work with. You're spending your time with them, right? You might as well spend time with people you like.
They're asking in the chat, do you have any good recommendations for a gallery sales system for digital and prints?
Yes, but I'm currently reevaluating who I use, so I'm going to give you a few. Right now, I'm looking at PickTime, and the reason I'm looking at PickTime is because they have facial recognition in the galleries, so any guest, again, goes to the experience of the touch points, any guest can click on their face and then go see all the photos of them. That's one I'm looking at right now. That looks really promising. The one I'm using right now is NView, N-VU, and they're really good. And again, they all do the same basic things, but PickTime was the only one that had that feature in it, and I really like that feature because it enhanced the client experience. Yeah.
What do you think about Pixpot? I use Pixpot. Just curious.
Pixpot? I haven't heard of that one.
P-I-X-P-A, Pixpot.
I haven't heard that one. Pixie Set is another one that's really good. And the Sprout Studio is one that's pretty good. SmugMug people even use still. They're all fairly similar. It's whatever you think your clients are going to get the most out of, that's what you should use, because that is very client facing. If it annoys you a little bit, but it's really good for your clients, like that's the one you choose. Yeah. How do I like Miller's? Yeah. Miller's Lab? Yeah. They're great. Yeah. Yeah. There's also like Adorama, I think Printique. I wanted to say Pix because it used to be Adorama Pix. Printique is a great one, and it's local right here. And H&H is a lab that I use a lot. It comes down a lot to the customer service for me too. That's the big one. Good? Cool. All right, now all of this is like, but Vanessa, I just want to take photos. And unfortunately, it's kind of too bad. Because I'm sorry, it just is, because the hard truth is either you become CEO or you will go work for one. And that's a choice. And you get to have, either choice is fine, but I'm going to guess if you're watching this and you're here, you want to be the CEO. So you just want to think CEO mentality. So we've gotten to the point where like, okay, I know how to look good. I know how to build a stellar experience. And that's all for people who are in here, but let's backtrack it a little bit more and talk about pricing. Since that was something that definitely a lot of people get stuck on, and for good reason. I mean, pricing, a lot of people associate like shame with money. Even just like saying what you charge, knowing that you would probably not pay for that, can be really difficult. But pricing does not necessarily have to be affordable to you. It has to be affordable to the client that's valuing you. A lot of people underestimate the time it takes for a project. I mean, I look at a wedding, for example. Everyone's like, oh, my favorite thing people say to me, oh, your wedding, oh, you just work on weekends. Oh my God. Oh, I hate you. Oh. You don't. A wedding, the wedding day is the least amount of time I spend on that wedding. It's 40, 50 hours of work going to every wedding. It's very easy to underestimate your expenses also, especially since we keep buying pretty things. And then fear of rejection. Well, if these are my prices, they're going to say no to me. Let me get this to your head. I don't care what you charge, whether it's $1 or $500 or $500,000, people are going to say no. They say no to me all the time. As a matter of fact, the more you charge, the more they're going to say no, because that's just numbers. That's like, you know, the bell curve. Most people can afford here, and you decide to be over here. Well, there's that much less people that can afford you. You're going to get a lot more no's in that case. All right, so you can't let pricing paralyze you. You just have to be confident in where it is. A lot of people charge by the hour. Don't charge by the hour. You're charging by the impact, the use of the photos, your time. Because in your head, a lot of us think this when it comes to like prints too. I don't know, a Printique, an 8x10 is what, like $2, $3, $4? And like, well, I can't charge $50 for an 8x10. That's extortion. Well, they're not paying for the piece of paper. You're paying for the piece of paper. They're paying for the impact of the image that you've created on that piece of paper and how it's going to be passed down. Or if you're in commercial, how it's going to sell them hundreds of thousands of dollars of whatever their product or service is. And the biggest thing that I see people make mistakes on, and I think it comes from the fear portion, is they make these price sheets and they're beautifully elaborate and there's a bazillion photos on it because in their head they're like, wait, I know it looks expensive, but look how pretty the photo is. And I'm going to put the photo next to the price because this will justify it. It won't. You have to keep it simple. There's something in your brain, in all humans' brains, it's a fight or flight instinct. And if you have to think too much, it turns on that fight or flight instinct. Like if something is burning more brain cells than it should, you're going to initially just be like, oh no, and you glaze over and you can't absorb information anymore. More simply, a confused mind says no. So people are already stressed out about money. People are already stressed out about numbers. So you have to minimize any other distractions or stress on there. Now, when you're creating your pricing, you have to know your numbers. And these are the 4 things you have to worry about when you're creating pricing. You've got your cost of business. And your cost of business is like, what does my website cost per year? What does that online gallery service cost per year? The gear, how much money am I putting aside to upgrade my gear? Like all the things that aren't attached to a specific job. Then you have to look at the things that are attached to a specific job. So like if I'm photographing a Hilton job, I have to fly to get there. I have to fly my second shooter to get there. I have to pay my second shooter. I have to potentially buy, oh my gosh, we had to photograph in Quebec, in Canada. And the way that these resorts photos work is, well, you know when the best light is, right? For landscapes, it's right after sunset and right after sunrise and right before sunset. So when is it the most cold? Those times exactly. So I had to buy $1,500 worth of heated things for myself and my guy that came with me. That is a cost of sale. Cost of production would be like, I'm going to pay for this album. I'm going to have to pay for my editing. I don't edit my photos because I hate it. And I pay someone else. So that's a cost of production. And then the 4th one here that most people don't think about, like how much money do you need to make, want to make? Because what happens, and a lot of people get a little saddened when they start doing this math, because in my mastermind, I make people start doing that math, and you see how much you charge, and then you take out all these costs, and then you're like, oh wait, yeah, I do work 50 hours per wedding. And if I divide how much I'm actually taking home from that wedding into 50 hours, I should probably just go work at McDonald's or Starbucks. And then you're like, wait a minute, something's wrong here. So you have to think about all of that. Now, I have some intense math for you on this if you actually want to work with the numbers. That is a QR code for that. We're not going to do that here because I think I've stressed you out enough. But this is something called the 20-day challenge I put together. It's actually hosted, not even from like me, it's hosted elsewhere, but this will help you break down all the math. I have like a worksheet with all the math here for that. So that will be really, really helpful. And then there's also digging deeper into a lot of the other things we'll talk about here. You can grab that there. But if I was going to give you the best pricing advice ever, it would be what was given to me. Raise your prices every time you book your highest package, highest price, highest collection, because they would have paid you more. It's an indication that you've reached an elevating point in your career. And Stephen, I'm so glad you're here because I'm quoting you. Steven in my mastermind had this win. Twice in the last week, he was able to book his highest collection he's ever booked after we reworked the pricing. So amazing. And it's such a good feeling too, because you just get to like, you get to erase that thought that you aren't worth it. You're like, wait a minute. I was the thing that was saying I wasn't worth it. It wasn't my client. And we'll get into that more about how we make decisions for our clients that we don't even realize we're making. You want to get into the habit, you're not selling photos, you're selling outcomes and you're selling experiences. Another way that it was taught to me is make sure you're selling the vacation. You're not selling the plane ride. Because when you sell the vacation, you're talking about laying on the beach and drinking Mai Tais, stuffing your face with every dessert you deny yourself when you're at home. But a lot of us start talking about having to pack and walk through TSA and having them take every one of our pieces of camera out and then put it back through the X-ray machine again. That's not how you sell a vacation, right? And we do that a lot of times when we are in like a consulting situation. Like, okay, they like your work, they talk to us. What do? We go, okay, let me tell you about how I work. And then you go into a 20-minute monologue about the plane ride, really? And you want to know how much people remember about a monologue? The beginning, the end, and everything they said, which is nothing. So you want to start selling experiences and outcomes. And it's a matter of communicating to them in a way that you're talking about the things they actually care about. Because if we go through our whole process of this is what it's like before, this is what it's like, how I work the day of and what I say, like it's lovely. But how much better would it be if you took the time to ask them questions like, hey, what do you care most about on this project? What are you actually hoping to get from these photos on the back end? Like, yes, you want pretty photos, but you want those pretty photos to help your website, to help your social media, to help sell this product, service, to give to grandma, like whatever it is. Your messaging is going to be much more impactful if you take that time to ask what they care about. And then when you pitch your services, you're only going to talk about the things that they care about. It's so much more effective. And then you're not just like wasting air for nothing. So the last part of this is how do we find these clients that value you? It's really nice for me to be like, raise your prices. And I'm not saying that for the record because I can't stand when I hear people just tell people raise their prices. It's like, okay, there's a lot more that goes into it than that. But let's just say you're solid about that. You're ready for that first impression. You have that lead management in position. You are ready for them. Your pricing is solid. You know how to communicate to them. You know how to give them an amazing experience. Then it's like, okay, but these people are not like coming out of the walls. How do I get them? Marketing for most of us is an afterthought. We take some photos and at some point we're like, you know, I really should post these photos on Instagram. And then you never do because the next job comes and those photos are on some older hard drive and you never get around to it. Your marketing has to be a part of your workflow. It cannot be an afterthought. We don't have time for afterthoughts. To be very transparent, that's why I started doing same-day edits. Yes, 100% it was about surprising and delighting my clients. Got a bazillion leads that way and really good reviews, all of that. But what it did for me was actually finish all of my marketing the night of the wedding. So what does it do? I select the way it works, and I'll just put this up here because I outline everything that I use right there. You just DM me the words surprise album. My Instagram is @VanessaJoy. Just send me a message with the word surprise album. So what do I do throughout the day? I've got my R5 Mark II, my Canon R5 Mark II, and it has this button that's a rate button. As I am photographing the photos that I like, I hit rate. I'm careful about what I rate. I make sure that I'm having photos with every single vendor. So that means I'm highlighting the florals, the makeup, the invitation designer, the hall where I am. So, and then also to tell the story. So obviously photos of the couple, photo of the family, key moments, ceremony, like all the things. Usually it's like 50 to 80 photos. If I really didn't like that wedding, it's like 30. I'm just as inspired or uninspired as any of you by what I shoot. And if I really liked it, it's like, wow, there's 150 photos in the same day edit. That's an entire album. We need to like take it down. But those images right there, I'm editing them in Lightroom on my phone, and I'm choosing images because it's JPEGs, because I have Wi-Fi from my camera to my phone. I'm choosing images that don't need a lot of work. Not that any of my images need but you know, just choosing them. And it's very simple. My editing style is very simple. So it's just like a little pop of color, a little contrast, throw some things into black and white, and we're good. But those images, in addition to printing my client an album and handing it to them, in addition to having it up on an iPad that they pass around and get all excited, I also airdrop it to my clients, but then I'm putting it in a Dropbox folder, and I'm going into Instagram. This is a very key part of marketing. I'm not emailing those vendors I worked with. I am sending them a message on Instagram with the Dropbox link. So nice working with you. Here are a bunch of images that you can use for, you know, until 3 to 4 weeks when the rest of the images are ready. I'll send them to you. And by the way, here's also all of the vendor credits with myself listed first, of course, because they're going to copy and paste that when they use the photos. But I Instagram them because then that tells Instagram, hey, these two people know each other. They send messages to each other. So then Instagram is going to show my feed to all these people. And then when the photos are ready again in 3 to 4 weeks, I don't email them, send it on Instagram. So vendor networking is done. Those are the same images I would use for a blog, for landing pages, for search engine optimization. If I'm submitting for publication, same images or social media images, and then they're my clients' social media images, and I can make reels for them. So all of that marketing is done. It's part of the process. Now, real quick about publications, because, I mean, is there anyone here that doesn't want to be published, recognized in some sort of, no, right? Like we all love that. It is much more difficult to be published in a magazine, a blog, than it ever has been. 15 years ago, 16 years ago, the first time that I submitted for like a magazine, I think I got published in like 11 magazines. The first time, like I sent out a manila envelope, like media packet to people, like little CD. CDs were this thing that we like 11 times. Now I get published maybe once a year-ish, and I've never been published in Vogue. And on that note, if you see people who have been published in Vogue, please know that there is an option to pay for that. So sometimes things are not always as they seem.
They're asking in the chat, how much time does it take to get the photos to your phone, edit, and send to the vendors?
I do all of that in the in-between moments. Because my camera has Wi-Fi, my phone is typically in my pocket. 5 minutes I have before the ceremony starts, I got those rated photos and I'm throwing them over, you know, 5 minutes before they walk into the reception. Okay, I'm throwing them in Lightroom and I'm doing some quick editing. It's in those little in between moments. Yeah.
For your corporate clients, are you following a similar sort of workflow for delivery, or are you sending those through an email or predetermined kind of?
I love that. So he asked for corporate clients, are you doing a similar type of delivery? So my corporate clients are having me shoot tethered. So they're looking at the photos right then and there. And now the first time I did this, they were just looking at them being like, okay, yeah, we got it, move on to the next thing. Now I make them rate their favorites. So I don't have to cull later. It's all done and I can deliver everything in a much faster time frame. Yeah.
When you go from your camera directly, are you using Canon Connect camera?
Canon Connect app is what I use to Wi-Fi the photos. Yeah. I wish there was like a plug-in. You could plug in, Lexar makes this little SD card reader with a USB-C that plugs right into your phone. You could do that. Yeah, and it works, but I don't want to take my card out like in those little moments.
The reason I asked was because I saw somebody with a Panasonic camera shoot, and it go right to the camera without no like app. So I was wondering if the R5 Mark II did have the regular.
I mean, I don't know much about that, but there's also third-party systems that do it. There's a Cam Ranger that, you know, can automatically Wi-Fi. There's a Spot My Photos service that automatically Wi-Fi's publishes and texts people their photos. Write that one down if you want to really impress people. Spot My Photos.
Also, I think what you're talking about is there's a Frame.io integration on Lumix, Fujifilm, Nikon, and
Panasonic?
Yeah, that's
That's
Panasonic.
what he had a Panasonic.
Yeah. So that's an integration, and we're seeing it throughout being standardized in all brands.
That's exciting. Yes.
Consider hashtags to be a bother.
Hashtags? Are they a bother? The hashtags aren't a bother. They just aren't as effective as they used to be. Do I use them still? Yes, because it does allow my photos to be seen somewhere else, but it's not as effective as it used to be, so don't worry about it too much. All right, so I'm going to break down, I think it's 6 different places that you can improve. Hopefully on your marketing, we're going to get like some really solid tips on things you can take home. Number 1 is social media, and I know just grown. I hate it too. I don't love TikTok. I mean, I love it for certain things. You know what's in my algorithm right now? ASMR. All these girls with the big microphones and they're putting like slime on it or like brush it. Like, I'm okay with that actually.
You're a creep.
It's very soothing. It's like a sound bath. Just pick one. Remember I showed you all those clients and where these people come from? Find out which one they're on the most. Pick one. That's what you concentrate on. That's what you're active on, engage on, learn the algorithm on. Just pick one. Once you master that one, feel free to go to another one. For me right now, it's Instagram and TikTok. Instagram is kind of going out for my main clientele and TikTok is coming in, and actually LinkedIn is coming in as I start to search for more clients. And the fun thing about LinkedIn is it's very untapped by photographers, so you stand out. If you want some Instagram tricks, that you could scan that QR code. Top 7, I'm using 2 hands now. Yep. Those tips are very, very tangible. Again, not fluffy. It's just a list of things for you to do. So, you know, if you have time, that's definitely going to help you out. Along with things that are not saturated is direct mail. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but direct mail, because so many people stop doing it, it actually becomes effective again. Now, a lot of you are thinking post office direct mail. I want you to think a little bit past that. A girl that I talked to recently on a podcast, she developed not quite direct mail, but think that tangible piece. She went to local businesses around her and she created her own magazine. And then she sent it to all of those businesses. And what she did, she would walk into a business and go, hey, I'm doing a magazine. Can I interview you on your business? And who's going to say no, right? Oh, and by the way, I can take some photos that'll like look really good. Do you mind if I just like photograph? And she did this with multiple businesses and ended up getting a ton of leads because 1, she got all the local businesses, photographed them. So that's, social media fodder, and it's also good for landing pages. And then she put all the magazines in all those businesses. So then everybody that went to the magazines or went to the businesses saw the magazines. And she built an entire business. Like that was her big jump start. So think a little bit outside of the box. Again, it's like zig when they zag. Find the place where it's not saturated. This is the biggest one, networking. And most photographers, honestly, are not that great at this because we became a photographer to like hide behind something, like not be in front of something. And I get that. I really do. But relationships are everything in this business. Everything. And the problem with relationships and the reason why people don't put the time into them, don't put the time into networking, getting out there, is because they don't pay off right away. They usually don't. But relationships have been the most effective way that I have gained leads over everything else I've done by like 500%. I recently just did the math on this. One relationship with somebody that I met probably close to 20 years ago that didn't come to fruition until about 3 years ago. In the past 3 years, I've made over $300,000 from that relationship because I kept it and because relationships are really important to me. So find ways to expand your network. Some really easy ways you can do that. Guys, you're in the city. Like there's everything here. Just find charity events you can attend or volunteer. There's a bazillion different photography things. Here in Adorama, they host They host these classes all the time and live demos. Like, look around the room. I bet you some of you here are going to make relationships that last your entire careers if you just like talk to someone and don't run away after this. And you could be more specific about it. You could be like, okay, here are people that I want to meet. Let me look on their Instagram and who do they follow that I know that can make an introduction. So you could be very intentional about it. You can plan shoots together. And then once you have that network, strengthen that network. So sharing your images, collaborate on social media, and send gifts. Oh, gifts. Gifts is one of my favorites. Spoiling my clients and my colleagues. I don't really spend money. I don't really do Facebook advertising or Google ads or anything like that. If I'm going to spend money, I'm going to spend it on my clients. I'm going to spend it on my vendors. So my clients get everything from mini cameras to custom cheese boards, obviously the same day edits. Right now, I'm sending out viewfinders, you know, the old school viewfinder, clicky, the red ones, right, that you look through with the little reel. I'm sending those out to a bunch of my clients, and I'm sending them out to clients from like 5 years ago, like a lot of them. And if somebody sends you a client, like, think big. Your colleagues, your relationships, a lot of times, especially if you're in the wedding industry, they're your only repeat clients. So when a wedding planner sends me a job that I book for, I don't know, $18,000, she got Oscar de la Renta earrings that were worth $1,000. I am absolutely spoiling them to death. If you want a little extra credit, one of my favorite things to do that does not cost $1,000 is to create marketing material for people that you work with. You already have the images, you know how to work Canva or Fundy or whatever. Create marketing material for them. This is an example of like a double-sided card that I send out. It's usually called a press printed product if you're looking in Pratique. You just have photos. This is a jeweler, so there's jewelry photos on both sides. And then on one side, it has their logo and information. And then on the other side, it has my logo and contact information. And then you send out little package 25, 50. You could do this with so many different people. And they're basically going to hand out, you know, marketing material for you. But this kind of stuff, I did it for when I moved to Texas. I had to start my whole network all over again. And one of the things I did, there's a hall by me. They needed new marketing material. I'm like, I got you. And I printed it all out for them. And they ended up sending me a ton of clients because it was what they put in their info packets, they hand out. And then all of those clients ended up seeing my work. Email and text message marketing is probably my least favorite, but it can be effective. And you could do this in a lot of different ways. You could have a newsletter that you send out. You could have what are called drip campaigns. The idea is for you to stay top of mind. Now, this is really important, especially if you are a family photographer, if you're a corporate photographer. You have to stay top of mind because corporate, for example, they only need you when they need you. You can't like, sometimes you can convince them to do something, right? Like convince them to do this project. But a lot of times it comes from the top down. All right, CFO decides we need to do this and we decide we need to do this. Now we need to take photos for it. So when that happens, top down, you need to be top of mind for whoever that marketing person is. So newsletters, you can send things in the mail to them. Any other touch points that you can create is only going to help. And text messaging is definitely big. Nobody reads emails. Well, I can't say nobody. If you're working with corporate people, they read all their emails. If you're working with non-corporate people, a consumer about 35 and younger, they're not reading your emails. You have to text them or DM them. It's the best way to get in touch with them. Now, this next part's going to scare you, okay? It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Search engine optimization, which is now ChatGTP. It hurts. It hurts. So just last night, I typed this in. Can you find into ChatGTP, can you find me a corporate photographer that has a light but vibrant style in the New Jersey area that produces very high quality work with an average day rate of $5,000? And it pulled up all these photographers, contact information, website direction. That is one of the more common ways that people are searching for photographers under the age of 30 now. That's huge. So you want to know the next question that I asked? How did you pull up these people? If I were a photographer wanting to be found for the criteria that I just put in, what do I have to do to get pulled up by you? And that's what it told me. That's the link to download this presentation so you can go read it later. It outlined for me exactly what to do, exactly what to put on my Google business profile, what to do with my search engine optimization, what to do with my my landing pages, put on my website, the imagery to show. That's powerful. It's really like search engine optimization on crack. It's really what it is. But that's how detailed people search now. And think about the progression of that. And let's go back to the yellow pages, shall we? The yellow pages, like that's where you would go before the internet to find the business. And whoever had the biggest yellow pages ad usually was the one that got the business. Then we had social media. And with social media and just the internet in general, we had generic ads or even TV, generic ads. But then as we progress and the algorithm spied on us a little bit more, now we get ads that specifically pertain to us. Now think about that, what that does to your psyche. Now as a 90s, 80s kid growing up and watching Saturday morning cartoons, I was used to having to watch TV commercials, and some of them pertained to me and sold me, you know, my buddy and kid sister. And other ones were just like, why am I looking at a dentures commercial right now? This is very weird. Maybe they thought grandmas were watching the kids on Saturday morning. I don't know. I'm used to ads that don't actually pertain to me being thrown in my face. People now are not used to that. They're used to being able to skip ads, buy away from ads, or if the ads pop up into their feed, it's ones that has things that they actually want that pertain to them. So now it's not Google that's good enough anymore because that's not showing me the exact thing that I want when I search. ChatGPT is showing me the exact thing I want when I search, and I can be really detailed about it. I can talk about absolutely everything I want in a photographer. So your homework is to implement at least 3 of these marketing strategies. I'm not telling you one, because you know what? Just put some effort into it, will you? Just 3, at least 3. Because I guarantee you there are places that you thought you were working in and you're like, you know what? I can double down on this. And that's actually what you should do. If you know what's working for you, find a way to double down on it. If something isn't working for you, stop wasting time on it and try something else. And if you want to really get some extra credit, whether it's Instagram or TikTok, make your social media like a mini website, because so many people don't go to your website anymore. That kind of goes right alongside with today's demographic. They go to your social media because what did I say in the very, very beginning? They're not looking for your photos. Your photos are on their website. They know that. They're looking for who you are. And now we know that who you are is usually shown on social media. So what we need to do is, yes, show who we are, but also give them all the information that they need right at their fingertips where they are on that social media account. And if you want to start giving gifts, that's even better. And I'm going to quote Stephen again because this is one of my favorite stories. He gifted a client from 3 years ago a canvas. Cost less than $100 to print. What was it, a 16 by 24, 24 by 36, 16 by 24? They got their wedding canvas and then asked to order a wedding album. They ordered a 60-page wedding album that cost almost as much as their wedding collection. Some of you have a lot of clients. And the biggest thing that you could do right now to make money, to go all the way back to the beginning of one of the first things I said to you, is to find those clients that already trust you and turn them into legacy clients. Like, you know, oh, yeah, have you ever ordered your album, by the way, from that photo session, from that wedding, whatever it was? Oh, you're pregnant now. Did you know I do maternity photos? Right? Try to be a little bit more slick than that. But making the most of every single job is the thing that actually, it was a turning point in my own photography business. I doubled my income by having that mindset of legacy clients and making the most of every single job by offering print, like print photos. Nobody is looking down in their camera feed from, 6 years ago, unless Apple decides to show you something. And then, they always show you the bad thing. They don't show you the thing you want to remember. You want to find a way to be a full service photographer. And most of you are going to be like, you know what? My clients don't want that. My clients don't want prints. They don't want albums. They don't want that. Don't make that decision for them. Your job is to just show them the possibilities, not to make that decision for them whether they want it or not. So where do you start with all of this? Remember, you're not just a photographer, you're a business. Where are untapped genres of photography that you could jump into? What's one price offer or mindset shift that you'll change this week? Are you ready for the first impressions? And then find where you're not marketing yourself. Do you have a question? How do I make my albums? I use Fundy Album Designer. Fundy Album Designer. I feel like in Adorama's playlist somewhere, I actually do a demo on how I make my albums. I'm pretty sure. So if you go to their YouTube channel under the Breathe Your Passion playlist, you can probably find it. It's automated, so it's not too bad. But as a photographer, you don't have to choose between art and income. You get to have both. And hopefully, you guys have some questions for me because I ended a little early. You said 6:30? No, you said 6. Okay, good. I'm very punctual by nature, so any minutes short, I freak out a little bit.
Yeah, it's annoying.
It is, I know. I'm sorry. I was 2 minutes late. I said I'd be here at 1:50. It was 1:52. It'll hurt, yeah.
Check.
How do I start pricing the files? I include the files if I'm going to talk about either weddings or portraits. I am only including the high resolution files in the top 2 packages. It's not in the bottom. But you want to know what is in every package? An album. Because think about it. If I just finished telling you that people run into burning buildings for these albums, then I know the way that you enjoy these photos the best is when they're printed. Because I know digitally, the shelf life on Instagram is whatever. Your children are not discovering this, God forbid, CD or USB drive and trying to figure out how to plug in an old hard drive that, the port is obsolete, right? But the tangible is what gets handed down. If I tell you, hey, the most important thing I'm going to give you are the tangibles, but they're not included in every package. Okay, that doesn't speak the same thing that I'm trying to teach them. So what I do is I'm telling you the digital files, they're not the thing that's worth it. So who cares if they're included in the bottom package, as long as the album is, because that's what lasts. So a little bit of pricing psychology there. Yeah.
Even in the pricing conversation, if you're working with a corporate client or something of that nature, and you have a 3-day shoot, covering a series of events, for example, right? And you're saying, okay, for this event, we're going to be doing $5 grand a day, so it's going to be $15,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you showing them on your proposal or your contract, whatever, photography 3 days, 15,000, or are you showing, photography 10,000, editing 2,000, and then sort of breaking it down in that way? So I've sort of from colleagues, I've kind of seen 2 schools of thought where one will say charge for everything, and then others will say keep it simple, charge for the job.
I'm going to mirror and I'm just going to show you if that's okay. I will. Oh, choose mirror. Okay, so the question is, do I itemize things on a corporate client's quote? And the answer is, it depends on the corporate client. Some corporate clients want you to itemize every little thing on there. I'll show you a really good example of this. One of them, who I usually don't itemize, actually. What? Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me just get to the quote. Yeah, you can go ahead. So this is for Hawaii for a 5-day shoot. They did not care that I itemized all the main things here. That's just them. But they were toying between having me bring in an underwater photographer specialist, and they wanted that separate and itemized. Every corporate company does it completely differently. When I invoice Canon for something, they want it all itemized. So it's just a conversation. And from what I know about all the corporate companies I work with, they have their rules, and you better stick to their rules or you can go somewhere else. So don't be too high and mighty on methods when it comes to corporate, because they have their whole legal team and they're like, yep, here's what we're doing, and you have to do this.
Deferring to the system that they want you to.
That's what I would do, because that's just what's required for that client. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Good. Okay. If you guys want to know more about the Photo Mastermind, I'm not selling you something because I can't, because it's a big waiting list. So if you are interested in anything else that I have for business, you just DM me the words Photo Mastermind and I can give you some preliminary information there, but it's a pretty long waiting list. Business is what I'm particularly passionate about, because it's one thing when people come up to me and they're like, oh, you taught me how to light. You taught me how to pose. I feel more confident in how I communicate with my clients. That's all well and good. But for me, if you come to me and you tell me my business is now sustainable, I'm not worried about my finances, I'm able to feed my family because of what you told me, that gets me passionate. And I know it's not what gets most views on YouTube, but to me, it's what makes the biggest change and the biggest impact. So that's what I'm concentrating on. And again, if you did not get it before, that is the link to the presentation. So you can grab that. It's not a carrot. It's not a grab. You don't have to give me an email address, nothing. That's just everything there. And hopefully I'm able to help you out and give you a lot of ideas. I think some of you have headaches with all the ideas that I've given you. Good. I did my job. Thank you so much for coming.
Hughes.
Well, thank you. I appreciate everybody who physically showed up and everybody who's digitally showing up, because as science tells us, it is 100% easier not to do things than it is to do things. And so you guys are doing a thing. Congratulations. My name is Gary. I am a headshot and portrait photographer from Orlando, Florida. And this is hopefully my first time speaking live at Adorama without anything breaking, which will be really great. Because you could go back into the archives to my first time here, the day Seth Miranda, aka Last Witness, and I met. And how many we went through tether cables and triggers.
My man went through 3 full-on straight-up cameras, 5 cables. We almost swapped laptops, and yet he came through. He got shots delivered, and that
Who was that? Pro. 6 or 7 years ago, and people still come up to me and be like, I saw that thing on Adorama, man, and whew, that looked like you were tap dancing up there, and I was.
For those of you online that are wondering, it's on the main channel if you guys want to search Gary Hughes on Adorama TV.
Don't want to miss that. If you want to watch a grown man trying his hardest, that's the place to do it.
If you want to watch a grown man sweat through 4 shirts that were layered.
Well, I'm sweating through shirts today. I didn't mean to come from Florida to Florida, but hey, and special thanks to Adorama and everybody who worked to get me here, and my friends at Fujifilm and Flashpoint. And what's cool, when I come to Adorama, I don't have to bring anything because they already have all the gear that I actually use in my studio. So that's pretty cool. So what we're going to do today is I'm going to give you just a couple of minutes on my process. Then I'm going to show you the process live, and I think that's important. The reason I think that this course is important, not because I think that you should try to cram yourself into the smallest space possible to create portraits, is because that's what happens to me all the time. My first studio was an 8x12 room. I remember I've done so many portrait assignments for clients where they put me in a place that was difficult to shoot in and you have to think your way around it. So this is just a couple of practical ideas that sometimes you just really got a small space to do your very best. And hopefully you'll use some of that in moving forward, but I would never wish a small space upon you. I wish you only 3,000 square foot places with 20-foot ceilings and a perfect cyc wall all the way around, and large modifiers and plenty of assistance, but mostly the rest of us work in the real world. So here we go. All right, so let's get started. If just a little background, I'll give you just sort of the type of work that I do. I do professional headshots. By and large, it's about 90% of my business. I photograph individuals for billboards and bus ads and stuff like that. And then sometimes I get to photograph cool creative professionals, tattoo artists, musicians. But out of the 9,000 people we photographed in my studio last year, the vast majority of those were LinkedIn headshots or email signatures shot at a convention en masse, shooting at least 150 people a day. And we do that for companies from all over the world, from like Uber to IBM to, you know, to billion dollar brands you've never heard of. I just do LinkedIn headshots basically for a living. So I am in the trenches all the time. I don't just travel the world to exotic places like Seth's camera room. Yeah. But this is what I do. I photograph individuals and I photograph a lot of volume. So a lot of what I've learned comes from cutting my teeth in the most difficult possible situations, and I'm doing it with the least expensive gear I can find that I don't mind breaking, and I do that all the time. And I also travel a ton, and when I travel a ton, I love to take pictures. It's how I enjoy the world. Having my cameras, I have 2 cameras I travel with, and that's my Fujifilm X100VI and my Fujifilm X-Half, and those are my anxiety medication for I'm one of those people that maybe like you, I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't know how to relax in social situations. And so I just take lots and lots of pictures of my kids and my wife and the places that we travel. And so I like to do photography as my job, but I do photography for fun, but in a completely different way. High stress, lots of people, low stress, shooting JPEG, don't even care if I ever use the images for anything because it's just basically to keep me from having a panic attack. All right, let's move on. I think I've broken down how I approach taking powerful portraits. I only take pictures of people for their job in my studio. I don't do babies in buckets, couches in fields. I don't do weddings. I don't hang things from trees. I take pictures of people who want great photos in the shortest amount of time possible. So I want to break down just kind of like the elements that I think I need to include in my images, and then the levers I use to get those. So to start with, I think that great portraitists use dimension. That's taking a 2-dimensional medium and making it appear more 3-dimensional. I think that creates more powerful images. And honestly, I think that's the #1 thing that photographers, when they're first starting out, don't get, is that we are working in a 2-dimensional abstract medium and you're trying to make it seem more real. And the best way to do that, I believe, is using dimension. Second is composition. I think that is another thing down the journey. You learn how to push the buttons on your camera. You might learn how to use an off-camera light and create dimension. But to tell part of the story by how you compose the image instead of just taking a picture. I think a lot of thought in composition creates more powerful images. Expression, I think, is so subjective, but when you're working with other people, how they view the expression is the most important thing. How they felt when you took the image is really important. Somebody can look at an expression. You ever post an image in a Facebook group for photographers? It's the worst, right? Like, we're the worst. like, oh, he looks grumpy. It's like, oh, I actually thought he looked kind of pensive and powerful. No, he's grumpy. Like, expression is so subjective. But it's about the person in the image, about how they feel and how it makes you feel when you look at it. And expression is a thing that goes beyond just having a technically great image. It's a thing that makes an image connect with a viewer. I also think that whenever possible, the #1 thing that elevates a portrait is story. If there's some kind of story in an image, or you can interpret something in an image, it takes it beyond just a picture. I think the best quote I ever heard was, a portrait isn't a picture of somebody, it's a picture about somebody. And I think that just sticks with me. I didn't invent that. That's just something I heard that I thought was really cool. If you stop taking pictures of people and start taking pictures about people, I think your work is going to get better, or at least set that intention. And then, obviously, if Pete Coco was still here, buddy, if you're watching, this one's for you. I always used to say that it doesn't matter how good you are as long as you can sell it. But I also believe it hits a point where your work becomes so good technically that even muggles can tell the difference, right? Let me tell, we're wizards, non-photographers are muggles, right? Most of the time they can't tell the difference between pretty good and good and great, etc. But if your work is so good, even non-photographers stop and go, wow, that's incredible. So that's the thing that I aspire to that I don't always hit. I promise you, 9 out of 10 pictures I take are probably bad. Maybe even more, maybe 99 out of 100. So to create dimension, we use lighting. Masters of light and shadow, knowing when to add light and when to take light away. And that's one of the things we're going to show you today. You want to also have intent in your images. I think the thing that takes a good photographer to a great photographer is seeing the image you're going to take before you pick up the camera. Picking up the camera should be the last thing that you do. Let me put it this way. You shouldn't be surprised at the back of your camera, right? You should never go, oh man, like you should ideally know what lighting ratio you're trying to create, what expression you're going for, how you're going to compose the image. The less often you are surprised by your camera, the better a photographer you are becoming. In case you couldn't tell, that would be like the litmus test. I think that a great portraitist is an empath, someone who has empathy. They listen to people, they observe people. Not all good ideas, not all creative things are ours. I think photographers, we can be selfish creators. Like I was talking about, I take pictures because of my anxiety. When I'm taking a picture for someone else, that's not for me, it's about them. And the more you do that, I think the better you are, the more you can tell a story, the more you can bring something out in them. I think one of the best things that you get when you photograph someone is they go, that looks like me, or that feels like me, or that's my expression, that's something that I do. And so if I photograph somebody for an hour, I usually spend about 20 minutes just talking to them, and I just look at their face. I watch how they sit when they relax, how they lean on things, how they emote, what their real smile looks like. And you go into a session like that armed. Now, we don't always have time to do that. But the point is, have in your head to be observant, have empathy, and I think it'll make you a better portraitist. And then I think attention to detail is something that can be lost in our digital world. I think you can just go, well, oh, that white background, I'll just make it white in post. Or, oh, I'll just add this and I'll fix that and I'll tweak that. And that is true, and it saved my butt 1,000 times, just like it's probably saved yours. But the more I try to not to have to do that, the better my work gets. And as a professional photographer, the less time I spend on the computer, the more money I get to keep. You know what I mean? The more time I get with my kids. My goal is to have coffee with my wife every morning and dinner with my kids every night. Now, I'm not doing that tonight thanks to you guys. I'm here with you. Thanks for taking me away from my kids. No, so I think that attention to detail, the more you do that, the more you slow down, take fewer photos and add more detail. Today, on this Fujifilm photo walk we did, I think I almost caused the model to have a heart attack because I asked him to put the clasp to his necklace in back before I took the photo. Could I have fixed that in post-production? 1,000%. But not only do I not now have to do that, but that person also thinks I'm paying attention. You ever have that? Like, oh, you must be really good at your job for that. Like, they think you're a better photographer because of that? They might. They're muggles. They have no idea what they're doing. All right. And finally, they have no clue. Practicing your craft. Now, my wife's favorite band is Less Than Jake. Anybody familiar with this band, Less Than Jake? They're like, since she was 14 years old, her favorite bands. Like, it's a ska act. They're great. They're a lot of fun. We've seen them, I don't know, 100. I've seen them 100 times. She's seen them 10,000 times. Anytime they come within 100 miles, she goes. I believe that they're a band. They give me the impression, and if anybody from Less Than Jake happens to see this, we love you. I've spent so much money on your merch and at your shows. But you get the impression that they all live far away from each other because, like, they don't practice together a lot. So at the beginning of a tour, they're not quite as tight as if you see them play at the end of a tour when they've been on the road playing together. Practice is really obvious, and it makes those things so you don't have to think about them. When you have those problems like all your equipment dying, you know what to do. Your Rolodex of ideas, of things, ways to solve problems in a situation gets deeper and deeper the more you practice. And I think that's something that I'm guilty of. When you get busy as a photographer, your life gets busy, you don't. You don't play, you don't practice. So I think all of these things are not always qualities that I exhibit, but qualities that I see great photographers exhibit that I aspire to. So I'm not saying I have all these things. I just kind of recognize they're good. You know how, like, when you think about jogging, but you don't, but it makes you feel good that you thought about jogging? Like, that's it. That's basically it. This is what I do. Okay. So now I'm going to give you... All right. So here's my process when I'm creating portraits, okay? Most of the time, people are coming in for a specific thing. I need a headshot for my LinkedIn photo. I need a business card. I need a picture for this billboard. Number one thing I always do is I shoot the commission first. what did they hire me for? And I do that get that out of the way. Normally that stuff is like, you could train a clever chimpanzee to do the most of the commission work that I do. It's really not that difficult, but I get it out of the way first because I believe in not wasting people's time. And then once I do that, my favorite thing to ask somebody in the studio is, do you have a couple of minutes? Because I'd like to do something else. And usually they're like, well, shoot, I'm dressed, why not? And so they almost always say yes. Then I'm gonna look at them, I'm gonna analyze them, and I'm gonna dig deep to try and find something that's gonna be more interesting. And in this case, what am I trying to show about them that's unique or interesting? What story is there to tell? Then I'm gonna go ahead and set up that idea. I'm gonna take a test shot. I'm gonna make sure my lighting is all together. And once my lighting is all together, I'll make any adjustments I need to make. I measure everything with a light meter that I've got around here somewhere. I shoot a color target. I make sure that everything is exactly how I want it for the most part, because when I say go to my subject, we are now taking the real thing. Then I'm all about them. I don't want to be fussing with lights or fussing with anything in between shots. I'm going to think about the shot, create it in my head, create it physically with the things I have available, and then I'm going to give all of my emotional energy to the person that's sitting in front of me. Because I see photographers do this all the time. You shoot and you look, and you shoot and you look, and then you just, and then you shoot. Like half your session is just messing around with your crap in between when you've got a living, breathing person like beautiful Gerald over here, who I've ignored completely so far. We're gonna do it, man. All right. So I hope that makes sense. I think it's very important to test, make your adjustments, and then you engage the person in front of you. You're going to get much better results. And I'm not talking about cheesy jokes necessarily, although I've got quite a few of those. Yeah, thanks, Seth. And I'm talking about just giving them your energy and attention, and stop giving your attention to the technical parts of your job that you should already have handled. So I think if you're ever working on a commercial set, with like a photographer shooting a big commercial job, your subject is a celebrity. They don't walk in there and stand around while you adjust your lights. You've completely tested that whole setup on all your interns before that person even walks on, and they're on set for 5 minutes. Treat every client that way. Do not waste their time. Treat them like the person you are the most interested in being with and talking to. And I think that you're going to get better results out of them and probably make more money too. And then once you have them engaged, that's when you push the shutter. That's when you execute. The execution is really important. Engage them and then grab it when you're getting that emotional response. Does that all sound pretty good? All right, let's go ahead and do it in real life then. For real life.
Sesay and Carol, Deanne, say hello.
Hey, Carol. Hey, Ab. I'm going down to see them at the Bouquet Academy Summit in a week or so down in hot Atlanta. All right. All right, Gerald. Are you ready? Yeah. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is shoot the commission, right? So Gerald and I have discussed this ahead of time. Gerald is he's an actuary. I thought that sounded interesting. I don't know what that is. Is it sort of like an accountant? Gerald is an actuary. And we're going to take, even though Gerald dresses not like an actuary, there we go. Seth, if this falls down, oh, it's good. See, Seth set this up, by the way. He set up the C-stand. It should be fine. Better check it. Okay. So let's go through the live process here real quick. And there we go. So what I've got here is this is a Flashpoint 400, I think, as my main light. And I've got a 8200 Explorer Evolve 200 Pro as that. And then I've got my little soda can light. That's the Explorer 100 Pro. So I've got 3 lights. What we're going to do right now is we're going to build this setup one light at a time. There we go. Mode. I'm turning these off. I don't need a modeling light. No, modeling lights are amazing, but I've been photographing in like boardrooms at noon for so many years. My brain doesn't even see them. I'm one of these people who's like incredibly surprised by how useful constant lighting is. You know, like, oh my God, you see what you got. Oh, it's great. But I've just never turned on a modeling light because they just don't work on a trade show floor, you know, which is where I do 90% of my photos. Okay, so what I've got here is I'm measuring this to be at f4. So when I photograph a person for like a business portrait, I typically do it at f5.6 or f8. I'm shooting with the Fujifilm X-H2, which is an APS-C sensor camera. Long story short, 5.6 gives you the equivalent depth of field of f8. So, but I'm going to shoot this at f5.6. For those of you settings nerds out there, that's ISO 250, 1/125th of a second, and we've got 5.6 is what my main light is reading. So we're going to build this one light at a time. All right, Gerald, I want you to pretend to be really boring. I know. All right, probably bring that down a little bit. Did you move my light set? Did you just turn my modeling light on, Seth? All right, so when I'm photographing a, we good? I think we're good. AMB. Yeah. So let's do that first. Yep, so this is going to be our blank slate here. Okay, that's pretty good. So what I'm doing is I'm photographing everything without the flash to see how much ambient light is going to be affecting the final exposure. In this case, I think you can see it at him a tiny, tiny bit, but as my mama would say, that's near enough, it makes no difference. All right, there we go. Yeah. So now we're all right. So now we're just going to do a quick test. Okay, so this is one light. And as you can see, I've got a pretty good lighting ratio. The exposure's bang on. And when you do use a light meter to do your exposure, I think one of the things that you'll find is that it may end up actually looking a little bit underexposed to what you're used to seeing. And there's a reason for that, because LCD screens are so cool, but they're liars. They're lying liars, and they want it to look bright and beautiful and colorful for you, and your brain's a liar, and your brain's used to that. So it is almost always better to use this as how much light is actually falling on your subject, and so we've got that covered. The idea is I don't want to blow out any highlights. I don't want shadows to block up. I want all my pixels to be preserved and ready to rock and roll. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another light, because what do we say? We're going to create dimension, right? So let's add, this is going to be a 1x3 strip light, and this has a grid on it. And if you're not familiar with a honeycomb grid like this, essentially it narrows the throw of light so that it's not spilling all over the place. An incredibly useful thing in small spaces is if you have a small space that you find yourself working in from time to time, and you bust out that 75-inch umbrella to take that headshot, and you're like, why can't I control the light? Just get a smaller light. You'll be all right. And that's one of the reasons I like a big modifier, and I've been made fun of a lot. Like I'm minimum 56 inches or bigger for like a headshot, because I just like how soft it is and how forgiving it is. But when you're in a small space, that smaller light source gives you much better control over how you're carving your subject out of the darkness, which is essentially what we're doing. So now I'm going to add this. Yeah, and we got an online question or an in-studio question?
So someone in the chat's asking, what head are you using on that 200 Pro in the strip light? Because there's so much.
Oh, right. So the question is, in the AD200 Pro, has you can swap the head out to a Fresnel head, to a bare bulb. It's even got now like a weird like LED modeling light cool attachment. They're very, very versatile. Probably the best pocket strobe on the planet. But I just use a Fresnel head because I break stuff a lot. I've gone through a lot of those bare bulbs because I'm a very clumsy person. So I mostly just shoot with a Fresnel head on it. I would do this. Go to your home or studio or wherever you like to shoot. Set up, take 50 pictures with a Fresnel head, and then 50 pictures with the bare bulb shooting through a softbox. And then if you can line up which is which, I'll buy you lunch next time I see you, if you can tell the difference. So that's, I think, unless you're using them bare, you're not going to be able to tell the difference. A bare bulb's best is when it's not in any kind of modifier. You can light up a whole room with it. It's kind of amazing. All right, so now we're going to add this second light for Gerald, and then bam. Okay, so now you can see that we've started to get a little bit of separation on the side of him. I think that you got to carve your subject out of the background. So right now we're already using 3 different kinds of lights. I've got my main light. I've got this beautiful white piece of foam core here as a reflector that's acting as our fill light. And now I've got an edge light that creates separation. Now you want to always be able to tell where your subject ends and the background begins. Leslie.
What's your main light, the softbox?
This is a 36-inch Parasnap, glow Parasnap softbox. This is my whole kit, man. Like, I have all of these. I replaced my whole, as soon as these came out, and they fold completely flat. So all of my location gear is predicated upon will it fit in this one particular bag that I own. So I keep buying smaller stuff to fit more things in that bag. All right, and now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add this little soda can light on the back here, just to give us a little gradient on the background. And I'm going to sit. Gerald, is it okay if I sit? All right, man. All right, so now everything's tested and ready to go. Actually, we need to do one last test. Here we go. Okay, you look like a very good actuary. All right, so let's put those up side by side real quick, and so you can see the difference between three. Okay, so the first image on the left, that's going to be, I think, all three lights working together. This image is going to be 2 lights with no light on the background, or 2 lights with no light on the background, and that is just the 1 light. 1 light, 2 light, 3 light. Now, I typically use stuff in a way that's pretty subtle. So if you're doing the math, if my main light is metering at f5.6, most of the time I will use edge lights or any light that's on the subject from any other angle. I'll start at 2 stops below the main light, sometimes 3. So that would mean that that light, I would like that at f2 or f2.8. I want it to be there doing a job, but I don't want it to look like a promo for Dancing with the Stars. I just don't want it to be overlit from behind. You're adding dimension, filling in some of those dark pixels while still keeping the shape of the light. Little gradient on the background, we're ready to go. So now everything's tested, and we're going to shoot the commission, and we're going to talk to our subject. So since you have the most boring job in the world, we want to make you look like the nicest man in the world, right? So I'm going to coach you through a couple different expressions, and then we'll move on to something else. All right. Yeah, let's hit the question, Seth.
Brad's asking, does glare on glasses bother you?
Does that, Brad?
Brad
McMillan wants to know if glare on glasses bothers me. That's a great question, Brad. The answer is it bothers everyone. It bothers literally everyone on Earth. Like, yeah. So, but I'm going to show you how I deal with it. So that's great that you notice it. I'm not so concerned about it because these are my test shots, but I will deal with that glare when the time comes. All right, let's ready to rock and roll. Now, Brad, if you would stop bothering me so I can pay attention to Gerald, please. All right. I got to go through the process. The snoot. Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll get to that. All right, Gerald, are you ready? You have all my attention now. Yeah. Okay. So when I'm posing somebody, I pose them from the bottom up. I start at the bottom. If everything's good down here, everything will be better up here. So his bottom right now is his bottom. So let's rock and roll. All right, Gerald, a little up straight and keep your shoulders loose. When you get people straight, it tips their head back, right? And people do that kind of, they get good posture, but now they're like this. So you have to figure out how to get them like this without doing this. And so mostly the trick that I use, everybody knows this trick who's watched YouTube, is you want them to bring their face to you. But how do you get them to do that without like doing weird shoulder stuff, you know? I don't know, you want a turtle? You want a chicken? Like, I work with a lot of actors. So I like to give people a scene instead of physical direction whenever possible. And so in this case, Gerald, I want you to do this. Can you lean in like I'm talking too quiet? Like this? Yeah, like, yeah, perfect. There you go. And now tilt your head a little this way. Lips gently together. Bring your chin down a little. There it is. And now what I want you to do, keeping those lips gently together, is let a small smile start to creep into the corners of your mouth. No teeth, though, but keep those lips pressed gently together. And then chin down. Tilt this way a little bit. There we go. Boom. All right. Now a little more smile. I need 8%. There it is. Tilt a little bit that way. And now lips together. Pushing into the corners of that. Let it crinkle the bottoms of your eyes and the corners of your mouth at the same time. There we go. Beautiful. Now I need a little bit less resting bouncer face, if you could do that. Beautiful. All right. You know that thing we do when you're laughing with a group of people and everybody has a good belly laugh and then you go like, ah. That thing, like, remember that laugh we had 10 seconds ago? Ah, that one. Okay, tilt this way a little bit. Okay, good. And chin down a little bit, Gerald. And now lips together. Give me that same energy, but no teeth. Love that. Perfect. All right. You have a hard time not looking like a sexy model. I think that's the problem. Perfect. All right, and now what I want you to do is turn your feet this way. Now, I had this conversation with Gerald before, and I'm going to give you this. Your brain hates it when your face and your chest are pointed in different directions. So when you do a pose like this, somebody's going to drift back over and over and over again. Your brain does not like this, but it's a cool, effective way to pose people when the face and the body are in facing opposite directions. So come back a little bit, Gerald, if you would, to me. Just a touch. There you go. So I want you to sit up tall, relax your wrists just here on the tops of your thighs. And I want you to lean on your right hip. There you go. And now I want you to bring your chin forward, bring it down, turn your head this way. There you go. And then lips gently together. And now you're a men's divorce attorney. That's your motivation. Chin down just a little bit. See, now you're nicer than you were when you were the actuary. There you go. Perfect. There it is. All right. Now chin up just a little and then down a little. You see how that glare comes and goes? There you go. And now turn your head a little this way. There it is. And we're going to broad light Gerald, which means that I'm shooting into the lit side of the face, into the shadow side of the face, which is something that I do a lot when I'm getting glare on the glasses, especially in a volume situation. I don't have time to move everything. Tilt this way a little bit. Lean into me, talking too quiet. There you go. Lips together. Right there. Okay. All right. The men's divorce attorney for all of New Jersey. All right. Turn your head to the left a tiny bit. There we go. That's right. $99 divorces with Gerald. There we go. Good. That's what I needed. Okay. Perfection. All right, let's take a look at those. Thanks, Gerald. Oh, am I still on? Audio still good?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. No, it's a Samson. Audio joke. Never mind.
We use Sennheiser mics here. Thanks, Sennheiser, for hooking up the event space.
We'd like to thank our sponsor, Sennheiser microphones. All right, cool. All right. Yeah, let's take a look at some of these. Okay, great. You got me, buddy? All right. So let's take a look through some of these. I think that what we've got here is going to cover that commission pretty well. Got some variety of expression, got separation from the background, got nice light in the eyes, and we're able to pretty much avoid all the glare on glasses. So this is a question I get every time I've ever taught a seminar on lighting. Somebody pops into the chat and goes, what do you do with glasses? Well, it's less of a problem than it used to be. I was doing this 18, 20 years ago when everybody had readers from CVS, and it was a lot harder at the time. So now anti-glare glasses do a pretty good job for the most part, but even when they don't, here's the last time I will ever address this. If you ever ask this question again, I'm just going to give you a link to this video. What you're trying to do to avoid getting reflections of your lights and reflectors in glasses is you need to create as large an alleyway as possible between the two lighting modifiers. The further away that these two things are from each other, the more room you will have to move Gerald's head around without getting a reflection of one or the other in the glasses. Now, some glasses are better than others, and in some cases you may not want to do that because it also changes the quality of the light when you move your modifiers around. But if you're in a situation where you have no choice, basic, easy thing to do is get your lights a lot further away from the person. Make a wider alleyway between these two things, and you'll find it a lot easier to photograph people without getting those reflections in there. Okay, that's it. We never have to talk about this again. Seth, you got a question?
Yeah.
If it's about glasses, I am out of here.
Don't worry, guys. I'll keep covering glasses every time I'm live. Brad is asking, what do you do when your subject isn't so interesting?
That's a fair question. And Brad, you know what? My man, I'm telling you, I say every time, I was like, whenever I speak at conferences and stuff, I'm like, can you give me a model that looks like a normal person? And they still give me someone who's impossibly good looking every time. Because like it's expensive equipment, great looking person. What are you gonna do? But among you guys out there, decide amongst yourselves who's the ugliest, and I'll photograph that person right now and make them look good. Dude, you look amazing. I'll make you look so good. I think, again, that's where empathy comes in, too. It's like, I think it's all relative because Gerald could be walking down the street and there could be people going like, good Lord, I must know this man. Who is he? And then there are other people that would be like, not into him at all. So it is subjective. But what I do is I look at the person, I listen to the person, I try to find the angle that flatters them the most. I look at their face. Which way does their nose point? Is one of their eyes more apparent than the other? What's the angle of their face down the center? Do they have a weird scar from a knife fight when they were a kid? I don't know. Like, I'm trying to look at them. And honestly, one of the things that I do the most, Brad, is I ask people, is there a side of your face you like better? Is there something about your face that worries you in photos? Is there anything that you think about that stresses you out when you're going to have your photo taken? And as long as you're kind, you'd be shocked by what people tell you. They will tell you, they'll go right to the mole. They'll be like, mole, 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 or whatever it is that's on their face that bothers them. They'll be like, I have a chipped tooth on this side and I don't have enough money to get a veneer or whatever it is. Like, they'll tell you these things. Just ask, listen, and then do something about it. That's what I do. I photograph mostly ugly people, Brad, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
And everybody I photograph is beautiful and they look incredible. All right, so what I'm going to do now is we're going to try to get a little more interesting with our photo. Okay, so the commission is done. And now we're going to create something a little more interesting. So here's what I'm going to do. The first thing is I'm adding a grid to this light. And what that's going to do is going to immediately make this light a little less of a spread. It's going to narrow it. It's going to be a little more precise, a little more like a scalpel. You know, a lot of times when you're shooting kind of a basic headshot, you want that light bouncing around into all the things, just because more soft light makes people look better. In this case, Gerald's got the bone structure and the look where I could do something like a little less soft and he's still going to look great. As photographers, you shouldn't always be scared of harsh light, you know? And so I think that that's what we're going to do to start with. And again, we're in this small space, and I'm shooting with the Fujinon 16-55, which is essentially a 24-70 on a full frame equivalent for those of you that are full frame shooters. And we have to remeasure, actually, Gerald, because as we all know, the grid reduces the power output of the light, right? Is that what you were going to say? I just wanted you to feel like you were part of it, man. You know? All right.
No, I'm learning.
I'm always educating myself too, like where I'm educating myself that I should have worn more deodorant because I am sweating so much. Thanks, New York, for being hot and stuff. All right.
You're from Florida,
dude.
Like, thanks, New York.
You keep pointing that out like I'm not aware that I'm from Florida. All right.
My man walked in here. Is like, this is like January where I'm from.
It is. It is. All right. Doesn't mean it's not hot there too. All right. 3, 2. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this so I get a little more dramatic shallow depth of field. And so in this case, we're going to shoot at f2.8. So I'm going to open that up a little bit and adding the grid onto that. We're going to get some ambient in there, Seth said, except I dropped the ISO down to 125 instead of 320. So we'll see how it goes. You want to do a blank slate test? All right, let's do it. Okay, about the same. Yep, so we're pretty good. All right, so this is one light. To start with, Gerald, why don't you face me dead straight on, put your feet on the ground. Now, one of the things I like to do that I think lends people a lot of power is I think that I want Gerald to have power and presence in this image. So I'm going to take a slightly lower angle and a slightly wider lens choice to sort of exaggerate the proportions. And I think that kind of makes stuff look a little cool, a little cooler, a little different. All right, so let's see what we got here. This is our one light test. Gerald, if you'd lift your chin this way into that light a little bit, so tilt. Yep, that's where I need you. Good. All right, so let's see what that looks like. We're getting there, and then lower that chin down. Oh, I forgot to change my aperture on that. There you go. Chin down a little. Okay, there we go. Now what you'll see is we've got a really cool dramatic light, and I've turned off the other lights so we don't have any separation. But you'll see right off the bat that with that grid, we've gotten a lot less throw of that light on the background. So that background went really, really dark, which is going to give us the ability to do some really cool painting with these other lights. So this next phrase I'm going to use, knowing that Seth is probably going to vomit when I say it. It's okay. So we're going to use motivated light, Seth.
Right with motivated. I'm right. You really want to do this live?
No, yeah, always, dude. What, like, is it better when Seth and I are bickering? Because I think it is, isn't it better? Yeah. It's all later we're going to hug each other, and it's fine. All right.
This is what happens when you leave the door open. I just want you guys to understand what happens.
All right. You're a real doll, buddy. All right. Better be safe than sorry, right? Or they'll blow us up in the comments. So one of the reasons that I do this a lot with professionals when I am just doing that standard headshot is that if I give them something that looks like it might go in Wired magazine or Fortune or something like that, the clients who spend the most money with me are the ones who I make look the richest. Give them photos that they can't say no to, something that's non-conventional. And one of the cheapest, easiest ways to get a non-conventional portrait that's still in the vein of kind of headshot, although the headshot police are out there, they'll tell you right away that it's not a headshot, and that's okay, is to move your body a little bit around the subject, shooting at a slightly different angle, and then have them not look into the lens. And all of a sudden, it's a completely different image. It's such a cheap way. There is a video I did on that in detail here for the Adorama main channel. Yeah, Bill.
Could you talk about how you're not really aiming?
That's a great point, Bill. Thanks for bringing that up. Okay, Bill just asked me about feathering the light, and he noticed, because Bill is a keen observer of my abilities here, that I very rarely point a light directly at my subject. It's one of the ways that I gain a little more control of the light, one of the ways that I get light to bounce around a little bit more. That basic wisdom when you're beginning in photography always tells you 45 and 45, right? But you'll notice that I'm always kind of shooting a light across in front of the person. There's a couple of reasons for that. One, I think the light off the edge of a softbox is a little bit nicer. And the other is that I very often have my clients lean into me. So if I meter them, like and then I get this all set, and then I lean them in, it's going to be a little brighter. And so I can actually get them a little bit more of an exposure by pulling them into closer to the center of the softbox. So great question, Bill. But I typically use the edge. It's just how I've done it for so long. Because if you're in a close quarter situation in a small space, that means you typically are going to have to use your light modifier close to your subject. Then when that happens, you're going to get such a dramatic difference between the lit and shadow side of the face, to the point where, like, the place where the light hits Gerald's face first is going to be like 2 or 3 stops different than over here. So this gives me a little more even of a transition between the light and shadow side of the face. Now, you don't have to worry about it nearly as much if you've got a lot of room, but when you're shooting close, I feather the softbox quite a lot. Great question. Eric.
Sorry, Bob.
Don't apologize. Just be loud so I can hear you. I'm old and the air conditioning's loud. Okay. How did I build my client base? We're going to have to circle back to that at the end. Can we put a pin in that and answer work business questions at the end? And okay, cool. Because I don't want to waste too much of Gerald's time, but I do want to get to that. Yeah. Great question. Do I have my clients sitting down? I have my clients sit down, stand up, hang off of a ladder, whatever will get the job done. Funny enough, one time I photographed headshots at a convention, and it was the entire Norwegian sales team for this gigantic company. It was like 200 guys. The shortest one was 6'6", and the room they put me in had 8-foot ceilings. So like, and I've had flown to San Diego for this event, and so I didn't fly with a stool, you know. So I grabbed the piano bench out of the lobby, and everybody it's like 150 members of their Norwegian sales force were all sitting on a piano bench, not at the same time, but they were all sitting on a piano bench. Thank you. I appreciate that, Charles. So I believe it really depends. I have a joke. I photograph a lot of actors as well. I always have my actors sit down because they can't stand still. But for it really just depends. Seated subject is a really good way to get a lot of different poses more naturally. If I'm going quickly in a volume situation, it's almost always standing. So yes. The answer is yes, I do all that. Yeah. I don't think there's a right or wrong way to do it. I'd say the main danger in having a seated subject is it changes how their clothes hang on them. Yeah, and their posture. Whereas all these headshots look like everybody was peeing in the woods, you know? Like, yeah, so I think it's, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You see that bus ad, you're like, dude, couldn't wait? Had to do it during your headshot session? No, all right. So let's do a couple more. Now that we've added that second light here.
You got a lens question.
I got a lens quite hit me with it.
They're basically asking, do you always use wide angle?
No, I do not always use wide angle. The lens that's on my camera 90% of the time is the 50 to 140, which is essentially a 70 to 200 full frame equivalent lens. That's what I work with most of the time. But again, as I said before, most of my work is volume headshots at conferences, and that's the lens I use the most. But in my studio, I use a lot of different, I use 3 lenses mostly. I have this one, 16 to 55, the 50 to 140, and then I also use the 33 millimeter 1.4, which is essentially a 50. Like portrait photographers love a 50 millimeter lens, which we'll bust out here in a second. All right, there we go. Good questions, man. All right, so let's just see how that second light's good. Now, what I have you do, turn your feet to the right. All right, this is gonna get playfully athletic, all right? Okay. All right, so when I'm photographing someone seated, people would do this a lot. And this is very submissive, right? So you'll see this, the groomsman pose. People do that in front of the camera a lot, right? This is the human equivalent of a dog tucking its tail between its legs. You're covering your soft underbelly and your genitals. That's basically what you're doing. So, and this is the opposite of someone looking powerful. And and it's the thing I see photographers make that mistake a ton. You got to break the chains, man. You got to stand up tall and get your hands on your sides. But when you're seated, it's the same. You just do it like this. And people are in an uncomfortable situation. Having your portrait taken is the worst. So you got to kind of make it look like it's not the worst for your average person. Models love it. All right, so one of the ways I do it when seated is I tell people to put their wrists on the tops of their thighs. And what that does is it separates your elbows from your body a little bit, and they can just relax their shoulders. They don't have, you just completely relax them. If your wrists are here, your shoulders, everything will be perfect. Good. So with I do this a lot. With your body this way, I want you to turn your head this way. Yeah, your brain is going to hate this. Okay. All right, good. Tilt your head a little, right? There you go. Perfect. All right, there we go. Now, if somebody looks really stiff, I just tell them to breathe once. And then it usually makes it look natural. Take a deep breath. Gerald, let it out till it's normal. All right, there you go. And now I want you to lean a little bit toward me. Raise your chin a touch. Now, when you photograph somebody and it's like at an angle like this, you're going to see that actually bring your head this way a little bit. There you go, Gerald. That's perfect. You're going to bring their eyes into a place where you're going to get mostly the whites of their eyes. And I think that you don't want to do that. You want to get the pupils kind of centered. So even though Gerald's face is over here, I want your eyes to be here, if you would. Look right here at my hand and up this way. There. So this way you can still see the eyes. Now take a breath and let it all relax. Good. Perfect. Chin down a little. There it is. And then chin down a little more. There we go. All right. Boom. All right. There we go. Okay. That's pretty cool so far. Don't mind that at all. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add a little more light for depth. So I use this soda can light a lot, this AD100 Pro, mostly as a background light. And we had someone, I think, in the chat ask about this modifier. I got this here, I'm pretty sure. It's just a little rubber snoot. And all it does is it just controls the spread of the light a little bit. And so it actually makes a really cool background spot. This is the #1 thing I use this light for. So one of the things that I do is I try to make sure that the light has a reason for being there. And some people call that motivated lighting. I think it's more of a cinematography term, you know, where you have, let's say, what looks like a light source in the background. It's basically a way of visually explaining why that light is hitting a subject. And so in this case, I take this light is going to be splashing the background. This light is going to be splashing him. But from the perspective of the viewer in the image, it was going to kind of look like the same light source is doing both things, almost like there was a sconce light over here on the corner. Does that make sense? So I always try, if I light the background, I try to light the background in the same direction as the most prominent light behind the subject. And I feel like maybe it's just a me thing, but I feel like it just always looks a little bit better that way. And that's almost always the opposite side of my main light. So if I have one edge, which in a small situation I will, one separation light here that goes on the subject, I'll try to keep that the opposite of the main light. And then if I splash the background with something, it'll typically be from the same direction as that edge light. And I just like the way that looks better. I like it. It feels like it has a reason to be there.
Yeah,
all right.
Really quick, they're asking if you use the zoom function on the 100.
Oh, no, not really. You can, but it still wouldn't be as narrow as if you use we use the actual zoom function. So inside that Fresnel type head, you can actually zoom the element backwards and forwards, which essentially narrows the throw of light a little bit. And I have done that a ton, especially as a recovering wedding photographer. When I'm bouncing light off of a wall, if you narrow the throw of the light, it can, I felt like, I don't know if it makes any sense, but it feels like it goes farther, you know, I don't know. But no, I don't use the zoom function. I don't think I've changed it once since I bought that thing 5 years ago, you know? I know. Look, I don't typically use it because in this situation, it would probably narrow the throw of light, but the shape of it probably still wouldn't be what I wanted. I think that's going to give me a much better zoom, but we're going to see. We're going to put that to the test right now. All right, so we're going to put that at a 30 seconds, see how that goes. All right, just a test. Ooh, too much. There we go. All right, there. All right, so let's make this work. Gerald, I want to have you turn your feet around this way for me. Yes, please. All right, so do that. Now, if we zoom in here, there we go. Boop, 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 boop. We're going to change this up a little bit. I want to get a little more control of this, so I'm going to change my settings just a little bit so that this main light is putting out a little more power, and then I'm going to adjust my light. There we go, and to 5.6, there we go, and there we go. Now, so what I was doing is that light in that small space was getting a little too strong, and it was already down at its lowest possible power. So I increased the power of this light, I doubled the power of that light, then I could change my camera exposure. So now that looks a lot darker than it was. And that's why I did all that. All right, here we go. Now I want to get that other light back in there. There we go. Okay. You ready, Gerald? Okay. I have this a little bit. Can you do me a favor and scoot your stool this way a little bit? Yep, please go, keep going a little bit more. And then this way, just a little bit more toward me. Keep coming. Yes, sir, that's what I needed. Thank you, thank you. All right. All right, bring your feet 3 degrees toward me if you would. Awesome. All right. Now I want your eyes at me. Good. And now lips gently together. Tilt your head this way. Come forward and down a little bit. Now take your right hand and put it like this. And take your left forearm and slide it down your arm a little bit. I call that the John Wayne pose, by the way. That's the old John Wayne. All right, here we go. We should be in pretty good shape. There it is. Okay. Lips together just a little bit, and I want you to, let's go in this way. Why not some vertical? You know, it's always landscape. So I'm going to come in through the shoulder. It's going to create a little foreground out of it. Good. And lift your chin a little bit. There we go. Yeah, not too shabby. Tilt this way just a tiny bit. Chin forward and down a little bit. Right there, Gerald. Perfect. And now we're going to add a little bit of fill. And away we go. Boom. And now, one of my favorite things is I'm going to change this, because with the Fujifilm cameras, you get all the film simulations. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to Fujifilm Acros green filter, which is my favorite black and white. Lean on your left hip a little bit. There we go. A little less. Right there. Perfect. And then into me at the waist a little. That's it. Nailed it. All right. Lips gently together for me. There. Very cool. Nicely done. Nose this way a little bit. Tilt a little that way. Boom. There we go. Now we're on Forbes. A totally different vibe. Okay, let's take a look.
Quick question.
Seth, shoot.
They're asking why wouldn't you meet her again after having your subject move that much?
Why don't I meet her again? Great question. Because I did the math in my head. I should have metered for the sake of the audience, but the light is at the pretty much the exact same distance. And if I double the power of the light, that means that's going to be a stop difference. So if I was shooting at f2.8 and I changed the light, I doubled the power, I should be able to make my camera's aperture f4, and I should still have a correct exposure. It's not a perfect science, but I bet if I metered it, I'd be pretty close. All right. There you go. Not too bad. How'd I do? Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Let's do something else. How we doing on time, Set? Okay, cool. Put that lens somewhere. I had a whole nother camera body and a whole nother lens. I had that 33 somewhere, but that's all right. Okay. Let's go ahead and do something in this small space. Let's change it around from a simple headshot. Okay, are you ready, Gerald?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Thanks. Okay. All right, can we go all the way back to the wall?
Did you look directly at it and just
I
go,
did.
meh?
My wife calls it a Gary look. It's like when you look for something, look right at it, and then go, I can't find it, honey. And then she goes and puts her hands right on it. So we call it the daddy look sometimes at my house. All right. Although that's a totally different thing when you're going out clubbing, is the daddy look. No, nobody's with me on that? All right. You're going to have to edit this stuff out. All right. There we go. We're going to build this all over again. Perfect. So we're using roughly the same amount of space, but I want to get something that's a little different. So here we go. That's New York, Chicago, LA. I learned that today, if anybody didn't know that. All right. I'm going to take this as well.
Why am I always changing your life?
You're changing my life like literally one bitter lesson at a time.
It's bitter.
Okay.
I'm not doing this.
Can you stand up? I'm going to have you sit on this New York apple box.
Okay.
That works for you. Go, perfect. Stable enough? There you go. All right, this is going to go right between the knees here. Ready? All right, so what I want to do is I'm going to photograph you. You look like a sexy carpenter, so that's what we're going to go for, okay? We're going to pretend you're a carpenter. And what I want you to do is to bring your elbows forward and here. You do that? Yeah. Yeah, exactly right. Nailed it. The sexy carpenter photo.
While Gary's futzing, you guys in the chat, if you hit like, Gary feeds his 37 kids on likes. 37 kids on likes. And hit subscribe for all of you asking if this is gonna be up later. Yes, as soon as it's done being live, it's
YouTube,
here
it's
forever.
forever.
Just like Gary's other train wreck of a demo. So you can watch this back as many times as you want. And 2 years of classes just like it. Hit subscribe, hit like,
Look,
make Gary feel better.
I don't want to ruin it, but so far nothing's broken.
This better be your last frame. I am like, yeah, yes, knock on Formica. Thank you.
No, it's vinyl. It's vinyl. Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and meter that again. All right. So the idea is we're getting completely different images with just a couple of adjustments, the same lights in the same space. Gear is not an excuse. Space is not an excuse. Laziness, now that's an excuse. It's a bad one, but that's certainly an excuse. So you just have to have the energy. And man, let me tell you what, as Seth pointed out, I have so many kids. And I'm so tired all the time. But I like to try and save a little bit of energy for my clients because truthfully, like being photographed well is a transformative experience for people. Have you ever given that to somebody when they walk out like skipping? They come in and they're like, I hate every picture that anyone's ever taken of me except for this one selfie when I was in Cabo 25 years ago. I use that for my LinkedIn. And then you take their picture really well and they have a great experience with you. We have a really cool opportunity to give people something really special. People drag their self-image into our studios and they make it our problem. It's not your fault, but it is your problem now. And that's just what we do. We're kind of bartenders, like people tell us all kinds of random stuff, but you have to, without letting your ego get in the way, let them unload a little bit and then give them something amazing. That's kind of our job. And it's the hardest part of our job, but it's also the most rewarding. So laziness is not an excuse, tiredness is not an excuse. If you're too tired to do your job well, get another job or sell a kid or two, I honestly believe that. And man, I hate, you got to ask for it. And I hate it, but Sometimes I really don't want to, but there's never been a time when I took an extra 2 minutes, moved a couple of lights, tried to do something a little bit different for somebody when they left, and I was like, wasn't worth it. Like, it never happened. Like, I'm always so glad I did. Although one time, there was a guy in my studio, the first thing he did was he came in and he went right for the thermostat and started adjusting it. That's the only person I've ever hated in my studio. He walked right in and over, not even said hi, just started adjusting the thermostat. Like, who does that? What kind of a monster are you? Gerald, would you ever touch another man's thermostat?
So
never.
So what Gary's saying is, don't worry about your model being comfortable or feeling like they can be in your space and be themselves.
Hey, don't even pretend like it's normal to touch someone's thermostat before you even say hello.
We're talking about a device on a wall that's in easy access to anyone within the room, right? Is that,
All I'm saying,
and they are sharing that space with you and thus have to be comfortable for the portrait they're going to you for?
Man, you wouldn't like it either. I know you're trying to be funny, but man.
Yeah, but I have an MO of hating everybody, so
That's
it's
true.
like, it's all right.
I want you to just think about it. Put yourself mentally, let's do a little in the theater of the mind. Someone you've never met before walks into your personal space, walks right over to the thermostat, starts touching it, all right? How do you feel right now? Does it make you anxious? Yes. No, Chris, I see you back there. It's a huge point. Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. Exactly. I am not wrong about such things.
Someone's saying real dad energy about the thermostat.
Oh, man. What's that movie with Mark Wahlberg and Will Ferrell? Where they're like, did you touch a thermostat? I know. Who would do something like that, you know? Who would touch another person's thermostat? Not me, bro. Not me. All right. Let me go. All right. So, yeah, I'm on the new lens. There we go. You know what I'm going to do? I like that. I know I literally just took it off, but I'm going to put that honeycomb grid back on. Because that light is hitting that background a little too much. Thank you. Can't stand it, can you, Seth?
No, well, some of us are actually professionals.
I was going to get to it. I was going to do it. It was funny while we were setting up, I kept knocking things off the shelf, and Seth is like having little panic attacks all over. If you haven't followed the journey of him creating this incredible space basically from scratch, you can understand why he's protective of it, because he bled into this place.
The paint. You do have a question in the crowd if you want to actually pay attention to people for a change.
Okay. Bill has so many questions. Bill's very needy. Yeah, Bill, what's up?
The last Forbes look, what length of lens was that you were on?
I was still using the 24 to the 70. It's a 16 to 55. That was probably, if I had to guess, that was about 40 millimeters, like full frame equivalent. All right, here we go. Oop.
Maybe next time repeat the question, Gary. I'm just saying.
Oh, buddy. You know, Joe McNally doesn't get this kind of guff off of you.
So you're comparing yourself to Joe McNally for the record.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. Yeah. What's Joe McNally got that I don't got besides money and a career and adoring fans? Yeah.
Joe, I know you're old, but the comment thing down below, leave whatever you want to say about that right down.
Is Joe watching?
I love you, Joe.
Just be like, just tell him I'm a fan, okay? Just tell him I love him and I want to be like him when I grow up. All right. We are. Yeah. Oh, set. All right. Here we go. All right. We're in pretty good shape now. Here we go. And I did lose a stop of light when I put that honeycomb grid on. I went from f5.6 to f4. You will cut the power of the light roughly in half when you use a honeycomb grid. So just remember, especially if you're on a light that's battery powered, honeycomb grid means you're burning up twice as much battery power as when you're not using it. And that really is going to depend on light to light and modifier. But overall, you got it. My dad tried to explain that to me once when I was just starting out in photography. I was like, look, I got this modifier for my on-camera flash. He's like, okay, just be careful, you'll use up the batteries. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. You're wrong and dumb. And he was right, and I was dumb, you know? You're wrong and dumb, Dad. You're too old. I think he was like 50 at the time, you know, which is, I'm pushing that myself now. All right. You're wrong and dumb, and everyone says so behind your back. No, my dad, he's like the smartest guy. He like doesn't talk unless he knows what he's talking about. All right. Remember Sexy Carpenter?
I'm just gonna get a therapy
All right.
couch in here.
Give me a little more. Yeah, that's it. Just don't put weight on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the beard stroke, but bring it like there. Yeah, that's it. And now tilt a little, turn a little, and then lips gently together. Yeah, there you go. Thanks. That is awesome. Good instincts. Good. And now, one trick that I do that often creates slightly more interesting images is I have them look over the top of my head instead of at me. It's like an editorial photographer cover of a magazine trick. It's like, ooh, fancy. They're not looking at the camera. All right, try that. So tilt a little this way, and then bring that hand. Pretty good. Just no weight on it. Don't squish your beard. Yeah, perfect. All right, lips together. Tilt a little, and then I want you to look here. All right, there you go. Boom. All right, chin down a little, almost like leaning on. I'm talking too quiet. That's perfect. There it is, right there. Nice moves. Yeah. All right, now here. All right, now what I want you to do is this. This is going to get really intense. Are you ready, Gerald?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to look right here, and I want you to laugh at my pet unicorn. There it is. All right, there, nicely done. I do that for my kids. Its name is Clarence the unicorn. If you're watching, kids, Clarence loves you. Okay, here we go. How we do? That's pretty good. Doesn't matter why he's laughing. Just matters that he's laughing. Look at that. Very cool. You see what I mean about like looking slightly above the photographer? It's like such an easy trick to get a slightly different image. It's almost like a cheat code, you know? That's pretty awesome. So one of the things I like to do that looks really good on websites for clients, especially like creatives, artistic types, is I like to create a triptych. It's like 3 images that are exactly the same and just different expression in each one. It's such a cool personality thing for like an about page rather than just a single photo. So in this case, you might have something like this, something like that, you know? Those make really, really killer images. And by the way, I just want to point out that thanks to that awesome Macros G film simulation that is directly out of camera, I have done nothing to adjust this image, which is actually really, really cool. So that's tethering here into Capture One, by the way, in case anybody asks. All right, Seth, we have any questions?
No.
No. All right, we're going to get to Eric's. Eric wants to know how to create a whole photography business. So before we start that, how do you have a 20-year career in photography? Okay, Eric, you ready? Buckle up, buddy. Now we'll get to it. Okay, any other questions about the photography stuff, the cameras, the gear, the lenses, the lights, the approach, anything like that? Pretty good? Okay, you guys ready to learn how to make a photography business? Yeah, anything you like, please. Save me from Eric, please. Wow.
How to build a photography business. So I'm a relatively new photographer.
Cool.
And I'm also a recovering wedding photographer.
Oh, God bless you. I love that for you.
I still shoot weddings, but I am shooting more headshots and portraits now.
Sure.
I did a ton of free work. A better way.
Oh, is there a better? Yes, 1000% there's a better way, but that's not a bad way. So the question was about building a business and then was added to here, like about reaching out, doing free work and cold calling, stuff like that. I will first and foremost say that my entire first website, photography website, was populated with pictures of my friends and family that I took for free. Okay? So like portfolio is portfolio. And it takes a long time, I think, to kind of like figure out who you are as a photographer, who you want to be as a business, you know? And so like I've done ducks and bunnies for Easter. I've done Santa. I've done school portrait. I've done all of it. So it took me years to figure out kind of like who I wanted to be and how I landed on that. So give yourself some grace when figuring stuff out. And people on the internet love to seem way smarter and more accomplished than they are. So in case you may not need that, but in case you needed to hear that, they're all lying to make themselves look better. And anyone who speaks in absolutes or is crappy to someone because they seem like they need a little more help than others, well, they're all morons, okay? Because everybody who I know who is killing it in this industry is generous, is kind, does not speak down to other people, and those are the best ones. Anybody who isn't is not successful. I don't know anybody who treats other people poorly. So
yeah.
do keep that in mind.
Yeah, treat them better. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, you're very welcome. My permission, I give you all permission to suck for as long as you need to suck before you get good. And don't let anybody tell you can't suck. You get to suck just like I did when I started out. I wish I had it. I could show you my first paid headshot session I ever did. I should have been in jail for charging that person for that picture that I took. Okay. I think that there's an interesting thing when it comes to working as a B2B business that's different. My experience is that B2B business, that's working for companies, working for entrepreneurs, it's typically project driven. So that means the big money jobs come when a company decides to do something that they need pictures for. I have very rarely seen people become successful in that industry by reaching out to people who have not yet decided to do a project that involves photos. It's more passive marketing that involves being the one that they get recommended to, or being there when they look for it. And when they're ready to spend, you're going to have a heck of a Sisyphusian rock uphill battle trying to get $1 billion company to spend money that they didn't intend to spend in the first place. And so my success is narrowed down to this: is you have to have a killer website with great positioning, not just for Google results, but with also now with AI searches. Those principles are still the same. Has to have the best content. There's no keywords. There's no tricking it. You got to be there when they go looking for it. Now, for individuals, it's a little easier to convince that person that they might need photos. But very often, again, when you're talking about business, it's usually coupled with, I got a new website coming up, or I'm rebranding, stuff like that. It's very hard to get people in front of a camera who don't want to be there. Unless they're... Now, I would recommend the cheat code shortcut. You cannot work enough on your website and getting great results for searches. You cannot spend enough time being good at that. Watch YouTube videos, go to master classes, go to conventions, go to non-photography industry conventions, like sit in a room with anybody who can teach you anything about how to get found on the internet. That's how you need to be spending your time as an entrepreneur. The other thing I would say is the shortcut is in the wedding business, which we are both recovering from. Being recommended by venues and planners was like the jam, right? Like that's how good clients get to you. A client that hires an expensive wedding planner is going to spend some money on their photography, right? A client who's getting married in an expensive wedding venue is going to spend a lot of money on photography. Not everybody who Googles you and finds your work to be appealing is going to have money to spend on photography. So I think that's sort of qualifying. And a lot of corporate work is the same. And so you want to be in with marketing companies, corporate event planning companies, and venues that host conferences. And those are great places to get in with. Also recommend being involved with your Chamber of Commerce as a volunteer. Don't just go, like I always say that going to a Chamber of Commerce or a networking group or something and like trying to make those people your clients is like going to speed dating, right? But this is what you don't do at speed dating. You don't sit down in front of a person and go, I came for sex. That's what happened when you go to a networking meeting and you're like, here's my card if you need headshots. You're asking for sex on the first date. You know what I mean? Those types of things are about becoming part of your community, about becoming a good business person. And they sniff people out like that. All those people they wash out, mostly realtors. They wash right out of those groups. So that's a good long-term strategy. But by being involved in our Chamber of Commerce, which has been incredibly rewarding, not just financially, but becoming a better members of our community, we are now the official photographer of the city that we live in. I photograph the fire department, the mayor, the city commission. We get recommended for work all the time because I went in and we volunteered. And I volunteer on a weekly basis. I photograph the entire chamber staff, headshots for free. If they need me for something, I show with my camera, take pictures of it. And I have for 5 or 6 years. And it takes time to build a relationship like that. So Google, you want marketing companies to recommend you, corporate event planners to recommend you, and then you want venues to recommend you, all not for weddings, if that makes sense. And that plus SEO, that's the best way to spend your time. Cold calling is going to be the lowest ROI you're going to get on work like that. It feels like you're doing something, and it feels good. And every once in a while, 1 in 200 phone calls, you'll ring that bell and you'll get something out of it. But mostly, if you put that much energy into something with a better ROI, you'll be able to build your business faster. A photography business is a small business with a slow growth curve. Most photographers who don't wash out professionally usually hit their stride around year 6. And you're starting a whole new genre. The other thing that I would do is I call shop your closet. Go back through your existing client base and let them know you don't just shoot weddings. It's shocking how many people wouldn't even think of you when they needed headshots because they think of you as their wedding photographer. Do a big outreach to all the people you've already worked for and let them know, hey, we're adding this new service. If you need anything, just let me know. That's all there is to it. And you'd be surprised what kind of results you can get from that. Does that help? Eric, does that help you? Do you need anything else? Any other business questions? Good, you sure? You're so kind to me, man. Yes, sir. Am I a big, am I a big proponent of social media? I think that it depends on what type of photography you do, but social media, you absolutely can't avoid it if you're in business. I think if you're going to go into B2B stuff, headshots, professional portraits, I can tell you that the most direct work that I've booked through any social media platform is LinkedIn. If you've got clients that are active on LinkedIn, those clients are usually movers and shakers. It doesn't mean everybody who's successful is on LinkedIn, doing a lot on LinkedIn, but you can bet that somebody who's putting a lot of time into making content for LinkedIn is very business focused and network focused. I had a guy come into my studio, and this may seem like a huge number to you. It may seem like a very small number to you. I know this is New York City, where like everything's more expensive than where I come from. But a gentleman who just came into my studio and he spent $3,000 on headshots and branding photography, which is a lot for us. I asked him how he found us and how he made the decision to book with us. And he said, well, by the time I saw the third person I know post the headshot that you took and say how great you were, I knew that I had to hire you when I needed headshots. So 3 different clients of mine. So we focused a lot of our energy now on getting those clients. I start talking to them about it when I'm in the camera room with them. And I'll ask them how they plan to deploy the images, if they're willing to do a collaborative post, if they're, you know what I mean? So, like, I put that thought in their head ahead of time. Because new photos means Gerald's got something exciting to post about, which is we're all desperate for that kind of content, you know what I mean? So, but it works best when they post it and tag you more than you post it and tag them. So I would put my energy into LinkedIn if I was going after business professionals. I think I'd start there. Number 1 place to put your energy into is getting search engine results, Google specifically, and then ChatGPT and Grok and whatever the heck is out there. There's an entire new generation of people that are going to search differently than we have been trained by Google to search. Do you ever think about how Google has trained us to search for things, putting in our location modifiers, the language that we use, the syntax? It's all based around 20 years of successful Google searching. We're all trained. My kids will not be. They're going to go, Alexa, can you tell me who the 5 best headshot photographers in Orlando are? And I don't want to spend more than $500. Also, I'd like it to be within 5 miles of my house. Like that it's going to be the most natural thing in the world to search like that. So if you plan longevity in business, that shift has already begun for those kinds of searches. So you have to be aware of how people look for things. Right now, I think Google is still kind of on top, but even Google has Gemini, which is giving its own AI results. So concentrating on how people find things. Headshot photographers, branding, portraits, stuff like that, without the recommendation of a marketing person, people hire you like a tow truck, all right? They're not gonna follow you and fall in love with your work, and then 3 years later, they're gonna need you and think of you. They're gonna go, somebody comes to middle management and they go, all right, we need headshots for everybody in the office. Go find them. And then that person, because they're a millennial or an older Gen Z kid, they go to Google and they go, headshots, New York. And then they basically send an email to the first 5 people, and whoever gets back first will do it for the amount of money they want to spend, gets the job, the end. That's it. And so just like if you were to break down and call a tow truck, somebody puts that job, that thing to do, that to-do list item on their plate, they go get it done, and then they go back to looking for ink for the copy machine or whatever the hell it is they do with the rest of their day. So I think that's important to be there when they go looking. And that's the best way, in my opinion, to spend your energy. Social media-wise, I'd probably shift all my energy to LinkedIn at this point if I was looking to do business portraits and headshots. I would probably not even worry about TikTok or Instagram or Facebook at all, unless I was in some kind of groups. Facebook's main advantage is groups. Anything else? Seth, online. Okay, we're just about out of time. So I'm going to hang out. But I just, again, thank you, Adorama, for having me back. Thank you, Fujifilm and Flashpoint. And thanks, Seth, for being my comedy partner. We're going to just talk about how much we love each other as soon as the broadcast ends.
If you guys want to see more,
Gerald, for being so patient while I talked the whole time.
Thank you, Gerald. If you guys want to see more of this and talking, he was on Coffee with Creators on the main channel. Link is in the chat. And this is where I'm going to leave you.
Pop my screen up for a second. There you go. Boom. That's if you want to sign up. My education page has all my speaking engagements, my latest YouTube videos, and you can sign up for my email list right there at that QR code link. I send out an email once a week that's pretty cool. Jen, you're on my email list. Is it good? Do I give good email? I do. Okay, thank you. And also here on YouTube as well, if you're checking that out, I have lots of cool videos, including ones I've made for the Adorama YouTube channel. And that's it. Thanks, everybody.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Everybody who's here with us live. To everybody who's out on the stream, thank you for taking some time to be here with us. For those of you who don't know me, also thank you, first of all, Adorama and Seth and Teresa for having me. This is indeed my first live shoot presentation. I may be a little nervous, but not too nervous, but I'm very excited to be here. Oh. Hello. Cool. So my name is Charles Chessler. I'm a New York City-based portrait and headshot photographer. I'm late to the game. I started making my full-time living doing what I love, which was this when I was 57 years old. I'm the poster child for never, ever giving up on your dreams. Started out life as an actor, gave it up for many reasons. And I love what I do. I'm floating up here with energy and yeah, and I'm very, very happy to be here. Today's presentation and shoot is, if you're an advanced shooter, you might find it a little boring, maybe not. I'm going to be going over the basics. And it is indeed about one light that you can carry. So I came on the subway like this downtown, and this is how I'm going to be going home. And we're not going to be using hair lights, kicker lights, backlights, and stuff like that, but we can get a really nice professional image using the most basic gear. So I'm going to be setting everything up. I'm going to tell you what I use, how I travel, all of that. There are a lot of choices. I'm a Westcott shooter. When they first introduced the FJ400 back at Photo Plus years ago, they actually lent me a pre-production one, and it hit the great price point for me. And the light quality and the color consistency, all of that stuff. So I've dug into Westcott for all of these years. So with no further ado, I'm going to start setting up. Because I'm not a polished presenter, I'm going to try and make sure I talk and do at the same time, which is an amazing talent. My people, by the way, out there, if you want to see one of the best at it, so Seth Miranda here, follow him, Last Ex-Witness. He is one of the most knowledgeable people.
This is your demo. Stop shilling. Come on, let's go.
All right, so here we go.
I want my money's worth. Let's go, Charles.
So
Come on.
I'm going to unpack some stuff. All right. So this is my think tank, Airport Advantage XT. And I've got my camera and I got my strobe and batteries and stuff in there, a light stand. I have a light stand in here. I've got my modifier, just using one modifier, a 43-inch bounce umbrella with some diffusion so you can see what you can do with that one piece. I was going to bring a beauty dish switch to show some other stuff with a grid, but I kind of timed out when I was trying it. So it's like, this is going to fill an hour, especially the way I like to talk. So this is my favorite bag. It's a speed top. I'm a think tank guy. I use it for my daily carry. It carries all the stuff like my coffee and things like that. So I'm just going to pop some stuff back here. I'm going to unpack some stuff and we're going to get started getting some stuff going. So, and if there are questions, I will try to take them if we get to the point. For those of you who are in the audience, if we get to the end and haven't answered a question, I'll be able to stay as long as they want. For those of you who are online, if we don't get to your question, I will try to answer when I get home or over the next few days. And I'm going to try and keep moving while I'm talking. So in here, I have a 43-inch wide umbrella. I've got a diffusion panel that's going to soften the light. Just pop this down here. Then I've got this flash point. It's a reflector holder. And what I like about it is there's a ball head so it can rotate up and down so you can lift it up, put it on the side, all kinds of stuff like that. And this, by the way, I'm going to show the difference. I used to just use this Manfrotto reverse stand, which you can use under controlled environment to hold your strobe. but I wanted something a little bit stronger but still portable. I'm going to be using this to hold the reflector to bounce light in a little bit later, but I found my way to this Manfrotto stand, and all the numbers and the technical stuff. It's like it's a 1004 BAC. This is for me the absolute best balance of size, portability, and solidness that I've ever used. So this has become my main for my key light.
And they click together. If you get multiples, they snap together.
You can get 3 of them.
You do have a question of why you're choosing an umbrella today over a softbox.
The reason I'm choosing the question is why I'm choosing an umbrella over a softbox is because I wanted to really appeal to people who are just starting out to get the least expensive, simplest thing that you can carry. So umbrellas you can get super, super cheap, whether it's shoot through or you're bouncing the umbrella, and I should keep moving while I'm answering the question. And softboxes tend to get a little bit more expensive. You might have more control. I was going to bring a beauty dish with a grid, and you can really control the spill of the light really well with that. But I wanted to keep this as simple as basic, especially to appeal. I'd like to inspire people who are out there or here who have never tried this to go ahead and try. Because life is short, and if you've been thinking about doing it, but you're scared of doing it, you can get in for a pretty reasonable price. So that's a long answer for that. So this is what makes the portability. So for having a backdrop that's portable, this is a Westcott X-Drop Pro. It's lightweight, but a very stable stand. And then they have these fabric backdrops. And I have a 5x7 with me, which is absolutely fine and all you need for doing headshots. You can do this for corporate stuff. You can do this for actors. You can do it for people's LinkedIn. And let's see if I can show it in the bag like that. Nice and easy to carry. So I'm out of shape. I'm 63 years old and I can carry this. So just about anybody can. I really, really believe that. I used to be in shape, so I know of what I speak. So there's a base and the extender arms, and these also will hold 8x8 in their widest setup and 8x13, pretty large setup. So if you've got a group, you'll be able to do that with some ease. So I'm gonna start actually walking through the setup of the backdrop, and I'm gonna be curious how much time it takes me to get this set up while I'm chatting with you guys. And we're going to move this out of the way. We're now over here. So in the 5x7 position, there are two lengths of the legs. You just use one of them for the 5x7. You would use the second one if you're doing an 8x8 or 8x13. So you roll this bad boy out like this. And by the way, I am not smooth and polished. It takes me time to do stuff. And when I'm doing a shoot for a client, whether it's corporate work, I make sure that I'm there like an hour before. And if I can, I have an assistant to help me. And I'll do a test shot so that the first, especially with corporate clients, first person who comes in, if I have like 2 minutes with them, I want it to be spot on, the exposure, the whole thing, right? All the setup like that. So let me turn myself around like this.
They say, wow, you don't look 63. What's your secret?
So, you know, I love what I do and I'm inspired. And again, life is short and I really, there we go. Really highly recommend not waiting and doing something you love within the context of whatever your limitations are in your life immediately. So as you can see, this is the position that this would be, and it has quite a lot of depth. What I love about this, though, is that you can narrow that depth. So we have the constraints of a pretty tight space here. And so this is very helpful in condensing that. Also, because we're not using a C-stand, because I can't carry one, we'll have some constraints because we're using the Manfrotto stand as well, but it's entirely doable. So this, basically, you can bring this in like this, and then on the back one, you just do that, and I kind of get it as close as I can to match what would be a good angle. and I tighten that down, and then I'll readjust that as I need. But now this is the depth, right? Next, you've got the 3 extender arms. The short one goes in the middle. There are 2 positions on the side, and that hook comes forward. So this locks into the 5x7 position. There's a little button, you just press this, it spreads out to the 8x8, and those bottom legs would be extended, and you need a fair amount of space to do that. But it makes working with this stuff easy. These fabric backdrops, they come in a million different colors, or maybe 15. And I have yet to steam mine, but they're pretty wrinkle-free, and they're advertised as being wrinkle-free. And this is the start with the tag on there. But what I love about this is, so I can carry 3 of these this size in that bag to a shoot, so I can offer something neutral like this, but I can also bring red or green or whatever somebody's, if working with an actor or a model, whatever their colors are, to complement that, whether it's skin tone or they have an idea about what kind of wardrobe they want to be wearing. They want to be saying something. So here we go, locked into the hooks. We're gonna, we won't knock you over. Now, basically, there are 2 other extensions on here. So for this, with the 5x7, what you do is the top one, you go all the way to the end. On this, if you're using the 8x8, they're going to both be extended all the way, right? So there we go. And then the bottom one, you just kind of get a feel. They're not going to go all the way, but after you've done it for a few times, you get pretty close. And again, if I'm doing this for a shoot, I'm getting there early and I'm getting this set up before. I'm not setting up and talking to the client like I'm talking to you guys. And then I take a look and I say, I want to extend that a little bit farther on that side just to even it out. So one of the best bits of advice that I ever heard or received, somebody asked, I was at a presentation 15 years ago. It was a famous photographer. And they said, what is, if you had one piece of advice to give? And he said, slow down. So if you're doing a professional shoot, arrive early, be prepared, slow down. You can troubleshoot anything that might go wrong or not. So for me, this is pretty good. It's nice and taut, and it should photograph pretty evenly. I might want to run this through a dryer a little bit. That will help if there's any crinkles and stuff like that. So that's our backdrop. The next thing I'm going to do is set up our key light. So here's our Manfrotto stand. And there we go. So extend this all the way. And I just want to see, so I'm going to have everything straight down the middle. Since this is set up over here, I'm going to slide this a little bit this way. So Nicole, could you come sit over here so I don't block you? And I'm going to see where I want the stand. I'm probably going to have it over here. So I like to get everything centered, so I'm going to slide this all the way there. And I do this by eye, but I want everything right down the middle. And this as far back as I can. And that looks pretty good to me. And I just take a look like that, and I take a look like that. And we'll see if we adjust this afterwards or not. This is going to be our stand to support our reflector to bounce light in underneath. So I'm just going to open this out for now. And I just remembered when I set it up earlier, there are little things like I want the arms, the levers, on the left side here. And we're going to put this just on the side for a second. Over here. And this is going to be our reflector holder with the flash point. I'm going to put this over here for now as well. And actually my favorite part, so this is our modifier. And I mark everything. I use little bags and stuff like that. So I have them in tubs, and then I can grab what I need. And when I go home, because I live in a New York City apartment, I can put stuff away, and it's neat. It's like running any business, a restaurant. They mop, they put the chairs up. When I get home for a shoot, I put everything back where it belongs. Generally, the idea is that the larger the light source is and the closer it is to your subject, the softer it's going to be, right? So this is 43 inches. It's okay. Normally, I'd be using a 53-inch umbrella if I were using an umbrella, or a 7-foot umbrella. Setting up an umbrella, for years, this is my favorite thing in the world. I used to open the umbrella and then put the diffusion panel over it, right? Well, move it around and stuff. And I would do that in the street. I shoot down in Cortland Alley a lot with a 36-inch softbox. But another guy you should follow, who's got amazing content, changed my life about a year ago, Gavin Hoey. And he showed this, and I don't know where he saw it, but it makes so much sense when you think about it. Don't step on your umbrella and break it, because you might not be able to use it. So you just come through the top here, welcome. And then you just let the umbrella slide. How about that? Right? Worth the price of admission. You guys paid a lot.
You guys can clap for that. You can make them feel good. You can clap for it. You can clap.
So this is the kind of thing that tickles me pink, and that keeps me feeling like a 9-year-old. And because, you know, it's, if you want to work for money, it's serious. You're in exchange for money for a service you're doing, but we also want to have fun, and we want to play, because that's a big part of photography. So if you can get your thing down, what you do, and know that you can deliver with clients, and then be present and play in the moment with them, especially if I'm working with an actor or an actress, you're golden. It's a little different if I'm working with the CEO of a medical company or something like that, but you can also find how to connect with them. That's really the most important thing after all the technical stuff. So why any modifier? Why an umbrella? Why a softbox? So basically with light, as I said earlier, and as I'm sure all of you know, the larger the light source and the closer it is in relation to your subject, the softer and more pleasing it's going to be. So what's our challenge as traveling photographers is having a light source big enough, but being able to walk around with it. So here, as mentioned, so this is my think tank bag. We can see that. Yeah, I don't want to go all the way over. And these things are amazing. They're bulletproof. I've taken this to Italy. I work with a wildlife conservation nonprofit in South Africa. I go to South Africa with this thing. It's amazing. And so this, and there are smaller light sources. So this is the FJ400, right, from Westcott. So this light source, and if you want to use hard light and would just build the regular reflector, this light source is this big. So the beauty of working with an umbrella or a softbox is that with portability, this is going to become this big. So we're getting softer light, all right? Any questions about that? No? Good. Now, another little tip. So your light, when you're putting it on your light stand, wherever you're hanging it off of, you want the weight to be over one leg. Much less likely to tip over like that. If I do it like that, more of a chance that it will tip over like that, right? These are all the basics. So this has a tilter bracket built in, so I can loosen it. I know that I'm going to be kicking that back at an angle a little bit, and then I'm going to tighten that up. These are great, these handles, and I'm sure many other manufacturers, you can press it, you can move that so that you can work with it a little bit better. Next step. Loosen up the bracket where it attaches to the light stand. And there we go, making sure it's lined up. And I actually didn't get this the way. So just because visually, and it's also aligns perfectly, I want it over the Manfrotto logo, and that's balanced evenly. It probably won't make a difference in the image, but it's just paying attention to little things like that gives me a sense of control. I do a lot of outdoor work, and I'll hold a reflector underneath where the natural light where it's good, and I'll usually have an assistant holding a reflector, and I'll take 4 or 5 pops, and then we'll redo it. I'll take the reflector back and reposition it after we take a look at those images, even if it's going to be the exact same space, to reconnect me with the subject and have that sense of control for the next 5 or 20 images that we shoot. So I'm going to tip this back a little bit. Not an exact science. I'm going to loosen up the hole where the umbrella goes. I'm going to put my $3 old man glasses on so I can see what I'm doing. And I'm going to do this with my left hand, which is a little scary for me since I'm a righty. And we're going to slide this in. And one of the nice things, so I'm going to take off the protector part here. That's the official term, the protector part. And I'm going to rotate this. So the bulb bulges out and it's round, so it really fills your softbox really, really nicely. It's one of the things I love about this, and I'm sure other manufacturers have the same thing. We want to make sure it goes in far enough so we're not losing anything. So that, by eye and experience, is about right. And then, because this could be a little dangerous, forgive my back, I got this stuff online, cut it, put that there so nobody pokes an eye out, right? I'm going to be the only one near here theoretically, but good to do. So next, we're going to raise this up, and I'm going to have this, even though it's only 43 inches, it will wrap around enough to give nice light to my subject, Nicole. So I'm going to put this, I usually put it just where it's sort of, just my head is just at the bottom, like that. And again, I want to reiterate what I'm doing. I see as a, oh, let me get back. Reignite this here. Went to sleep. There we go. Reignite this. Detecting camera. Pop this over here. So like any education, take what you learn and make it your own. My idea with this today is just to give a foundational thing so you can do what you want. Take what you like, throw out what you don't. Come see Peter Hurley next week. Take what you like from him, combine them or not, whatever works for you, right? Because it's your shoot. So I'm going to realign myself again. This looks pretty good to me. I'm actually going to move this a bit. I'm going to move this back. I'm going to make use of as much of the space as I can. And we're good, huh? No, actually it's fine. And we're going to see how tight we need to be, or how tight we are. Like that. And that's good. I'm going to turn this on, which is always a good idea if you're using something to turn it on. And I'm just looking at the position from my client's point of view. And there we go. And I am, yeah, okay. So I'm going to get my trigger.
You guys are ready? Basically, you all right? No questions? All right.
So here's the beauty of being a photographer these days. We have a trigger which talks to the light. It's radio, so don't need wires. You don't need it to be in view. It can be around the corner. I'm going to put my old man glasses on. And for those of you who are just beginning, so you want to make sure that your channel is the same on your trigger. This is for any brand. And then your group, right? The beauty of these things is key light is going to be in group A. If I had a background light, that might be group B. If I had some hair lights, those might be group C, and you can change those all independently from your camera. I'm going to do a little test pop. So it's working. And the reason I do a test pop before putting it on my camera is because I want to make sure, so this connection is good. If I have a problem when I put it on the camera, I know there's something in terms of the connection needs to be clean, needs to be jiggled a little bit. So it's good to discern that. And let me put, there's a modeling light, so you can get an idea. What you see is what you get, what's going on. And, huh?
lights.
Yeah, we can kill the lights. Let me make sure. Oh, there you go. We are on. So everybody you've ever seen do a presentation does this first step. Does anybody know what the first step is? I can't speak up.
Blind the sensor.
Blind the sensor. Well, I wouldn't say it like that. We're going to get a dark image, right? I don't want any of the ambient light in the space affecting. I want to control the light on my subject with my light, my reflector, or my lights, plural. So I'm going to tell you what my settings generally are. I may have to adjust them for the light, ambient light that's in here. I start with aperture because of the depth of field that I want. So I have a sweet spot and it's 7.1. It might seem a little random, but you don't want to shoot at f2, f1.4 necessarily when you're doing studio work. If I'm outside, my favorite lens ever is, I'm a Canon shooter. And all the brands are good, by the way. I just started with Canon. It was the first camera I got, so I stayed with it 15 years ago. Forget what I was going to say, but that's okay. Oh, so I start with the aperture because I want to control the depth of field. So I'm starting with 7.1. Now I'm going to say something that a lot of people will disagree with, but it works for me. So I have an R5, and any camera in the last 5 years, the ISO quality is excellent. I put ISO 400. I don't start at ISO 100. Why, Charles, do you do that? I do that because it will help my strobe recycle quicker, and I can use a lower power on the strobe so that it lasts longer and I get that quicker recycling. Then the last thing, which could be the first thing as well, is I'm at 1/160th. You want to be under your maximum sync speed. It could be 200, 1/250th. I can break that down about the curtains and how that works. Maybe I'll do that at the end if there's time or afterwards. So I'm going to take a first test shot, and what I want is a dark screen. And I've never worked with these lights, so I'm going to just focus out here. Where am I? There. And then go towards where I'm looking. And are we coming in here? Yeah. So I have a dark screen. You can see on the histogram, it's all the way to the left. I might look at my image, and then I might look at the info on the back, and I'm sorry you can't see mine, and it's all the way back. And I have room to wiggle. So let's get that out like that. Is there a question? Oh, the monitors are out? No, it's a black screen because I just shot a black screen. Yeah. All right, so the next thing we're going to do, now that we know that I've got a clean image without any light filtering into it, and if you watch actually also Daniel Norton, who's great, and he's also technically, and these guys are way beyond me.
He's all right.
He's okay. But he will, in Capture One, make sure that he's like a stop and a half or 2 stops below. So if he has to bring anything up, he knows that he has room for shadows to come up, and it won't affect the ambient light, won't enter into it. And it's a great kind of thing to know. So I'm going to now pop that on. That tells me that it's working. And at this point, yeah, I think we're good. And good, half an hour to get to shooting, not too bad. So I'm going to have Nicole step in. And Nicole, I met a few weeks ago. I have the pleasure of doing headshots for one of the best acting schools twice a year, Atlantic Acting School. And Nicole is a recent graduate. So I photographed her and I said, hey, would you like to come model? And she was like, what? No, she was like, okay. So I'm going to ask Nicole to face me and then step back a little bit right there. Now, when we get our exposure, there's the subject to light distance. And once we lock that in and get a good exposure, we want to keep that. One of the limitations about working in a small space is about being able to pull your model back off of the background if you're using one light in order to darken the background. All things being equal, if you have that distance set together, you can then darken by moving back and forth. But there's plenty of space to do what we need to do here. So I'm going to take a test pop. So I do not use a light meter. I'm not advocating to not do it. Somebody who's another great photographer, you should follow Ian Spanier, is a buddy of mine, and he's king of the light meter, and he's great. And Ian, one day I will start using a light meter. So I'm gonna guesstimate an exposure, and I'm gonna put, just from experience, I'm gonna put my power level at 6. With the Westcott stuff, it's 1 to 9. 9 is full power, 8 is half power, 7 is quarter power, and down and down and down from there. General stuff, you should know, every stop, you either double or half the amount of light. I'm not gonna get into all of that today. So, hi, Nicole. Hi. So then you need to connect, right? How delightful is Nicole? So I'm gonna photograph Nicole like this right now, and I'm gonna tell you a couple of things that I would work with an actor or actress once we get a decent exposure. So Nicole, that's great. Just good. Bring your chin a little down for me. Beautiful. How you doing? So let's see. Okay. So I have a little bit of a vignette. This is automatically coming in. How does that look to you guys up there? Does it looks okay? So I guesstimated correct. I'm at a power level of 6 with Nicole. That's great. And it looks better up there than it does on my monitor. Oh. Those are calibrated. That's cool. So you'll notice, though, we have some shadow under the chin. The placement I managed to get just right. We have a nice catch light up at the top, and we're getting a nice spread of light. So we've done that. So for me, this, you could remove the vignette, but this is absolutely usable for a headshot for somebody. We're going to add a couple other things, though, to switch it up. For actors and actresses, you have to think that a casting director or an agent is looking at a screen with 20 photos. And what we really want to highlight, we want to get some emotion in the eyes. We want the eyes to be well lit and there be connection so that somebody sees that and they pop out from the other 19 people on the screen. So the next thing I'm going to do, and Nicole is actually a natural, and I'm glad she's kind of standing up tall like this, but the next thing in terms of the connection, and this is one thing you can do with everybody that you work with. So I'm going to say, Nicole, put your weight on one leg and pop a hip. Yeah, as if you're seeing some old friends. And put your thumbs in your jeans. Cool. There we go. So we're already a little bit more rooted. And this is arguably the most important part of working with people, getting them dropped in, connected, and you seeing what's going on with them. All right, so I'm going to take another snap. Good, and eye of the tiger, beautiful. Can we get a little smile? Yes, nice, nice, nice. So I love working with Nicole because she's just totally natural and unforced. We get a really, really nice emotion from her kind of immediately. And if I were doing a shoot, somebody hired me, my shoots are 60 to 90 minutes, we would have a lot of time to play with a range of emotions. I'll share something. So I was an actor. I had the pleasure of studying with David Mamet at NYU back in the 80s, and the Atlantic Acting School and Theater Company grew out of that. And the method of working, there are these 3 steps, but the middle step is what the essence of the person is doing. And they also have, Stanislavski had something called a magic as if, so you would suggest something. So I just want to imagine, if you would all close your eyes for a second, and if you were working with me and we wanted to get something loving, very dropped in, very tapped, if I asked you all to think of a grandparent, living or dead, but if they're dead, not sad, who you adored, and maybe it's Bubby, and imagine if they're not alive, you're reaching across time and you're hugging that grandparent and saying, I love you so much. And if you breathe into your belly button and you allow yourself, you allow me to guide you, it's going to take you to a place that's going to get some emotion. You all can open your eyes or you can enjoy saying hi to your boobies while you're here. So I'm going to ask Nicole, do you have a grandparent who you adore? Living or not?
Not living.
Not living. Okay, but we want to think of this as joyful. I don't want her to be sad, right? So can you give me a first name?
His first name?
Yeah, whichever yeah.
Clarence.
Clarence. Yes. So what I'd like you to breathe into your belly button, and I'd like you to imagine you're talking to Clarence and hugging him from the beyond. What I'd like you to say, just not very loud, is, Grandpa Clarence, I love you so much. So, yeah, and breathe into it. So Giggling from my acting training is a little bit of a defense, and the real emotion is just on the other side of that. You have to earn the trust of your subject if you want to go to places like that, like this. So, Clarence.
Clarence.
Yeah, good. And say, Clarence, I love you. I miss you and I love you.
Dad, I love you so much.
Beautiful. Breathe. Yes. Nice. And down with the chin a little. Beautiful. And now let's imagine Clarence is saying, girl, I am with you always. I believe in you 1,000%, and I know you're going to get everything that you want. And now just say very gently, I love you.
Love you, Granddad.
Smile nice and easy. Beautiful. And now go, hey!
Hey.
Yes! So we break it up a little bit like that, and on something joyful. So I have no idea what we're getting here. Okay. So, you know, maybe not a perfect headshot, but we're starting to approach getting some emotion. So I just wanted to introduce a little bit of that. So we're at 5:35. The next thing I'm going to do, as you see again, we had shadows and stuff. So I'm going to set up a reflector, and wherever I've put everything, over here and over here, and it takes me some time to do everything. And we'll just about, I'll be nestled in between, which is fine. And so the sandbag police, I'm very, very aware of this. Don't worry, I'm not going to knock over it. This is super solid. If I were on a set and I had a bunch of people, we'd have a C-stand, or I'd have stand on this, or I'd have an assistant just keeping a hand on it. That's what I do if I'm shooting out in the streets. If I'm using a light outside, I always have somebody with a hand on a light once it's up in the street. So I remember that I wanted to put this way when I set this up earlier, that with these on the left side. And in this case, I want the leg towards me. The weight is not a big deal. I have a question.
So someone in the chat's asking, you have the white balance set to daylight. How do you decide what white balance without a calibration color card?
Well, I'm shooting raw, and a lot of people even shoot on auto with raw, but these lights are daylight white balanced. And so I set for daylight. And then what I'm looking at another question that's coming after that. And so afterwards, if I want to adjust it a bit because of the skin tone of the person I'm working with, or if I'm on my, this is about to go out, let me save it. Or if I'm working on my laptop and I get home and it's not quite calibrated as my desktop, let me take a photo. Boom, detecting the camera. Sorry, guys. So this is like my first time tethering and doing it live. So let's hope that that comes on out. So basically, you're shooting in RAW. It's a reason to shoot RAW, and you can adjust it without damaging the image file at all. And you can, I will often photograph 20 or 30 people in a day. And so with the first image of each person, I can fine tune and adjust it the way I want to. I don't think so. Camera is on. Let's see what's going on. I took a photo before, like that. So maybe I'll just restart this. Okay, cool. He's one of the only people I would trust with my stuff. So yeah. So with each person, if I have 20 of them, I'll fine tune that white balance on the first image, and I'll just paste it on to the others. It's one of the great things. So I'm a Lightroom guy because that's where I started. Framing. So the question is, what's the framing rules for headshots? So generally, for actors, just above the head, there are plenty of photographers who like to cut in. It's really salt and pepper to taste. Do what works for you, but one really good piece of advice around that is ask your client what they want. When in doubt, shoot too wide so that you can crop in. For corporate stuff, cool, I'll move that up. For corporate stuff, frequently, I'll shoot horizontally and wide because they want a square crop for their LinkedIn or for their websites. And that gives plenty of room to do that. Let me just move this here, and there we go. Okay, for not being used to working on a laptop, I'm doing okay. Any other questions? Actually, just okay. I'm gonna turn this around so I look less goofy. So this is a flash point. This is a reflector holder, and I love it because there's a ball head so that I can adjust it down and up, and also you can put it up and change it all around and all that kind of stuff.
They're asking what lens you're using.
Okay, so I'm shooting with a Canon R5, and I'm shooting with, and this is the part, let me see if I can walk and chew gum at the same time. while I'm doing this. This goes on this side. So I'm shooting with the 85 millimeter RF, the RF 85 millimeter f2, which is the inexpensive 85 millimeter, because when I got this camera, that's all I could afford at the time. It's a $600 lens. It's a cheap one. Would I like to have the whatever 1.2, 1.4? Yeah, but I don't need it for the work that I do. If I start making a fortune, yeah, I want that. I want the 1.2, the 50 millimeter, all of that. The first big one that I did invest in, the 135 f1.8 for the Canon RF, is just beautiful. And again, that's for outdoor, which is when you want that shallow depth of field. And with back button autofocus and eye detection, I can shoot somebody halfway down the block, full length, back button, it'll grab the eye, and everything else goes out. Beautiful, creamy. I love, love, love doing that. That answer the question? Cool. All right. Now, some other stuff that I do is I mark things so that I don't have to, anything that's repetitive. So this I got actually was brand new today. So I know exactly how long it needs to be. Oops, I actually did the wrong thing, but that's okay. That's the midpoint. So the extender part of this, I'm bringing out, and I marked it with some silver, a silver Sharpie, so I could see where I stop. And theoretically, this should be dead on for the size of the reflector that I'm using, which is a 40-inch reflector. Anything that's repeating, right? I moved this. I had it set to be perfectly centered, so I'm going to move it back so it's pretty centered, like that. Because I told you, I'm a little bit controlling that way. And now all I have to do is remember where I put my reflector. This is an old Omega bag, but it's a great bag that I held on to. And I carry my 40-inch reflector in it. I can carry diffusion in the front of it like that. So the other thing I've marked for this, so I'm using the white umbrella, and I'm going to match it with the silver for some pop. You know, silver is a little bit more contrasty, gives a little more pop indeed, like that. I don't mind doing that. Also, because I'd marked this for where it attaches with a little bit of a silver Sharpie, right? So if you're shooting 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, how many times a week, you want some stuff automated. You don't want to not be thinking about it. You want to pay attention to what you're doing, but you want it, if it's a repetitive thing you do over and over again, you want it to be a little bit automated. Okay, and we're back. Thank you. Good. And this is pretty flat that way. So I'm going to bring this very close to Nicole for the bounce, and I'm going to adjust this. We're going to shoot it. I just always like to show the difference. That's the wrong one. Good. And this. So we're going to tip it like this first, so you can see the difference, and we're going to tip it the other way to see what happens. Exact same spot. And we'll see if we need to adjust the power output, because we're kind of adding light, right, with this. And let's get that over there, not pull anything out. I am good. Seth has got my back. 545. So weight on one leg, pop a hip. Good. Beautiful. If you see it, don't do anything to screw it up, right? We already have rapport. So let's see what this reflector does. Hopefully that's coming in. Yep. Does anybody see a difference? Do you see how we filled in under the chin there? All right, looks kind of nice. I love this look. Again, I have a little preset salt and pepper taste. You may or may not like the vignette. I might lessen that vignette afterwards. And now all I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust this so it's tipped back to see what happens. And again, mind you, 43-inch umbrella. That's all we're using. You could use, Westcott has an FJ200. It's about the size of a 7200 f4. And you could also probably do this with a speed light. You're just not going to have as fast recycle time or power or a longevity. I have very rarely, even on a long day, needed to, I never plug in. I have a second battery. This lasts forever. The triggers, forget about it. I can't run out with the trigger. I could shoot for a week without needing to replenish. So, hi Nicole, perfect, right? So we make sure that we're connected. Chin down a little for me. Yes, good, 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 good. Isn't she great? Can we get a little round of applause for Nicole? So, and we're waiting to see what that adjustment does, and I should put my $3 glasses. So you see how much brighter that is? For me, it's salt and pepper to taste. It's just that these little adjustments make a difference. So I'm now just gonna level this out. Last thing I'm gonna do, and then I'm gonna move the light position to get a little something different, right? So, but I could shoot this. So a lot of photographers might call this flat light. I call it even light, and I love it. And again, imagine if you're a casting director, you're looking at 20 headshots on a screen. Nicole's going to pop out because she is bright, she's present, focused on the eyes there. And for the fellow or the gal who asked about the framing, this is how I would normally frame for an actor. We could crop in a little tighter from that if we wanted to, but I like this, so this kind of framing for Nicole. So Nicole's going to pop a hip for me. So every time, yes, good. Now, you see, so step a little this way. Beautiful. And then pop. So sometimes you're dead center and I ask you to pop a hip. Now your head is over here. So I'm like, do that, pop the hip. Good, right? Cool. Okay, I'm sorry you had to see that. Beautiful. And now if I get the smile, an organic smile, beautiful. See what we got there with this level. Last couple of shots. The other thing for me, you need to like people. The most difficult thing, there we go. So maybe a little overexposed. I'm not going to worry about that right now. The most difficult thing as a headshot photographer, as with an actor, or even if it's a CEO, is getting an organic, unpushed smile. And you have to earn respect. You have to tell people not to push too much. And it's a process to get there. And again, mind you, I'd normally be spending 60 to 90 minutes with somebody. I think we're doing pretty good considering, actually don't move. So I will see something, bring that chin a little down as if you're checking out, can I trust this person? Good. And we'll have a different look. So Nicole looks good, left, right, straight, anything, right? All right. So that's enough with flat, even light. I'm going to make an adjustment now to the light position. How do we get something more dramatic in a small space like this, right? Well, funny you should ask. I'm going to answer that momentarily. Okay, so that fell flat. I'm just going to move this down like this and out of the way. And we might use this in an elevated. This is why I like this ball head, by the way. We can do that. No, this is a light stand. Okay. This is a Matthews reverse stand. I think they have them out. They have a whole table of my kit out there if you guys want to buy stuff. So tell them Charlie sent you.
That's a Matthews mini extendable reverse folding stand, MERF, M-E-R-F.
Good. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the light, but I'm not going to adjust the power at all. And because I'm moving the light closer, we're probably going to be way overexposed, but let's see what happens. And because I'm careful, because I don't have sandbags on here, I'm going to move this out of the way, zip this up.
We got a question in the chat.
Shoot.
Eric is asking, how do you obtain corporate clients?
Eric is asking, so this is a great, I'll tell you the short answer to this. The best thing I know to do is if you're a photographer wondering what to do, and if there are nonprofits and that you believe in what they do, I work with a couple. I work with an organization called Opening Act that brings theater to underserved public schools. I do free headshots once a year for 150 students. I came out for a weekend and I love doing it. I work with Wild Tomorrow. And so what will happen is if you're working with organizations like this, guess what? They have people on their board, and they're people who have big money jobs. They're also care about people because they're donating their time and their expertise to that. And you do some good work and you can't be pushy. You have to be consistent with work and somebody will start contacting you. One thing, I have a very basic card. It's white with black printing. I hand it out everywhere I go. I don't have my phone number on it, but I have my email address and I have my Instagram because you never know. I did a shoot, all right, Saturday. I have a little bit of time. I did a shoot a week ago Saturday downtown, Cortland Alley and in Tribeca with a great young actress. We had a great time. As we were walking from one location to the other, these two guys were walking towards us. And one guy says to the other, dude, you need a new LinkedIn profile shot. What are you doing? So we got a little like that. I said, guys, I'm your guy. The guy emailed me yesterday. I said, here's my Instagram. Look at my work if you like what I do. So it was a casual thing. It wasn't pushy. And we're going to have a consultation tomorrow on the phone. And he had just moved to New York, so whatever, he's got a big new job and stuff. So that's kind of how you have to feel ready. You have to be not pushy, but you have to put yourself out there. So I hope that answers it. All right, let's move this light.
You got one more.
Yep, go for it.
Tony's asking, how well will this setup work with someone with glasses?
How well? So angle of incidence, right? You've all heard about that. And so Eric Bird, you're welcome. So basically, somebody with glasses, sometimes they're non-reflective. So there are 3 things I do to fine tune it. Have them push it all the way up, and then you want them to turtle and press down, and sometimes just so you can see the eyes, and sometimes that will do it combined with raising the light up and tipping it down. It's a game of inches. I'm not going to be doing that today, but it's absolutely doable. One thing is you can't use a reflector underneath because that will absolutely reflect unless they're special glasses, I think. I'm not sure. Answer your question? Cool. All right. Now, when you're working with anybody, whoever you are, a man or a woman, you have to be mindful of their personal space. And if you don't know them well and stuff like that, always treat with respect. You never touch anybody. If you want hair moved, you ask them, can you do it? If you're lucky, you work with a stylist on the set who will do it. So we've worked together once. We have rapport, but I would not any way, shape, or form touch Nicole at all. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tell her is, Nicole, could you step to the side? I'm going to get in your personal space because I want to look at the light position, but I'm going to communicate that at all times, right? So I'm going to move this a little bit closer and a little bit more feathered. Nicole, would you stand back where you were standing? So we're going to see if we're about 45, 45. And we're kind of feathered. This edge is at her. And these will be tweaks that you can make if you have one light tight space, how much light will be on the background or not. And now, though, that we have light on the side, we'll be able to move back away and we'll be able to darken the background. But I want to see, good, we're back up. And I got to get that out of the way. And I do that over here. And boom, good. So this should be way too bright. So pop a hip, wait on one leg. How you doing? Good. And again, I've got back button autofocus and it goes right to the eye. And this should be quite overexposed. So, drum roll, please. And guess what it is? Very, very overexposed. We have a little bit of shadow on the left side. We have a lot of light on the background, which I don't like that. I don't want that much light. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move everything out towards me, and I'm going to reduce the power on the light. So Nicole, would you take one giant step forward? Good. And then I'm going to guesstimate and bring this back, and I'm going to feather it even a little bit more. And we're going to see what that does to the background. And I'm also going to, I'm awful at guesstimating this, but I'm going to bring my light down one stop from 6 to 5 and see what happens with that. And again, if I were working with a light meter, Ian, I know you would get this locked in, but this is what I'm doing. So that's great. Nicole's already dropped in for me, and I'm having her stay looking straight at me. You can have your model, your person, look towards the light as well for catch lights, but let's see what we get in terms of contrast here. Come on now. Whoosh. 2 guys walk into a bar. So that's a little bit better, right? We've darkened that background a bit. I think the exposure is pretty good on Nicole, and this looks much better on the monitor up there than it does on my monitor here. So what I could do, and actually I like the catch light in the corner like that. We don't quite have Rembrandt lighting, but we do have that triangle underneath. So now we've got this is a little bit of a more dramatic look. And let me see if I can get this. I'm not going to do the compare side by side, but here's with the light behind me and the reflector underneath. And here's something a little bit more dramatic. Now, if you can imagine, if you have different color backdrops, or when I'm working at home, I love the collapsible backdrops I have with texture, brown, stuff like that. And by the way, on my Instagram, which is Charles Chessler Photography, you'll see a much more diverse amount of work, whether it's outdoor work with light, without added light, indoor work, dramatic stuff like this. Again, in my mind, the purpose of today was to really help people get going with the basics and that you can carry this stuff with you. So let's say we like this exposure, but we want a little less shadowing. So we can bring our reflector back in. And the amount that we fill in, and I'm sorry I'll be blocking Nicole for this, the amount we fill in will depend on the proximity of the reflector to your subject. So bring this up here. Good. Like that, a little bit higher. And we're going to show you also different positioning. So here's the direction of the light. And I can see with the modeling light that it's definitely hitting right there. And we're going to see how that fills in. And then we're going to adjust the angle of it to see how that affects it as well. Hi, Nicole.
Hi, Charles.
What's up? Good. Chin a little down for me. Beautiful. Bam. I think my phrase that I will say till my dying day is chin a little down, please. That's for most people. Also, Nicole is she's got angles. She doesn't really have to worry about turtling in a little bit. So if we look at the difference, we got that with the shadow, and this is up to you. You salt and pepper to taste, right? And then we've got a little bit, and we've got a little bit almost like a separation light, a little bit on the cheek. Maybe it's a little too much. So I'm going to do one last thing, I think, and then we'll open it up for questions. I'm going to move this around like this, pretty tight. And we're going to see what that does. Okay. Back in the high life again. People put up with my bad singing, and then I get a nice smile like that when I know them. I wouldn't be doing that with the CEO, or I might if, you know. So let's see what we got there just with that change of the reflector. And drum roll, please. Is that not in? Was that it? No, that was not it, right? This is it. There we go. Oh yeah, that's the first one. Yep. With a little bit of light on the cheek, on the camera left cheek. And you see the difference, how much that fills in. So this is one light using a reflector, not using a reflector to have more or less shadows. I'm gonna, fewer shadows. It's a countable number, right? So I remember that from English. First of all, can we get a round of applause for Nicole? Because we're done shooting. Nicole, what's your Instagram if people want to find you?
My Instagram is Nicole C. Stewart with 2 T's. And yeah.
Nicole C. Stewart with 2 T's. Young, talented actress. If you're in the theater, hire her.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right. So I'm not going to start packing up. I just want to make myself kind of present, turn my cap around, which looks better, and ask if there are any questions in the audience or any other questions online. No questions. Okay. Dare I ask, did anybody learn anything today? Cool. Great. My hope is that it would be useful even for advanced shooters. So no questions. So I'm going to take a moment to do a little shameless promotion for me then. On the feed will be my Instagram, Charles Chessler Photography. I do small group workshops, 5 people max, whether it's studio stuff or my favorite thing, I do outdoor on the 18th. I have 2 spots left. We do outdoor with natural light, and then we bring a strobe and we look for pockets of light and we work in the moment. I also am the photographer teacher for trips to South Africa with Wild Tomorrow. It's a dream come true for me because we're actually feeding children. We're saving rhinos. I pinch myself because when I was a kid growing up, I never thought it'd be something I'd be able to do in person. So the next trip that we're hoping to put together, I've been 4 times, is probably the fall of 2026. And then the last thing, I'm going to have actually a show on June 3rd. My buddy Peter Rinaldi, thank you for making that happen, on the Upper West Side. And I'm going to have showing work from both Agreeable Strangers and from South Africa. And plus, we're going to have about 10 11 by 14 prints that we're going to be raffling off, $10 raffle tickets. And all of the money that comes from that is going to go to either opening act. We're going to split between opening act, that organization that brings theater to underserved public schools, and Wild Tomorrow. So it's not a benefit for me. But also there will be a link. I'm getting my newsletter going again. So if you saw yesterday, there was a book publishing thing. So thrilling for me is I'm having my first book done, which is about Agreeable Strangers, a project I've been doing for 14 years, near and dear to my heart, personal project. And so through the newsletter, I will announce there will be a 2-week window of a pre-sale. So I'm obviously trying to reach as many people as possible. So if you wish, you can sign up. There'll be a link in my bio on Instagram. Any other? EJ Orb, how are you, buddy? Thank you. Hi, Ryan. Thank you very much. Vic Romaine, dude, saving rhinos is so dope. You go, it will change your life. The first time I went, I was this close because the rhino is sedated to remove the horn. And I was sobbing inside, and I had to control myself so I could take photos. I was shooting very close and wide for impact. It's a beautiful thing. And whomever else, I will get online and answer and say thank you to as many people. We have a question in the audience.
Do you prefer to use a prime lens for portraits or a telephoto?
So it's a great, actually, question that right now. So I'm very much a prime. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the question is, do I prefer to use a prime lens or a zoom, a telephoto? A lot of people use a 70 to 200. So 85 millimeter is my focal length of choice. When I do my Agreeable Strangers project, though, I approach people and I'm close enough, I can hold a reflector, and one hand I use a 50 millimeter. And I brought a 50 millimeter lens today, so if you're even in a tighter space, you could shoot with a 50 millimeter. If you're not too close, I really don't see distortion. People worry about that, but I'm a prime guy. But for event work, I'm saving up. I'm going to be getting, so the RF, it's a 24 to 105 f4 I'm going to get, so that shooting step and repeats in and out. I don't want the weight of the 2.8, although that extra stop, twice the light, one stop, would be great, but just can't do it. And I don't care if my ISOs go up to 1600, 3200. Nobody cares except other photographers who are pixel peeping on websites where they never ever meet you in person. One more question.
Use any filters at all?
So the question is, do I use any filters? I don't. I've used years ago, I started out doing bird photography, which is why I get to go and help people in South Africa. And I did some landscape stuff, and I did use circular polarizer, and looks great when the sun's coming from the side, but I'm not doing that. So I, unbelievably to me, have a career as a portrait and headshot photographer that I started making my full-time living 6 years ago. It consumes all of my time. And I actually I just missed migration, and I want to go into the park. I haven't gone. I've been posting photos from 10 and 15 years ago. I was in the park every day doing that. So yeah, thank you for the question. Anything else? Anything online? Seth, we good? 6:01, 1 hour, not bad, huh?
Thanks, Charles.
Thank you.
Yo, what is going on, everyone? Happy almost Halloween. However, it's Halloween all year round. This is just the day you all civilians get to join the world that I spend all year in. My name is Seth Miranda. If you're watching online, it's over here. And if you're at home, go check out, you keep switching the freaking camera. This QR code to check out all the events that come out of the space. And if you're new to this channel, hit subscribe. You might think you subscribed already. This is a new channel for Adorama Events. So everything that goes live out of this space is on this channel. So can you give me camera one? You just hit enter, one enter. Fernando switched with me for the first time, and we love Fernando. Everybody clap for Fernando. All right. All right, so like I said to everybody here, you're gonna hear me talk way too seriously about stuff that is kind of frivolous, like zombies, aliens, creatures, stuff that's glued to people's face, paint on bodies, things that glisten, things that are too dry, but this all is the things you consider when whatever you shoot, you take that much more serious, because after you, it gets a little less serious to who's viewing it. After you, the energy and ambition for it gets a little less serious. You're the one that's to care the most about whatever you shoot, so that it gets the most out of the viewer, right? If you don't care first, no one's gonna really care. And I made a career out of this for about 15 years of my 25-year career shooting special effects, and it's for all sorts of applications. What I'm going to go through really quick. This is the only demo that I do. Actually, let me kill this overhead so you guys can see the projector. This is one of the only demos I do where I actually show slides, just so you get an idea of what we're about to get into, because every makeup is completely different. Every philosophy to what it is and why we're trying to get there is completely different. You can have 10 makeup artists do 10 zombies and they're all going to be different, from cartoony to realistic, to this one's super decayed, to this one has some gimmick. Everything's going to have a reason. You kind of got to understand that, right? So if I can't show you that with one makeup that we're going to shoot here tonight. And our model tonight is the actual Adorama store director. And I got to give him super props for doing this. He's a huge Star Trek nerd, and this is like his favorite moment ever. So he's going to come down here in a couple minutes. He's been here, just so you have an idea, it's 5 o'clock right now. He's been in that chair since noon. Okay? So the first thing you're going to learn about special effects, it doesn't happen right away. The makeup artist that you hire has to get in there before anybody so you can get to work when they're ready to go. You have to kind of understand that when you're looking at portfolios, you can't understand how long it's going to take them. But if you look at the body of work, you can see how long they've worked, who they've worked with. You can get a sense of they can work and manage their time. So keep that in mind when you're hiring FX artists, because with beauty artists, half hour, 45 minutes, you got a face in front of you. I'm waiting for a creature of some kind to come out here. Could be anything, right? And that means any color. That means any shape prosthetic. That means it could literally have a whole bunch of issues you don't know about because they're trying to solve them right now in whatever room they're doing makeup in. Does that make sense? Okay, it's Halloween, my demo, and I built this place. No one's staying quiet. So if you've been to my demos, you know you're about to scream, right? Right, on the count of 3, everybody scream. 1, 2, 3, scream. This is New York. This is my house. 1, 2, 3, scream. See, now we break the ice. Now we can talk a little bit. I don't like raised hands. Just yell at me. We'll figure it out together, right? I'm going to go through some images so you guys can understand what I'm talking about. First thing you got to realize is you're not in this to edit the image. You're in this to light and get that character over the goal line as tight as you can, because client is going to do what they want. Whether it's a poster in the subway or a makeup artist portfolio, who, by the way, should not be editing their images for a makeup artist portfolio. If I'm hiring someone, it's so I know what I'm getting, rather than here's a finished image that someone else made look better. So you kind of have to keep, if you're doing artist portfolios, you got to keep that in mind. So light's got to get tight. The first image I have up is this one right here. This is a really grimy Voldemort makeup that is not done too well. This was shot a very long time ago, but I did it to show you guys that this guy didn't move, nothing changed. I didn't edit anything. I swapped out the light. All right? And it's very easy to say, just light from underneath and make it look creepy. Just throw shadows everywhere, make it look creepy. You know how many fashion guys that I took jobs from in this industry because they were like, it looks scary, right? No, there's a science and a feel to every type of emotion we're trying to shoot, including creepy, scary, spooky, off-putting. Just as much goes into beauty as goes into grime. It's just a matter of how serious you take it, and people will recognize that. You guys are sitting here because you've seen something I shot, I'm guessing. And you can kind of see how refined that is. And you're going to see it here tonight. I have never streamed this demo. If you can see on the left, it's lit completely underneath, and you get that wrinkle on the forehead. This is what we call edges.